AG.AL should be scared of us because we are the defending champions. We are known to be Chinese team slayers.
就是没有跟我们交手过，然后他们没有尝试过我们的风格，可能会有一些需要就是小心的我们吧。
Why should XLG be scared of us? We have Martin, you know, they don't have Martin.
我知道他们 Martin 非常厉害，我们有 Raga。
I think anyone on that team can pop off. I think we're all strong players. I mean, we're really good.
I like to play against good opponents, so it's gonna be a fun match.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to day 2 here at the Esports World Cup Valorant. It's Degon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time as we set up our second set of matches here for the groups that haven't played yet, Group C and Group D. Yesterday was great. Can't wait to see what else we have today. How's it going, y'all?
It's going well. We got there yesterday. Finished up all the matches. Spain won 3-0 in football. So it's a good day. It's a good day, and we have the reigning champions that are about to play. So. Yeah. Absolutely amazing.
I feel like we couldn't have asked for more from an opening day. That map 1 of BBL EDG going, what, 5 overtimes?
5 overtimes.
Just ludicrous. This is why you come and watch good Valorant, people. This is where it's all at. So I think we got another banger day in store.
That's right. The exciting part is we had that first day jitters from some of the teams yesterday. We get to have that again here today on day 2 because we only had Group A and Group B teams play. So we had ourselves 4 matches. Those are done and dusted. But now we welcome in those other teams, including, as you alluded to, the reigning title defenders, Team Heretics here up against AG.AL. And then later on this stream, it'll be G2 playing in just a bit. And we've got a format explainer to explain how it all works.
Valorant is back at the Esports World Cup for a second year. And this time, everything is bigger and better. We've added an entire extra week of competition, made sure all matches are at least a best of 3, and added an extra $750,000 to the prize pool to bring it up to $2 million. You don't want to miss a single second of this. 16 of the world's best teams have earned a spot here at the Esports World Cup. As the EWC 2025 winner, Team Heretics from EMEA have been invited back to try and defend their crown. They are joined by the Stage 1 winners of the VCT Regional Leagues, G2 Esports from Americas, PaperRex from Pacific, and Edward Gaming from China. As Team Heretics won VCT EMEA, but already qualified to EWC as the title defender, the second place EMEA squad, Team Vitality, also received an invite. The remaining teams all battled their way through the online qualifiers to make it here. 3 teams from EMEA, Pacific, and the Americas earned spots through each region's qualifier, while the top 2 teams from the China qualifier also advanced to LAN. We kick things off with a GSL group stage featuring 4 groups of 4 teams. Teams will play a double elimination bracket. Win 2 matches, and you advance to playoffs on the main stage. Lose 2, and you head home early. All group stage matches will be a best of 3. The top 2 teams from each group will advance to the single elimination playoffs. Matches here will also be a best of 3, until we reach the grand final where 2 teams
thereabouts, but for NRG, I don't think that they were necessarily swayed by that. They came in confidently to the next 2 maps and reverse sweep PaperRex relatively easily. I thought they were playing phenomenal, and I think for PaperRex, unfortunately, it was just a bit of a meh day.
Yeah, I think another dub for Americas, as usual, you know, kind of as I expected, at least coming into this. I say that, but I literally said PRX was going to win.
Yeah. She was against America yesterday.
We won 4 Masters in a row. You guys win 1, and you're already piping up.
So anyway, NRG had such a good game. It felt like their teamwork was on point. I think especially on this Lotus, it looked like almost like they had a perfect read on how PaperRex was going to play. At some point, they were understanding the angles that everyone was trying to peek, and actually something got punished so many times. That clip there getting spammed through the box, but every aggressive angle that he tried to take was just instantly shut down. So I think for NRG, they really did their homework for this one. They learned a lot coming back from that Masters London, and they didn't let it phase them.
Of course, I was watching Brox to frag out there if you're looking for a lot of eliminations in this game. If you're looking for an AG.AL, who do you give credit to from day number one? Who stood out across any of the stages?
I mean, Ethan, I mean, if you AG.AL a reverse sweep to PaperX in such clean fashion like that and your prep looks phenomenal, you got to give a lot of credit over to Ethan as far as I'm concerned.
I got to give a shout out to Vora though, because his
सोने जा रहा हूँ फिर से सोने जा रहा हूँ
स्ट्रीम
चालू रखो भाई स्ट्रीम चालू रखो स्ट्रीम चालू रखो फोन को साइड में रख दो वॉल्यूम बंद कर दो आराम से सो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है स्ट्रीम चलने दो बहुत घटिया देखा कल भी सही बोला था ना उसने लेजेंड ने सही बोला था भाई कुछ नहीं रखा छोड़ो आराम से सो एग्जाम में सोना आराम से हो गया भाई बोला था
No disrespect to KC, I know that they're kind of like hometown heroes over here, but I think they may unfortunately struggle to be able to make it in front of a French crowd because they've got PRX in the lower bracket, and even if they cause that upset, they then have to play the loser after that. That's going to be a very rough run. That group is very stacked.
That may be our group of death so far, and speaking of the groups, we are here for group stages all of week 0. If you're just joining us, let's catch you up on how the format is going to work.
एस्ट्रो गाली देने लग गया 11:30 डन है डन सीन
World Cup for a second year, and this time everything is bigger and better.
Oh यार एफएनसी दिखा रहा है एफएनसी क्यों नहीं है यार एफएनसी को होना चाहिए था मजा आता है एफएनसी के मैचेस देखने में जो मजा आता है ना
$750,000 to the prize pool to bring it up to $2 million. You don't want to miss a single second of this. 16 of the world's best teams have earned a spot here at the Esports World Cup. As the EWC 2025 winner, Team Heretics from EMEA have been invited back to try and defend their crown. They are joined by the Stage 1 winners of the VCT Regional Leagues, G2 Esports from Americas, PaperX from Pacific, and Edward Gaming from China. As Team Heretics won VCT EMEA, but already qualified to EWC as the title defender, the second place EMEA squad, Team Vitality, also received an invite. The remaining teams all battled their way through the online qualifiers to make it here. 3 teams from EMEA, Pacific, and the Americas earned spots through each region's qualifier, while the top 2 teams from the China qualifier also advanced to land. We kick things off with the GSL Group Stage featuring 4 groups of 4 teams. Teams will play a double elimination bracket. Win 2 matches, and you advance to playoffs on the main stage. Lose 2, and you head home early. All group stage matches will be a best of 3. The top 2 teams from each group will advance to the single elimination playoffs. Matches here will also be a best of 3, until we reach the grand final where 2 teams will face off in an epic best of 5. There will also be a third place decider match played just before the grand final. That's everything you need to know, so let's jump straight into action. It's time to kick off Valorant at EWC 2026.
मैं नहीं था क्या जब बात हुई थी सारी मैं कहाँ था
Excellent breakdown right there. If you missed any of it, the big takeaways, we've increased the prize pool from $750,000 more. That's up to $2 million with $600,000 going to first place. You can't win the tournament, though, without making the run throughout our group stages. And if you do make the run and make it through groups, you're guaranteed a placement in our top 8. Top 8 is getting paid out. Look at this, $90,000. That is a nearly 40K difference here, Athena,
16 teams.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, it's really promising as well for a lot of these teams that could sometimes struggle to get placements in global events where they kind of don't get any reward for that. So this is really nice that they have that format, that they're able to kind of make some money on.
And of course, if you win your opening round in groups, Bilski, you are guaranteed into top 12. So you're going to be making some serious cash out of the gates. But these players aren't here purely for the prizing. There's a lot of pride on the line. Is it regional pride or is it still team specific at this point in Valorant?
Both, but usually regional pride. I mean, I think that there is very much a heavy regional fan base for each of them in Valorant, and a lot of pride goes with that. And how you perform at the international events, usually for Americas, that's kind of meh until champs and things like that. But they just got themselves a dub, so they're all very proud of themselves.
So where'd your regional pride go?
Just a minute.
Where'd my regional pride go? Unfortunately, second place.
जो भी हैं सारे stream चलने दो, like कर दो stream को.
A little bit sad. But look, we go back to the Masters before that. Very proud because that was an All-Pacific Grand Final. So that's pretty good.
PaperX, of course, is his favorite in the Pacific region. Let's take a look at all of our groups and how things broke down. Starting with Group D today, you're going to see the Heretics in action against AG.AL. That's going to be over on our Alpha stream. Here on Bravo, we open things up with MIBR Elos versus Global Esports. Now, both teams having a few change-ups here. Can we talk about Global Esports and the coaching change that occurred leading up to just this event?
We could talk about it, but I'm not sure I can necessarily explain it. I think a lot of people are a little bit shocked that that's actually something that's come to fruition. Frost has always been a coach that's been able to take teams that don't necessarily fit together in a fully straightforward manner and make them better than the sum of their parts and bring them to good placements. And GE was an organization that had never made playoffs in Pacific, that had never made it to an international event. And with Frost at the helm, they do that for the first time. And then immediately afterwards, he's on the way out. I don't think anybody really can explain
Kind of looks like a situation where the org gave in to the players. We'll see if it plays out in the way they think it will. Athena, can we talk about Group C, though? I've got my boy Baby Bay, a man who hung it up, put on a headset, was ready to just be a broadcaster with one of us for the rest of his life. He throws down the headset, he jumps back into that driver's seat, and he is taking over games for G2. That was months ago. Back in London, though, this was not the prettiest performance. Are G2 the favorites in Group C, or who do you have your eyes on?
I'm not sure, but for me, what I'm looking for from G2 is to put up a performance, because this is finally their time to prove that they can actually do something at a Globals. They've struggled every single time they've made it. The addition of Baby Bay has made it a little bit easier, though. I feel like they've added on to that fragging power, and he's done a phenomenal job. But for me, I always gotta pick G2 as my favorite, only because America's baby. But I don't want to make any promises because they
no promises. So you're on the G2 side of the fence that they are the favorite, or
I don't want to. Yes.
Yes. Vague answers today. Okay.
I'm
going to grill you tomorrow. Grilling you. Bilski, can we talk a little bit about the rest of the competition? I've talked a lot about the American teams. You, of course, watch the Pacific region. We've watched a lot of games from EMEA.
Yeah.
Who should the fans be excited to watch throughout the week? Because we still have two more.
So the group that we just finished the first game of yesterday, I think you're looking at an NRG Vitality game, and then after that you get another Gigabanger game. Those could all be kind of top 4 games in EWC as far as I'm concerned. So that's an extremely exciting group. We're going to see Heretics play very up and down team, a team with a very high ceiling that came into EWC last year and actually just hit that crazy purple patch of form, even despite kind of struggling in some of those early games and getting pushed a little bit. I think even in the XLG game where they were playing with like a coach stand-in, and then they go on to win the whole thing. So I think that's what's great about EWC. Sometimes you get these dark horse teams that just hit a crazy patch of form and they win the whole thing.
I have a hot take.
Hit me.
Okay.
I think MIBR is going to win the whole thing.
Okay.
I think that MIBR is going to win. Listen, they just
MIBR.
beat Leviton 3-0.
Global Esports.
Pretty good.
Global
Leviton, by the
Esports
way, the ones who just won Masters in London.
Global Esports.
No.
Okay.
But that's fine.
Fact checking, just fact checking.
Okay, but have you seen this roster?
Just fact checking.
Hold on. Have you seen this roster, dude? They've all
I'm the new guy. I'm just gathering as much data as I can before.
Aspas isn't online. We all know it. Like, when has this guy ever been to a live event and put up numbers? Definitely not kill records. Definitely not kill records. I've never seen it.
A lot of these teams are going to be feeling pressure to not just perform in VALORANT, but to perform at EWC for their club. The club championship has millions and millions of dollars up for grabs. That's what everyone is playing for in the overall scheme of EWC. Who are some of the club favorites? Because Heretics were able to get their team into the top 5, due mosely to their VALORANT
Global Esports for the win.
You've got a lot of organizations that are representing. I think NRG are in good form right now. You have to keep an eye on whether they're in some of the other games. Vitality are in a good position to make their way early into the playoffs. And I think on the other side of things, you've got a lot of organizations that might not have much more representation in other games. I think PaperX is the perfect example of it. If they come through and win this whole event, they'll at least get themselves into a relevant position in terms of the club championship, but they're probably not going to be getting many points from elsewhere. But as we saw from last year, even if you manage to win one game, that's going to be good enough to get you at least some cash in the club championship there.
Yeah, I also think we're in Paris, right? We're in France. I'm going to see KC, Carmine Corp. They have the biggest fan base, in my opinion, especially when it comes to the French players. So I'm really interested to see how many fans show up for that team, for that club specifically, because they're across so many games too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Which region will have the most teams represented in our playoffs? There are 8 spots. America has 2 wins so far.
I want to make it easy. EMEA, because they get 5 spots thanks to Heretics.
Okay.
Thanks, Heretics.
So they get an extra try, right?
Yeah, they're just lucky that they've got extra representatives.
Notice how he
Thanks,
backed off
Heretics.
of his own region so quick.
Well, honestly, he had 0 faith in RRQ taking a single map based on yesterday's breakdown. Maybe a single round. He said not even a single round to me off camera, Athena.
I gave him
100% said that.
I gave him a map. They didn't even get a map. So at some point, you have to just kind of back it off a little bit, you know?
Let's talk a little bit deeper into the matchup that we are about to witness because the players are on stage and I just saw the photographer shoot away, which means we are about to begin here in just a few moments. The Gentlemates are playing tomorrow, but over here on the stage, we of course are going to see Global Esports against MIBR to open the day. Can we start with Global Esports? Who is this team? Who are their star players? What am I looking at?
I mean, it's kind of a mixed team of the core that was built around from last year. You've got Crystal in there as well as Udatan. They tried to put a mixed team together that didn't go particularly well last year. Didn't get the greatest of placements. Then they've upgraded the roster, bringing a lot of firepower. They've got Autumn over from China. Australian player, by the way. So he's obviously cracked because, you know, all Australians
all
are.
the Aussies. If you make it off the island, you're pretty darn good. We got a guy Pred in Call of Duty. He's a monster.
Is this Love Island or is that? That's a story.
If you make it on the island, you're killing it.
No, but yeah, honestly, this is a team that's been well kind of built over time, had great coaching staff, still have great coaching staff. I think Platoon's been worth its weight in gold, quite honestly, but moving into a head coach position, I'm eager to see if the team is going to be as cohesive. I think Batman is kind of the player that really takes over games and can really be the one to be a difference maker. He just goes into hard carry mode, and when he has a good read on the game, they're going to be very difficult to beat.
We're going to keep talking about this first game a little bit more here. We've highlighted some of the stars from the Pacific region. Let's talk about America's stars, because you told me 100 Thieves are not the worst team in America. And if it's not NRG, does that mean it's MIBR, Athena?
In all of Americas, not here specifically. Listen, MIBR. If you don't know this team, I feel like you've probably been living under a rock, because this is a super team. When you're looking at these players, you have Zekin, you have Ospas, you have these players that have consistently made it to global events previously.
Now, are these all Brazilians? Because MIBR is historically a Brazilian org, right?
They're not all Brazilian. There are mixed. They're all from all over America, so it works out.
Yeah, it's interesting.
It works out.
Look, all I'm saying is MIBR built a super team, 0 international events. Global Esports built a team, 1 international event. It's a bit of a disparity there.
It's okay. Listen, let me tell you. Hold on. Let me tell you about MIBR. They've constantly been in 4th and 5th place.
And you said they're going to win the event, Athena.
Listen, they've been insane. They've been on the come up. For them to lose in Americas, they lost 3 BO5s in a row not to qualify. They were 1 game away in kickoff, and when it came to stage 1, they struggled. They just couldn't find their footing. But from what I saw in the qualifiers for EWC, this team looks very
This is
mature.
Global
They
Esports
understand
versus
the firepower that they have.
MIBR.
They've been going kind of crazy, and I think beating Leviathan in itself 3-0, by the way, is a really big feat.
This looks like a shank on his arm. A historic French piece of weaponry on his left forearm. I am feeling like an MIBR win based purely on skin tattooing. Expectations for this match before I hand it over to you guys for the selection.
Honestly, I think you need to take a look at Autumn's tats. He's got some pretty sick tats as well, Puckett. So make sure you scan all of the players before you make up your mind. Expectations for this game, I think I have MIBR as the favorites. They're looking like a very, very strong team. I think they've kind of underwhelmed domestically, but I think there's a lot of teams like that do only okay domestically, or maybe don't hit their heights, and they're still good enough to come into an international event and do very well for themselves. And GE, much like all of the Pacific teams at this event, are in a state of flux. They have just had a head coaching change, and I think a lot of people have their eyes on this event and this game in particular for GE to perform, and it's not an easy game right out the gate here.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think MIBR is on that, and as well as that, we talked about them not making global events. Each of these individuals has at least played in some form of international event. 2 of them actually winning. We have Ospas, who won with Loud, and then we have Zekin, who won with Sentinels. So 2 Masters, 2 Masters and Champions wins on this roster. It still plays a big part. You were talking about have they played on a stage together before? Not really. but I think it's going to be great for them, especially with the changes that they've made in terms of gameplay.
I mean, look at his nose. These nostrils are flared open. He is set up for success. When you got the breathe right strip on, you know this gamer is locked in. He's got the Red Bull. He's got the Monster Energy ready to go. Pilski, how do you activate this man in-game, though, to his maximum potential? And what about the big dogs over on Global Esports? Who's the threat we have on camera now?
I mean, that's Harvey. That's their AG.AL. He's a rookie AG.AL coming into Pacific just this year, and he's been able to bring them to an international event. A little bit up and down in terms of the individual performance. He actually is mechanically pretty sharp, but especially when the game gets hot, I think that's where the AG.AL brain drain really hits, and his performance does sometimes take a dip. At the same time, though, he's got a lot of heavy hitters around him. On the other side of things, Aspas doesn't need anyone to activate him. He just activates himself.
True, that's true.
Just
that's
round 3.
Valid.
Give him an AR, let him rip.
Literally.
He's literally the kind of person that once he picks up the operator, that's when he becomes really lethal. That being said, he's been really good at taking those fights. The thing about Aspas that I like is that he's not too aggressive of a duelist to the point of where he takes a lot of those over peaks. But what I do really like is the way that Zekin and Aspas have worked together recently. Their synergy has made them so good at becoming more aggressive together, taking those peaks together. Their gameplay has been really well-rounded, and I think for Zekin and Aspas, I'm looking at them to be that dynamic duo when they are playing the double duo.
Guys, we have the option to go to an ad, but I think we can keep chatting a little bit here as we get this game going. We're just waiting on one player to throw on his headset, and then we'll be diving in. We can talk about some historic rivalries, some matches that they've had in the past, but I want to start here, Athena, about your opinion on adults with plushies, aka stuffed animals, at their workstation.
Oh, at their workstation? Yeah. Absolutely. Yes. I love it. I'm
You're
a big
pro
fan.
stuffy.
I mean, have you seen a lot of these plushies? Most of them actually have really deep meanings for these players, which is really cute. Some are given by girlfriends or wives. Some they bought when they went to some sort of global event that reminds them of home. And I think it's nice to just always have something that kind of grounds you.
So you don't see it as like a visual ball and chain?
No.
It's more of like happy, positive thoughts, reassuring comfort.
Yes.
Gifts. Okay.
Yep.
Understood.
I
saw a purple hippo up there on the desk. I was like, I don't know what's going on with my star player.
You're just mad that you don't have a plushie on your desk.
My wife has not given me a stuffed animal yet, and I'm going to request that for my 41st birthday. Pilski, talk to me a little bit about the mojo, though. If you're looking for a swing in momentum, is there a hype man on Global Esports? Is there like an emotional leader on that squad?
I think they have several. I think Harvey and Patman are kind of the duo coming out of the Philippines that bring a lot of energy to the team. They both have a big kind of hand in the calling presence, and I think Autumn is kind of the calming presence in the team that has by far the most experience on this team. And whenever an Australian guy gets hyped in your ears, you're going to be pretty pumped up. He's going to G up the boys.
On the other side, Athena, we're taking a look at a few of the players here from MIBR. Who is my in-game leader and who is my duelist to watch that could go for that pop-off moment on camera?
Burno's going to be your in-game leader. Absolutely insane in the server, by the way. Just get ready to watch him. But in terms of duelists, you actually have two. You have Zekin and Aspas that are highly considered two of the best duelists when it comes to Americas. Obviously, nothing on
मजा आएगा वे ग्लोबल esports में बहुत मजा आने वाला है बहुत मजा आने
They're
वाला है
so good. You should watch them play.
किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो?
The important part is you should watch them and how they play together, because together they become this crazy
कमेंट सेक्शन में तुम्हें एक पोल मिलेगा, उसमें तुम सपोर्ट कर सकते हो जिस भी टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हो, MIBR को या ग्लोबल esports। देखो मैं पर्सनली ग्लोबल esports को सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ, तो ग्लोबल esports ही जीतेगी। अगर तुम्हें लगता है कि ग्लोबल esports को डिफीट किया जा सकता है MIBR के द्वारा, तो नहीं, मुझे लगता है तो तुम कर सकते हो, सपोर्ट कर सकते हो। सनसेट को कर दिया है बैन, फिर उसके बाद फ्रैक्चर भी बैन। अरे मजा आ गया, फ्रैक्चर तो एकदम मजा नहीं आता। लोटस, डब्लू, हेवन, नाइस। ये क्या हो गया? ये क्या हो रहा है?
All right, looks like we're going to see Lotus picked by MIBR.
Yeah, I think this Lotus pick
Global Esports ने पिक किया है
success. They actually had a 100% win rate. Granted, it was the one win on this in the past month or 2 months when they've played in Americas, when they've played in those qualifiers. They've also played it recently in the EWC qualifier.
तो पहला है पिक ग्लोबल esports का लोटस,
which if you know anything about Americas, Crew has been
मजा आ
the
जाएगा
team
भाई।
to beat. on Lotus. They've always had really good protocols.
Heaven decider है भाई, heaven decider है.
That game, I think it makes sense to
बहुत
let that through, especially
बहुत
seeing
intense
how
होने वाला
for
है.
GE they don't really have success on that map.
At the same time, though, if you go back
दोनों का
and
main
look at
match,
GE's history
दोनों का
on
main है
Lotus,
वो
three
map.
different games, 3 losses, 3 different comps. They always change comp. They even played a really crazy triple senti comp, I think, inspired by XLG up against PaperX that didn't really go well for them over in the Ho Chi Minh finals. So I think it's going to be hard for MIBR to have a read picking Lotus against GE, and that's why I'm keeping an eye on the agent select here to see which direction you're going to get from both of these teams. For MIBR,
भाई ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स में आसपास खेल रहा है, क्या खेलेगा, क्या खेलेगा?
Does seem like a bit of a departure from
डेडलॉक तो लॉक भी हो गया.
At least Verno's locked in the deadlock. Over on the side of GE, though, they go a lot of different directions in terms of their comps. This time, they're going to lead into something a little bit more standard.
दो रहना ले रहे हैं, दो रहना ने, दो.
I'm confused because
दोनों में से कौन लेगा भाई? टेक्स या फिर ज़ेकन?
And I do think that the comp on the right looks
भाई
more
वहाँ
like
तो लॉक इन भी हो गया है.
that GE might play.
Omen,
Maybe not the
Fade,
Harbor, though, and I do know that
Jet,
some of the
Wise,
Latin American players and teams
और
do love
Raze.
the Harbor from time to time.
Yeah,
You have been accurate with your
भाई यूरो 10
questioning in the
बहुत
past.
खतरनाक
Be honest,
खेलता है.
Athena,
रेस
do you
बहुत
agree
खतरनाक
with this
खेलता है
take, or
भाई.
can MIBR roll with the
I
Harbor?
think MIBR could potentially roll with the Harbor.
भाई
Also, the
MIBR तो
Arena,
बिल्कुल
it's
पक्का
such a
पहले ही सोच
crazy
रखा
pick.
उसने. हमें
And
यही
I think
करना
that
है.
we've seen it have some sort of success. I think when you're playing on a map like Lotus, it takes away a lot of kind of potential. Like when you're playing a Phoenix, you have the wall, you have the flash around the corners. But the Reina Flash is just not that good in my opinion, so I am a little worried about whichever team did pick the Reina, because it's so
You're
scary.
saying a little bit worried. This comp is batshit. Like, honestly, what is going on, man? This is crazy. And honestly, it has to be GE, because if it's not, MIBR have lost the plot. Like, this is a team that I've watched play a lot of double duelists and things like that.
But low-key, it might be a strat. Like, low-key, if it's MIBR, they're like, guys, we're better, let's just run them down.
Yo, if I am the brand new coach, I'm bringing out a brand new comp, and I'm about to blow honestly, the Valorant community's mind. It is time to shine, baby.
If Platoon is promoted to head coach and he goes into the first game playing ISO Reina, that you're really going to have a tough time handling the fraudulent allegations at that point, especially
what if it works?
What if it works? If it works, sorry, my lord.
Do you guys remember the G2 run where they literally were playing ISO Harbor on Bree? Sorry, so they made it work, so I wouldn't be surprised if this is America's, because we've had it before in the past.
Is this concern that ISO is not strong enough? Is it just the combination of these two? What has you concerned for the noobs out there like me?
They're just weak agents at the moment. They don't see a lot of play in the meta. There's some of the less picked duelists. I can name 4 or 5 duelists better than Arena ISO.
You should name 6 or 7 duelists.
6 or 7 duelists.
Yeah.
There you go. Killing it. Pilsky is not afraid to take on a challenge. I love that. I'm going to keep throwing them at you. Athena, you're a bit on the fence here, so I'm really going to make you give me a declaration.
Fence sitter.
Okay.
Who is the first to 8 rounds in this game?
MIBR.
Why?
I think personally, no, they're not lucky. I think personally they have much more firepower on this team. They've been really well versed when it comes to veterancy on this roster. They have so much potential around them. They've shown themselves as Masters winners, as Champions winners. I can't see a world where MIBR here doesn't take it to those first 8 maps, because they're just so good. And looking at the smiles of their faces, come on, the vibes are there.
Stuffed animals, breathe red strips.
You and these stuffed
MIBR
animals,
कितना
man.
थोड़ा सा टेंस्ड लग रही है.
We gotta get him.
Oh, global esports एकदम chill mood में.
You know, it's one of my strengths.
Go ahead,
I can really scout out talent and win matches already, and this one is nowhere ready. So I think we could be going to an ad soon, and when the match is ready to kick off, we could be diving in deeper. Production, go ahead and clarify that. In the meantime, Pilsky, I'm going to keep asking questions.
Chat में global esports करते हैं. Spam कर दो global esports.
A strong, like, I love watching snipers. They're the flashiest thing. If you hit a headshot, it's nearly an insta-kill almost all games. Who is the star sniper on both sides? And are there multiples that for example, pulled out a big Marshall at times, collecting enormous rounds on the eco?
I mean, Aspas is just a star op player for GE. They've got a couple of players who can use it, honestly, but probably Autumn is going to be the player you're going to see using it most.
And then when am I going to the Outlaw? When am I going with the Operator? Talk me through, like, how I spend my economy throughout this series.
Outlaw, anti-eco, or if you think the other team is light on cash, like if the rounds have been close, you know, their economy's struggling, you're going to go for an outlaw. You will see probably both of these teams have used the outlaw. I've seen Aspas do it, I've seen GE do it, I've seen Autumn pick it up. So that's when you're going to pick that up. Operator, yeah, Zekin, that's true. Operator in any other circumstance, you know, when you want to mix it in for a gun round.
I have a question for you.
Hit me.
Who on G, based on the agents, who's gonna opt, the Reina or the ISO?
I am questioning,
or the Harbor.
Reina.
I'm questioning whether that's the comp
Reina
get in the server, because we are resetting the lobby as far as I know.
Yeah.
So they may have.
I've got news. Ignore what we've seen in the past. The Harbor Wave could still be in the game. He could be removed. We're gonna find out as only time will tell. We've got a whole bunch of new awesome graphics being loaded in across the board here. If you guys could see what we see, we are in the middle of a massive expo center downtown Paris, France, and they are building all around us. Stages are going up. We've got video walls growing, and our players are still filing in. We've got MBLL still going on, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, excuse me, and of course, this game, VALORANT, going on in week 0. Agent Select is ready. Let's dive into it and find out who our players actually want to play on our first map. Athena, remind me, what is map number 1?
Is Lotus, and I think both of these Agent Selects make a little bit of sense. I am a little bit scared for the side of MIBR because that Waylay hasn't really found that much success recently. It's kind of crazy that the Americas teams, we saw NRG picking that up on the Fracture and kind of struggling to find success. But I think when I'm looking at Aspas, I really like him on the jet. I'm a little bit worried that that first double duelist pick is going to be scary.
But मुझे यार अगर बताया जाए ना तो वाइज का सेटअप बहुत अच्छा है। वाइज का सेटअप बहुत अच्छा है।
As I mentioned before, they played 3 games of Lotus in the last couple of months.
तुम्हें
They
क्या
played
लगता है?
3 different comps, and this is nothing surprising to see
अरे मेरे
them
भाइयों,
lean in to get another
तुम्हें क्या लगता
different
है
comp.
कि वाइज ज़्यादा
Once
अच्छा
again,
है
though,
या
running the
साइफर
double
ज़्यादा
duelist,
अच्छा है?
just a little bit of a different flavor.
Lotus
Honestly,
में।
I think what MIBR are running though, the Waylay is going to be fantastic against the Vice. It's so easy to be able to pick out some of those setups and then just refract out. Really helps you work the map here on Lotus.
Let's go. I think the way that they play it is really important here, and I hope they have some antis because their Neon has been really good. And immediately right off the bat, we're going to see an aggro C play with these duelists. The Raise Days coming in and GE just speeding up.
Autumn getting ready for the dash on in. Paint Shell's going to slow down the offense for GE.
Oh, bhai, क्या entry मारी है Raise ने?
On in is finding some impact. Aspas from the backside of the site.
Let's go.
By Udatan. Burno, as well as the rest of MIBR, trying to force their way through Waterfall, but it's
भाई
not
low
the
कर दिया।
execution that they're really looking for. Pick through the smoke, goes the way of Harvey. As GE get themselves the player advantage, push on spawn side. The AG.AL of GE really starting to warm up. And on the other side of things, it's Verno for MIBR that has to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, GE starting really explosive, just going, contesting that fight, and making sure they're able to push up. Udotan gonna get the sheriff kill onto Verno. But yes, the pistol going the way of Global Esports. And I think for MIBR here, I mean, taking that peak is one thing, but not having a fallback plan is a little bit scary. That pistol just trying to scout, get some information, I'm assuming, and they weren't expecting the whole pack of GE to be there.
I mean, honestly, you wouldn't have had it any other way if you're MIBR. If you're playing double C Mound with Zekin and Aspas on double duelist and the other team runs into you, you can't really complain, honestly. So GE are going to be quite happy about how that round went. Now into the anti-eco. Haven't fully committed to this buy. Autumn and Zavi with a little bit of extra cash in the back pocket. You have to seize nade over on the
ये गया
activating that refract and does at least take a chunk out of Patman. He's the only player to really invest anything in this round for MIBR.
This is the type of round that Puckett would have loved to see. two scope weapons online for both these teams, but grouping up towards this A side here, we have Zavi actually just sitting outside of that C mound, tapping on that door, putting some pressure, using the Prowler to clear that door, and it's actually going to pull 3 of these players on MIBR into this site. They do have a chance to reclear, but anything that they do right now might be just a little bit too late.
आसपास भाई बहुत गंदा ऑफ करता है। आसपास को मैंने देखा है ऑफ करते हुए, बहुत गंदा ऑफ करता है भाई। गंदा मतलब बहुत तगड़ा। एंट्री मिल गई साइड पे, सी साइड पे एंट्री मिल गई, इजी एंट्री।
From MIBR, just looking to group up on spawn side and see if they can get some damage done with these pistols.
Pushing towards the spawn here. Autumn, kind of scary with this Phantom. Gets paranoid and gets treated instantly. Verno gets the pick onto Autumn. Now all these players falling back on GE, trying to play a safe post plan. That's a Phantom, a Spectre in the hands of Zekin actually. And they're holding it on and they're trying to do this flood retake. Shutting it down. Alspas with a trade back onto it now. Just flooding it. Zekin and Mizzino getting picks. Man, they should not have pushed into spawn there. That was not a good idea against Pistols.
Oh dear. Pistol just trying to pick up the pieces at the end of things, but that is a very bitter defeat for GE, unfortunately.
बहुत अच्छा retake खेला, बहुत अच्छा retake खेला है.
4 classics and a singular Marshall in the hands of Aspas. That is not how you wanted your anti-eco to be going. And already MIBR a massive boon for them at the start of this Lotus game after conceding the pistol.
Yeah, it feels like we're seeing MIBR just moving as a pack in that last round, and it really rewarded them. We were talking about how the timing might not be there, but it doesn't matter. And now we're looking at the side of GE, 2 pistols, Sheriff and a Bandit, but we have 3 rifles to kind of work with.
GE की economy बिगड़ गई है.
A little bit harder going for this A lobby take. The raised Boomba is actually going to go in. They're going to see that there is someone there, knowing that the pressure is there. Aspas is pushed all the way up, using his refractor just in the nick of time because he was 1 second away from losing that fallback.
Door open by Udatan. Little bit of an investment in this round for GE as the Prowler confirms that GE are indeed inside of tree. Nade for Zekin will zone the attackers away for now, and that's a beautiful seize combo to take out Autumn. GE not happy with how that looks or feels, but Crystal is activating in the middle of the map.
वो आसपास को निकाल दिया बी पे. अरे नहीं.
Mazzino through the backside of that door though does at least give them the man advantage, and he's not done. Looking to push a little bit more here.
Getting a lot of information, pushing this
बी पे ये अरे ये बी पे निकालना चाहिए था. ये निकालना था.
Has fallen apart. GE gonna try to contact up here. They're not gonna clear Rebel just yet. Mazzino gets spotted, but he gets the pick. 1v4, but now 1v3. Patman with a beautiful Sheriff shot onto Mazzino, and all 3 of these players from MIBR are already on the safe side.
Patman looking locked in. He is a big game player for GE, but this is a triple high-low on stairs side that he's about to walk into. Not even the best of players can be dealing with that. Horn dealt with by MIBR, confirming that there is someone on stairs side, and that is just not the angle Patman was looking for. Second round for MIBR here, and GE looking to go into their gun round after the upset on the eco.
I love to see the vibes from MIBR, knowing that they're just kind of playing their game, making sure they're taking a lot of these peaks. I mean, Mazzino just re-walking up instantly. You can tell that's just a sign of confidence in this game when they're able to just take those fights, kind of not really feeling the pressure of losing those 1v1s. Obviously, a little bit punished, but it's okay because now Aspas online with the operator, that operator that we were talking about so much so on this first gun round for GE.
Yep. It is the Cypher as well as the Omen towards C Mound though, and that is exactly where GE are starting to challenge. Cam is still out there towards C to try to confirm whether this is actually going to be a commitment as we head a little bit deeper into this round. Nightfall picked up by Patman. I think they're just going to take that hold and run with it as the progression smoke and the Prowler go in. Still 2 players on the site here. Burno pushed away as he TPs into spawn, and Texas hung around a little bit too far on Waterfall there.
Now post plant for GE, trying not to overextend because they have numbers, but look at how fast these players have gotten over here from the side of MIBR, using that Nightfall on both sides. Not really pushing or moving forward based off of it, but the spike finally gonna get planted. Seconds in, Patman and Udo getting those picks. Udo with a 3,
aggressive.
shut it down, and Bruno now left in a 1v4. The nade's coming in, and it's gonna make a 4K for Udo.
Nice round.
Nice round. To restore a little bit of confidence, and they are starting to really hammer home the point that this C site is a problem for MIBR. Rolled over it both on the pistol and then in their opening gun round here. Despite who's playing there, Global Esports are not having too many problems cracking that.
Yeah, looks like MIBR, the flood retake just wasn't there. Zekin was all out onto site using both satchels and no one was there to follow up. The util wasn't really there either, but now a little change of pace here for MIBR, using a heavy stack towards the same main to get control.
Yeah, Outlaw out on the line. Bottom looking for the pick, dodging that paranoia. Crystal's got him backed decently, and despite the fact that MIBR do secure control of Rebel, they have lost 2 players on the C push and the A push. GE in full control of this round.
Grouping towards this C here. They're not worried about it. They've come here before. Verno playing close with that Bandit. Not going to be able to get 1, but as I say that, he gets 2. Zabi getting a trade onto Verno. A spam kill from a Mazzino, and all of a sudden, it's a 2v2 here.
क्या हो गया क्या हो गया क्या हो गया क्या हो गया
Especially given the fact that you have one player down on a sheriff this
चल रहा है चल रहा है चल रहा है चल रहा है
information. The Fade on the other side of things looking to slow this one down. Both of them are creeping up on Waterfall side. Patman just playing the off angle. Does spot out Aspas and loses a little bit of the trade, but that doesn't give him pause for thought. He just continues challenging this off angle. Crystal has got the cross. Aspas into a very difficult 1-on-2. Able to punish Patman for the peek on the back of the Prowler there. Spike ticking a little bit faster as pressure is being applied by Crystal. He's going to peek out, but Aspas able to spray him through the wall and pick up that massive 1-on-2 for MIBR. This is just such a tense range.
I questioned a little bit the Aspas waylay, but his movement there, the way that he uses util was really nice to see. MIBR, they keep going for these aggressive peaks, trying to get that line. Tex also answering on the other side. When they lose a number, trying to retake some sort of space towards C. It looked really rough, but for GE, this right here, Verno getting these two was so important. Punishing those players for just not making sure that they're trading, and the way that they're pathing into sight was a really good one.
Really rough. You left it a 2-on-1 against Aspas and took him all the way down to 14 HP, but that's all he needs to get some of those rounds done. You can see just how much damage this has done to both teams' economy now. This is going to be a reset round for both of them in round number 6. Quick moves here on towards the C side of the map from MIBR, really pushing it all the way down. Prowler clears the middle of the map. Firstly, on the other side of things, GE have taken A control, but are looking to re-clear the middle of the map here.
Slow group towards this C side here. MIBR have literally nothing on this site. 2 players rotating over towards spawn. Make that 3. They have an inkling that they're trying to end towards this C site here, and the Prowler comes out. The execute, that's going to be so much noise, but they're positioned really well here for MIBR to have a really fast flood.
There's big ults for both of these teams. GE very tentative on getting the spike down. They don't want to kind of push the issue too much. They know that MIBR are ready for this flood. In goes the showstopper and the conversion pass. The rocket not really converting on anything. And we're still in a 5-on-5. Aspas finally breaking through for the time being. Still tentative, waiting for that rocket to elapse on the side of GE, who are all playing inside of the site. Auto up close, able to convert on at least 2, but out of ammo. A couple of trades come through, and it's all down to Patman. In a 1-on-2, this is what he does best. Rookie of the year last year, but not good enough this time. Verno will put him down, and it's another successful C retake for MIBR.
That's crazy from MIBR. That whole round, they were constantly moving in the spawn, constantly rotating, trying to find out where the lines were. It was a little bit weird that they were moving towards that A site where Tex had set up all his Cypher trips, but they learned right away. They heard that there was no noise, They instantly rotated over. Still a little bit scary. That was a little bit sloppy of a retake, getting picked off when they're running through the smokes like that, making sure they're not in trade of their frags. And now, on this round, we're going to have a full thrifty here for GE. Sheriffs almost across the board, but knives on the side of Autumn.
It's a big round for MIBR to be winning. Need to try to capitalize off the back of that. Once again, you're getting this refract walk through from Aspas straight into Autumn, but that's a difficult shot to be converting on the blades.
That was scary. That was really scary. Autumn with those knives are not something to be messed with. But GE continuing to take it a little bit slow, just trying to find their pick, find their one. Trying to get that number advantage so they can pick where they want to go. Looking like they want to end towards this A here, but a little Prowler not going to get any info. Aspas getting the peek, drops Autumn, and all of a sudden, that's a lot of information for them because Mizzino has Olive Tree and 3 players now on this A site ready to keep it, fight for it, make sure they don't get on.
Yeah, Verno on that C info line is fantastic. That's a cracker of an entry from Harvey though, but Aspas still getting in the mix with the Outlaw, able to dash out of the site now, but it's a lot of pressure here for GE. Oma TP does come in, but unfortunately they haven't checked Tex yet. That's a spike drop. Neural Theft is invested there. Patman caught on the cross. Crystal was potentially a little bit of a contingency plan here for GE to pivot on over to, but when he doesn't have the spike, there's not much to be done, and Aspas will end it
This has been a really big step up for Aspas on this waylay. I feel like his movement has just become so much cleaner than what it used to be on the waylay. Felt a little bit clunky, felt a little bit like they didn't have a plan. But now, this
सब
in
अच्छे से खेलेंगे
particular made me
पता है सबको
gasp because it was just so
जल्दी
scary. But then also when he's on that site, able to just get away from the fight after taking his pick, his timings on this has been really good. And of course, the rotations from MIBR, it's been so good all game so far. Feels like they're almost that step ahead. They're just there every single time when they know that GE is putting down the pressure. And now for GE, they're probably wondering, what do they need to do? So far, they've had that success on getting onto C. They've had success on getting the spike down, but it's that fast flood all of a sudden that they can't cope with.
Yeah, I think a lot of these rounds are just getting quite messy and drawn out, unfortunately. Neither one of these teams really getting the clean execution that they're looking for, and MIBR always coming ahead in those situations. So this is not a particularly easy pause to take as GE because you're kind of trying to adjust on micro things like, okay, our spacing is off a little bit, maybe our comms are off, maybe we need to make better plans in some of these post plans. But we'll see what the approach is going to be, whether it is going to be those micro adjustments or whether they're going to come in with a clear plan into round 8. We're trying to break this dry spell. Got the pistol, got ecoed. We're able to come through with a gun round in round 4, but outside of that, MIBR is really starting to pull ahead now.
Yep, another operator online for Aspas this time. Bought to him by Verno, and they're going to do another C's nade towards this Rebel, trying to punish any A main. The dash comes in. He might get caught by those nades, and Saki gets that pick onto Autumn with those paint shells. Mazzino just pushing up. His aim is so crisp. Udo getting caught off, just trying to jump up towards that half wall, and now all of a sudden, GE's plan is just falling apart. They can't get this A lobby. They have no presence anywhere else on this map. And MIBR, they just have the full line, getting the orb. This is just a chill day for them.
Yeah, this is nightmare fuel for GE. Post timeout, they immediately
ये map जो है GE का है. GE ने pick किया ये map.
Up the pieces. Prowler going forward. Aspas on a pretty dirty off angle here. I don't think this is to be expected.
ले गया. Oh, nice
shot from Crystal. GE might have a little bit of a chance in here. MIBR well aware of exactly where GE are. The question is, how many more duels are they going to be given?
निकालेंगे.
Mazzino alone on this A site, but Tex to join him. The baby door being held two here by Zakin, and Crystal getting another one. He's the main reason why this team has come back into this round. Walking up here, looking like they're trying to add towards Tex with a beautiful flank, and Verno getting that final pick onto Patman.
Yeah, that's Tex's best position. He's just won like 2 rounds for MIBR from that exact same spot.
ध्यान नहीं दिया.
Or he's just valuing his life and waiting in the wings, knowing that his Cypher utility is doing a lot of work on the map. And then when he's needed, comes out from the woodwork and gets it done. The round that did not start
आसपास को बहुत अच्छा निकाला.
Since his transition over to this Sentinel role, his mechanics have really been something to marvel at after maybe having some weaker performances individually in the past. But that still wasn't quite enough to dig GE out of a bit of a nightmare situation as they go back onto yet another kind of weaker buy.
Aspas setting up with the op towards that C, so it is a little bit weaker, but they're sitting here trying to get any information. The Odin spam coming in through that door towards tree. Tex is here just spamming full setup towards B, which hasn't really been contested yet. Haven't tried breaking any of those Cypher trips on the side of GE, so Tex is just having a field day, having those really good rotations as much as he can, and now information gathered from Mazzino. They're going to know that there's players towards the A side.
There goes Harvey. No more smokes on the attacking side. Those are usually important, as far as I'm aware, Athena. We've lost Udatan as well. Autumn swinging through the smoke hand in hand with Patman. It's an immediate paranoia straight from Verno over on the B side, and that is giving GE pause completely shut down. This has been a landslide of rounds capped off by a flawless MIBR.
This is almost a landslide here for MIBR.
अब मुझे लग रहा है कि हमें सपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा MIBR. यहाँ उल्टा कर्ज पड़ रहा है. ठीक है? ठीक है. अब हम MIBR को सपोर्ट करेंगे. ठीक है?
Just because they can, fighting that A, fighting that C, setting Aspas up with an op anywhere that he wants to go, and just being really annoying. It feels like they're not even forcing it that hard. They're just allowing GE to take the bait on a lot of these fights, and now switching it up, this setup towards B site. We said that they never really challenged it, and somehow MIBR knew because 2 players here for the first time from
GE.
Given a stern warning there, down to 4 HP, and Aspas might go back for a second helping here. Out by the Prowler there from Mazzino. Patman pushed away. Verno continually just has this C info line self-sufficiently for MIBR. Doesn't even need any help. He just keeps cycling the dark covers. And once again, GE given A rubble control, because MIBR, honestly, at this point, do not care if they have it. Every single time GE actually use it to springboard into A, they get absolutely rolled.
And now, finally, Tex is going to see some action, ending towards that Cypher site for the first time this game. They're going to see that trip, and they're going to know something's up. Hopefully, they're thinking for themselves that this might be the weaker site, but we still need to be careful because there's 3 players here towards the side of MIBR. The Nightfall comes out, stops that execute from ever happening for GE, and they walk away
entry, fast entry ho sakti hai C pe.
Verno not overcooking that one, but at least GE have pushed him off the info line. Autumn very much hoping that someone will give him some kind of opportunity here, but with the cam up, there's absolutely no reason for MIBR to peek. Tex, they've seen him in stairs.
यहाँ फंस गए यार, फिर फंसेंगे. इस बार ठीक किया, इस बार अच्छा किया, इस बार अच्छा किया.
Second, the trip gets hit, but no one really capitalizes.
चलो निकाल. अरे नहीं.
Inside of the door. And second, not really tested enough inside a tree. Crossfire coming through from Tex with only 10 seconds on the clock. This is falling apart for GE. 10 HP on Udatan, and that is an easy 3K per second.
Oh God!
How many rounds have they just walked up A into an absolute nightmare situation?
It's insane. Like, whether Tex is there alone on weak side, he's able to hold. Whether the team is literally not on site, they're able to rotate in time. And every single time, they're just punishing GE using the Seize nade combo at the best of times from MIBR. It feels like they've really got a definite good read on how GE is playing, how they're going to be adapting. They're 1 or 2 steps ahead at this point, I feel like.
But GE के पास 3 ult
this round. 2 players from
ये राउंड तो निकालना पड़ेगा, कैसे भी करके ये राउंड निकालना पड़ेगा.
But it's 2 different players. It's Verno and Tex this time, as opposed to Zek and Ospas. Tex getting 2 picks. He's been a star player so far this game, but the trades are coming in. Javi and Patman both good for 1, and all of a sudden the Nightfall comes in. This execute is gonna be turned into a spike plan. I see that, but Second's already into sight. He's flooded in. Uno getting a pick, but it's not enough. Ospas, Patman.
Oh.
Oh man, I mean, again, GE,
they
do a pretty good job of cracking on into that C side, but the flood is a little bit too fast for them to deal with.
3 ult में भी रह गया.
Pass just light speeding in with the shorty, able to end that round before GE can really get the comfortable and put their feet up inside of the C side. 9-2. This is very rough going for GE. This Lotus pick is looking pretty excellent on the side of MIBR.
उनके वेले के पास ult है.
Double digits before we end this first half of regulation here.
Yeah, definitely scary.
Okay, don't laugh
I'm
like
sorry.
that.
You don't like my villain laugh?
That's too much.
Just, you know, reminding you that America's is going to be on top. But anyway, 3 of these players from MIBR, they're set up towards A. Again,
फंस गया.
There's something going on here. Zekin using the nades with the wailing combo. That was insane.
नहीं सामने आना था. सामने ही नहीं आना था.
And GE, they're opting to just run towards this site. But Verno hears that TP. Oh, Javi sticking that insane. And now all these trips are going to slow down the rest of the execute. Tex punishing Uno. But the trade with that rocket.
Steel Garden, desperation stations here for GE as Verno's able to deal with
What?
Batman, and it's a 10-2 half for MIBR.
ये कब चालू के कब खत्म हो रहा राउंड पता ही नहीं लग रहा.
Here on Lotus defense.
I feel like a player that we haven't talked about enough is Tex, and he's on the top of the scoreboard here for MIBR. He's been playing so well, and I feel like this player has consistently been a rock for this team, a stabilizer. He's always good for his. Playing that Senti role, his lurks have been insane. He's constantly been really good with those rotates, as we can see on this map specifically. He's always in the right place on the right time. And now I'm kind of excited to see how he plays on this attack side, seeing how he's going to lurk, how he's going to take those ones, because you can tell none of these players on MIBR are scared to take their ones.
G के लिए काफी easy रहेगा.
Nor should they be. A lot of talent stacked up on this roster. And now they've finally gotten the chance to grace the international stage. They are definitely not going to be taking that for granted.
अब defense में क्या करना चाहिए ने? G को.
Unfortunately, at the expense of Esports, who have got to try to get something rolling in the second half.
वो बहुत ज़्यादा rush करेंगे. वो aggressive जाएंगे अब अपने attacking round में MIBR बहुत aggressive जाएंगे.
At least play for a little bit of momentum coming into their own pick.
अभी confidence lose नहीं करना है G
को. Halftime, what are you trying to do? Other than
me as a coach, because I was a terrible hype man, I would be like, come on guys, we could do this.
If you said that to me and I was 10-2 down, I would be like, it's okay guys, let's just go next.
निकलेंगे rounds निकलेंगे.
I might try and just make people laugh.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's a rough game, guys.
That's
Pistol
valid.
round तो
I mean,
निकालना
this
पड़ेगा.
is a struggle of a map.
जी को पिस्टल राउंड निकालना पड़ेगा. पिस्टल राउंड निकाल लिया. तीन राउंड अब
always
खेलते.
dominate in scrims. New half. Let's just pretend, okay? A little bit of role play, guys.
पहले अपना
Yeah,
पिस्टल
and then
राउंड आएगा.
Ospas
पिस्टल
is
राउंड
in
के
your
बाद अपना
face,
बाय करेंगे
refracting
वो.
back, getting
फिर उसके
space,
बाद
Zekin
अपना
throwing nades
बोनस
in
राउंड.
consistently at the perfect
ये
time.
3 राउंड चाहिए अपने.
Yeah.
I understand. They're good. They're playing well. They're playing well.
But it is
तो कुछ
MIBR's
उम्मीद
pick.
बनेगी.
Just be like, hey guys, listen, it's MIBR's pick. Don't worry.
भाई
They're
कितना
gonna win this
रिलैक्स्ड
one.
है.
We
अब
go
भी
into
रिलैक्स
ours.
है.
We're prepped.
ग्लोबल
We know what we're
esports
doing in the
वाले
next
अब
game.
भी कितने
We got this
रिलैक्स.
on lock.
I mean, it's a big test because, as mentioned before, they do have a new head coach in the coaching booth, someone that has been very intimately involved with the roster in all of their runs recently, though. But Platoon has definitely got to step up as a little bit of a leader here for Global Esports, and I do imagine that Harvey and Patman will have many words to be saying to the boys. Try to keep them a little bit more focused. Smiles on the face of Autumn. Just one of those games that happens sometimes.
Yep.
But
Rounds
a
निकले.
pistol
बहुत
and
easy
a
rounds
couple of rounds can really, change a man's perception.
Starting into this pistol now. Kind of a must-win for GE if they want to kind of give themselves some sort of rounds to work with and not allowing MIBR to run away with it. MIBR, though, starting towards 3B. The mound info is going to be taken by GE. That Prowler is going to push them all the way back, and that pressure is going to pull a rotate. Osboss already into the B site, refracting back. Zekin trying to get that pick onto Javi, but it's not going to work out. Javi just being so good at not giving them one. But late now, Zekin gets that pick. The door is tapped. Autumn punishing Osboss for standing out in the open. And now all of a sudden, they're pushing towards the spawn here, wrapping towards C.
Yeah, it's a little bit disjointed for MIBR, so they need to make sure that they're not putting a toe out of line on an individual basis. Same can be said for GE, though. Just one player on this A side by himself. Crystal has got a lot of work to do, and he's completely surrounded. Sheerwall at least keeping a main in check as he slips into tree. In the meantime, Autumn is clearing out all of attackers' spawn, but with MIBR making their way onto the A site, boots can be heard on the ground here. Crystal around the corner with the frenzy has got a lot of work to do. 4 bullets left, and at least is able to take 2 with him.
Now all of a sudden a 2v3 here. The nades coming out, preventing that spike from being put down. Zekin trying to get aggressive, take that heaven space back, trying to get one. Inferno just waiting. Tapping that spike once again, trying to get it down, and two of these players walking up towards this A main. So much noise for Inferno, but they know that that heaven is clear because of the space that Zekin's taking. The smoke going down. He's going to try playing into that. And all players are up on this front side. Zekin getting the pick onto Autumn, and now all of a sudden a 2v2. The paranoia going out, but Udon, he's already wrapped towards the back of the site. 2v1, the spike is half. Scary Patman, he has no HP. Zekin, could this be an ace to win this round? The nades waiting for that tap being thrown. Patman walking away from it. So low. Oh my god, the seat going out, the haunt. Nothing yet.
Patman tapping the spike. Just gonna stick it, but it's the ace for Zekin. And that is just insult to injury for Global Esports. 11-2 here. They desperately needed a pistol here on Lotus in the second half, but it's not going to be coming together. That is just perfection from yet another one of MIBR's stars.
Really good job for MIBR. It looked like they were trying to get towards B. They started pushing towards C. They heard that door open, and they were like, never mind, I think they're stacked and wrapping towards that A. But for GE, man, like, that was winnable. It looked like they were in the right place at the right time. They had the right reads. They collapsed onto that front B, making sure they were punishing it. And now they're stuck with these not the best weapons. Sheriffs trying to get anything to do, and they're using it to start pushing towards that B main.
Desperation force here for GE. MIBR really simplifying, starting to make their way through tree. Autumn.
चलो भाई निकलेंगे rounds
Harvey will be at least able to follow up on for a moment, but Aspas with a quick reply. Unitime on the off angle. The Stinger is not the gun for the job there.
रुके कुछ तो रुकेंगे.
MIBR at least able to settle for a moment. Flanks coming in from
साइड के अंदर चले गए भाई. उन्हें रोकना पड़ेगा. ये मारना पड़ेगा. इसको मारना है. Nice, Batman.
3v3 here. This post plan looking a little bit hard. The door is going to get tapped. That pressure is going to be good. Tex is going to fall off of that tree
3v3 है,
positioning.
3v3 है, 3v3 है. Location आ जाए, 2 की location. नहीं आई.
The fast flood coming in now, tapping that spike, trying to get any of these solo peaks.
Nice.
And getting the pick onto Tex. Beautiful shot. Inferno trading, instantly getting 2.
Whoa.
Now all of a sudden a 1v1, but it's Zekin. He's won that pistol.
Oh.
And he's going to win
Arey,
this round
yaar.
as well. Really good try
Arey.
by GE here, punishing so many of those angles and being fast on that flank. But it just doesn't work out when MIBR, they're just shooting back.
I mean, that's just traumatic. 2 rounds in a row. Zekin denying Global Esports around on that A site. And yeah, it's not looking like they have long left here on Lotus, unfortunately. A lot of these rounds getting down into scrappy XVXs, even in the first half. But MIBR have come out on top of those time and time again. Another force being put together here for GE. And, they can come up with, it is a glass cannon outlaw, handful of bulldogs. Patman at least has a vandal and some armor.
गड़बड़ कर दिया, थोड़ा गड़बड़ कर दिया बे, गड़बड़ कर दिया.
That prowler over on the C side of the map. MIBR have taken some space over there.
Lots of C-mount pressure.
बचा.
They're walking into Javi. Autumn, sorry, getting picked off by Tex. That's actually insane. The peak right there from Tex. This is what I was talking about in terms of lurks. And now so much information has gone, but they're going to try to re-clear towards the C. A really nice trap here. The blind, the paranoia going in. But the trades are just so good from MIBR. Osmos getting that pick. Everyone's just following up with each other. And all of a sudden...
GG हो गया guys, GG हो गया, GG.
Yeah, Unitan has got his work cut out for him here. Will have to announce his presence by opening up the door, and MIBR already set up nicely. Tex sitting in the corner here. Low on HP, doesn't want to overcook this one. Unitan really going looking for someone, and somehow in the player cam, he's playing without one hand on the mouse. Of course, that's Harvey. He's dodged. Burno was playing his time in the door. Tex will get it done. It was only really a matter
well played,
of time. Let's be honest, a
GG's.
fantastic opener here for
MIBR.
बहुत अच्छा,
बहुत अच्छा.
Yeah, what a way to start out their games. And this is what I was talking about.
Nice.
When it comes to firepower, so many of those rounds were won just by sheer peaks, just by taking their ones, making sure they're aggressively playing, taking that map control, because quite frankly, they feel like it. They feel like they're going to win those fights, and they did. Really well played by MIBR. GE, they really tried to climb back into it, but I just was not convinced.
I mean, there was a couple of almost rounds. I think there was a lot of those rounds where things go kind of down
कोई
into
दिक्कत नहीं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, कोई दिक्कत
unfortunately,
नहीं
when one team wins all of the clutches, all of the post plants, they're usually going to win the game, Puckett.
You nailed it. I asked who was going to be the first 8 rounds. Should have asked, would you see more than 3 round wins for Global? Somewhere there is a very frosty smile out there, as there seems to be some issues in terms of where we want to go as a squad. Honestly, is this a problem with a new roster, or is this a problem with just a bad map for them? How has it been in Pacific for them historically?
I mean, you were kind of already...
You need to choose your words
10 to 4, Tom. God damn it. Nice slide coming in from Kosh, but he'll be caught this time. Stun there for Benji, and he's made it around the corner. Out of dodge, at least for now. But even trades right off rip for Heretics, when they have these weaker weapons to work with, it's not too bad.
निकलेंगे round 6.
The other thing I'm surprised by is GRQ and Kira have both gone for the light shields. That's a big advantage if Woot gets them in his sights. For now, you can see he's clearly not going to. He's on the other side of the map, but the late round, I wouldn't put it out of...
They have got the right read. They've decided, okay, we've got Raid Boss on one side in the form of Woot, and the rest of the players on the other. Benji already managed to clear one. Nice shots, though. Do they realize that Rians is still here? Yes, they do. Good paranoia. Make sure all the danger is gone.
I mean, it's Woot. You're in a 3 versus 1 against Woot, and you're low HP. Pop the ult. Go look for him.
He did still have the Blaze Wall. We could have healed himself up with that, too.
I think they know it's, or at least suspect after earlier, and the shots landed, that this should be an outlaw. So the thing is, you're going back to 125 shields. I forgot he was the player on light shields. So even still, it would be a one and done.
Miss kiya. Timing issue.
In this round, and closes in the gap a little bit.
Yeah, he was a necessary hero, which is a worrying sign with that being quite a weak bonus round. It was a few guns to play with. I think there was an SMG in the mix as well. So it's not the worst for Heretics, but I think the main thing is that if GRQ is going to start popping off like this over on the Phoenix, that's something that almost feels like a necessity going into this attack side half. You're 5 rounds down, your Phoenix. This is where he should thrive. On the defense, Phoenix is really hard to use. Very situational, the retakes can work. And while operator in hand, Woot has been pretty disrespectful with the way he's been finding these openers so far, but this time they've avoided him.
Walking down again.
Yeah.
They haven't avoided him.
Yeah, that lasted about 5 seconds. Woots picked up the first blood for this squad. All gamers now in trouble. Oh, they're in so much trouble. Koshmaris! Left another on half, and he has sent them scurrying away from the B site into the hands of the Paranoia and Benji Fishy. There's no safe haven for this squad as 11 on the board for Team Heretics.
They felt like they were almost ushering them into exactly where they wanted to be. So you have the operator to push them out of one spot. Then they go towards middle. You're like, okay, they've fallen back. We get them with the Odin. It's like, okay, what happens if they now go into garage? We've got not just one flash. We got a double flash setup. That was a Paranoia and then the pop of the Rose on the other side as well. So that there's no way anybody... You dodge one of those, you're still completely blinded. And then they double swing it together. That's a gorgeous round from Heretics. And from All Gamers, you basically fell for every step of their plan.
I'm going to be honest, in the first 4 rounds, I was so worried for Heretics. They're making simple mistakes, and All Gamers look like the better squad, but that has changed in this second half. The defense, 2 away from closing it.
That's not caught him.
Pressure onto All Gamers. Economy quite low, a headhunter, all that Fangir has to work with, and he's about to have a challenge. A face coming out on long. Drone clears all this space.
He's going for the players, not the drone.
This is exactly what happens. You get your drone cancelled, the spam through the wall and the door. Done a lot of damage. And I think the worst part is Woot is still sitting in that corner. He's gotten out a little bit wider, and they suspect that it's clear. It's been too long without him peeking, so they shift walk it and he misses.
Oh, you know, there's a first for everything. A little bit of pressure now being put on, but this is a ruse. This is a fake. Now, they are going to have to trip the wall in order to give this up. Benji's also gone pressuring into middle, and they've sent the rotation back of Koshmaris. They've actually realized that maybe not so...
Let's go.
Already managed to trade it back into their favor once again. GRQ needs another big round, and he's got nothing. They are losing every single fight. But Fangir's behind them. Sneaking up back around. He needs to get, well, basically needs to get 2 at least from this scenario. The first one might just be 3, but then they turn around and he's going to come out with 3. Leaves it down to 1v1. Shrimp has picked up
easy round
the Odin. Sticking it though. Halfway already gathered up. Almost has to try and swing this one. Needs the instant shot. He will get it. A 4K for Benji. Fangir's heroic wasn't quite enough. And unfortunately, they are now facing map point.
12 on the board. Again, the first 5 rounds, it looked like we were going to get a completely different game here, but Heretics have activated. And that's the scary prospect. Woot being on fire like this right out the gates.
Look at this round.
He's coming back here to defend his title.
Like Benji pushed mid, went back, cleared a guy in garage, then pushes back around.
यार वो चैम्बर क्या ले गया है यार
all the way back towards long.
यार राउंड ले गया
fought every single possible
बचा लिया
angle
फिर भी उसने
that
बचा
he could
लिया
in this round. And well, this, I'll be honest, this timeout feels a little bit late. Like, I know you're not just gonna give up at this stage, but when you're 12-5 down, what would you say in this moment, Mitch?
वो पूरा रोटेट करके आ गया
analyst or assistant coach, was it, of a team? So, like, if you were given the opportunity by the head coach to talk, what would you say in this moment?
Yeah, if given that opportunity, I think the first thing I tell the boys is, listen, we lost this map about 5-6 rounds ago, so we've always got the...
And then I go, as head coach, come on, be quiet now. Anyway, guys, we need to try and motivate. We need to try and, what?
Nothing. I was feeling inspired.
Oh, okay. What would Minnie say?
मुझे लग रहा है कि ये जो है
because he might be the only person that can help them come back from this scenario. 12-5 down. It's a rough one.
ये round TH
This
का
is a mini comp.
for sure TH का है.
Yeah, it is. He's a big fan of everything here.
Everything we're seeing, he would probably swap
are you
out the
just saying
Sova
it's a
for
small
breach, but other than that, loves it.
Oh, my,
Koshmaris, a little bit too much bitten off there, and my boy can't chew.
Oh, फंसा दिया
For
उसको.
bye. And now they're going to keep going. The A side looking too tempting, but the rotate's already in from Team Heretics. Wood is here, and they've seen Boo up top. They should decide to go back, and it looks
ये
like
अच्छा
they've made
किया.
the call.
उसको रोकना जरूरी था. Neon को रोकना जरूरी था.
Benji's gone pushing again, though. Think about the last round of how much he was able to get with his pressure into middle.
Neon को रोकना
There's a
था.
trap on
ये
the other
अरे
side,
यार
but already being
नहीं.
spotted out. Good awareness.
रुकना चाहिए था.
from
रुकना चाहिए
Fangir,
था.
and they're going to try and pressure him now. No survival. I like this. More of a death ball. Moving together, using that Hunter's Fury to get them in. And while this time that C site will be firmly under their control, the remaining players don't really have the credits to gamble anything for this one.
Save करेंगे.
And yeah,
Save
I
करेंगे.
almost
वो A
wonder
side
if
पे
it'd be
save
worth
करेंगे.
Woot just doing the same. If he gets the orb, he can drop that operator over into the next round. He's not going to take it in time.
This is making me a bit sad that we didn't get this pause earlier, because All Gamers just came in with a very clear game plan.
Yeah.
Stuck to it. Mid-round calls were good. Avoided the dangers. Dealt with mid as well. That flash coming out was perfect. They covered their bases, and I haven't seen them do that in this half so far. So yeah, I fully agree. Pause probably should have come in a little bit earlier, but hey, it might not be too late. 6 in a row. We've seen stranger things.
I haven't seen it.
Disappointing last season, but good opportunity for All Gamers to at least build up some momentum.
निकलेगा भाई. Round निकलेगा.
Going
निकलेगा.
into that next
Round
round.
निकलेगा.
Again, I
अच्छा
do
निकलेगा.
think that if they're running a comp like this, or even just an identity like this, Ascent is going to be tough up against Heretics. You don't have nearly as much space to play with. You're not going to find lanes unprotected or with just one player there, and Heretics will almost always have a response to any aggression you're putting out. So I think that for All Gamers, I at least want to see them look confident going into the next map.
Well, yeah, funnily enough, the last time they played Ascent in the qualifiers, they did run
Oh,
this
उसने
comp.
ध्यान नहीं दिया था.
Yeah, it seems like this is their game plan across a few
उसने
different
ध्यान नहीं
maps.
दिया.
So I agree. I think especially getting warmed up into that attack side. Of course, the next map was chosen by the Heretics, so they will get their choice of start, whether that be the defense or the attack. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, there's going to be a few pieces missing in this round. Now, bear in mind, Woot gets a single kill. That's tour de force. He can drop the operator. Maybe gives them a little bit more of a stance in this round, but I think it is going to be relatively difficult.
Nice.
But hey, if Shrim's going to go jumping wide, even a disappearing app from Woot, and as said, if he wants now, he can give his teammate a gun. If he wants.
I don't know if you could hear that noise in the background, but I think that was Woot shifting into 6th gear. The engine's running hot right now. 6 rounds in a row for All Gamers. A man down already, but this is the buy that should be easy to deal with. Woot, the danger.
निकालना तो पड़ेगा. निकालना पड़ेगा भाई. Round निकालना पड़ेगा.
Rifle on Boo. Look, they haven't even got the spike in their hands for the first minute because they know that there are dangers to be avoided. Now they come back in with direction, and again, the call looks to be good, at least for now. Exploring B, hearing the trap, seeing no contact. If they get in there for the post plant, it should be most of the danger already avoided.
They're going to use the run it back just to make sure.
Worth being cautious.
Spike. Just about going to be planted before
Oh.
he fades away, and then winning back-to-back fights. Pressure once again seems to be on Woot to try and find something in this round, of course, with not handing over the gun to a teammate. He can have the tour de force for the next round, and well, they might not even be looking to play the next round at this point. 2 players spotted and slowly being surrounded. Everybody coming in from behind is a bit of a problem
Oi.
up until GRQ again. Another high impact round from him. The distance down to 5, but still a long, long way to go.
Yeah, great work. GRQ's definitely been waking up. I know coming
Amber
into
ने
this half,
अच्छे
he was
निकाले फिर भी.
saying,
2
look,
अच्छे
that
picks
first half
निकाले.
can be tough, but this is where he's got to be putting up the numbers, finding that impact, and I think he very much has. The flashes out on A long. Think about the late rotate that they went for, avoiding the A stack and hitting into mid. His flashes have been finding them picks or at least pushing players back every single time, and then he's there in the late round to put up those big numbers. Keeping this team alive. 5 in a row needed. And keep up this momentum. Certainly no reason to doubt, but the rifles back out for Heretics, a convincing buy, and as you said, Woot with a tour de force online.
Oh, that's not the start they were looking for, though. Koshmaris being dropped. further aggression needed to almost just try and turn the tide. Look at the position that's being held by Kira as well. Up top,
nice.
But it's Benji.
Nice.
To win the fight. Wu goes for the swing, and as said, he wasn't expecting anybody to be there. Down to just 3 health. But that doesn't mean he's not going to go back for more, not shying away from the fight.
Arey, timing.
Players have already crossed. The 4th player is going to go out with a knife in hand, and that's all too easy.
Nice.
But does he have any idea that they've already crossed past? He does now. Sliding past, and it's a headshot as well. Bye-bye. Leaving just 3v3 and a post plant.
3v3, 3v3, 3v3.
Now, Boo's in position. Paranoia primed and ready. But it looks like that close right corner is the main danger. GRQ has shown up the last couple rounds when they're put under pressure in these moments. The number's even for now. Great shots from by. GRQ there as well. And Kira to close puts them up to 8.
गड़बड़ हो गई है तो ये गड़बड़ कर गई ये.
Yeah, that climb back starting to look more and more likely. And I wonder when the moment that we see a pause on the other side. Obviously, we know the head coach for Heretics is currently not here, but Weber is a man of many words, so I don't think they'll have to worry too much about having conversations with a coach, because both of those have been sort of working together for quite some time, but clearly not feeling that pressure just yet. 3 rounds in a row of 7 that were needed. Kosh Maris is back on his primary weapon, though, so a good opportunity for him to steal the round away, and Mitch to be very excited about it.
Yes, I love seeing the area succeed. Nothing brings me more joy.
I'm glad to hear it.
For Heretics. This shouldn't be the round, but that's often when it is. Pistols in hand, good molly at least, going to force those players out into the open. Danger avoided, and GRQ, man. That's a big pickup of 4K, and it's more than just a flashy play. Ult is online now for the next round. This is starting to look very dangerous, and Tom.
Fortunately for GE, one way thrown up on short side, and that is a death sentence here for Autumn. No way you can crack back into this site. Now IBR are giving him nothing. Spike ticking a little bit faster and out onto the line. Under the one-way is Messino, and MIBR just keep the good times rolling instantly off the back of a 13-2. They immediately win the follow-up pistol to start off Haven.
I really like that GE was active, trying to get some sort of information, pushing all the way down C-Long. But this fight right here, it was so scrappy. You can see how quick everyone was there to react. But it's just the right-click classic from Verno that manages to get 2 kills onto that.
That's a free gun, by the way. I remember back when, in the early days of Valorant, I would just full armor classic anti-eco on Jet and then just buy the op straight away. Because why not? It was even more busted back then than it is now. MIBR quite happy with how that went for them. Nice nice. Kick off this anti-eco into the C site. Dart dealt with. Autumn sitting on the backlines. Position confirmed by RedForce, but that's not too bad from Udatan. Dumping down that relay bolt, cutting up this push for MIBR.
भाई मार रहा है. Neon मार रहा है भाई.
The cage. Out comes the dart as well as a grab net, giving MIBR serious pause for thought here. They haven't pivoted away just yet.
Udatan बहुत मारेगा भाई. Neon ले लिया उसने.
Looking for Autumn, and they have confirmed that he's sitting in the corner. Down goes the deadlock wall. That's going to slow this down a little bit more. Aspas going forward. Straight from the hip with the Marshall, cleaning out all of this C site, and now MIBR are looking a little bit more comfortable.
2v3 here, coming out from the garage, but it's instantly going to get spammed down by Verno. Really decisive at the end there, but that was a little bit scary at the beginning for MIBR. I mean, Zekin getting into that site, not shooting the player that is not looking at him, and instantly refracting back. Little bit scary for MIBR. Obviously, they're still going to be happy with the outcome of this round. They're going to be on that bonus for the 3rd round. These fights were so chaotic. I think GE, they're really trying to be active, really trying to make sure that they're pushing and trading as quick as possible. The fast floods are there. But it's going to be interesting how they play out this round. Gun round for the side of GE.
Harvey having a look to see what his Sova Dart can fashion for him. He does get scanned by MIBR, so rotation comes back across from GE, who have spread out that Sentinel utility around the map. It's something that they love to do. You'll see a lot more of that. A bit of a Sentinel duel over on Garage side. Drone goes looking for some information, but it's immediate paranoia dive into the site there from Zekin. Aspas finding one before the refract comes through. Zekin will hit the deck, and MIBR very much slowing this one down. Tex caught, pulling the pin out from Crystal's grab net there. Drone confirming where Udatan is standing. This is so tentative for MIBR. Not knowing when to make their move, but that's where Aspas and Verno just completely demolish everyone on the site, and Crystal, a little late to the party, has a big 1v3 attempt.
Those are the types of things that I worry about for GE. The 4K for Aspas to close out the round. But every single time it feels like they're in somewhat of a good position, getting that pick onto Tex on the extremity. They still struggle when it gets back into sight, when they're trying to get those trades, when they're trying to path into the site. They constantly take these ones or put themselves in these positions where they're so isolated and they cannot trade. But of course, when you're playing against Aspas, when you're playing against Zekin, you just have to be so much quicker and so much more understanding with these things because they are playing at a pace that really throws you off.
Just waiting out a lot of that center utility, taking their time to crack on into the sites. You can't rush yourself. There's so many sensors, so many trips to deal with. That's very cheeky, using the dark cover to hide from the recon. Udatan on the walk down middle, but the Sheriffs are not really connecting either ones of these vicinities. MIBR now pivoting back towards A, and that's where Harvey had the info line for a moment, but punished now by Aspas.
Not looking too good.
Rotation.
MIBR winning that bonus round just with the sheer force of them going quick, and a punish onto Javi. 3 of these players from GE, though, they understand what's going on. They're stacked onto this site. They've gambled, and it is a good gamble. But it's just the fact that they need to be in these tradable positions. They need to get their ones here because the flank is also on the way. Udo getting that first pick onto Aspas. The paranoia coming in, but in a weird spot, making Udo get 2. Verno trying to get that trade and does end up getting it. And now all of a sudden, 3v3 here. Patman getting dropped by Tex. Crystal with a beautiful shot onto Tex. Now running towards short, trying to pick up that weapon. Does get the Phantom.
Off angle for Crystal, dealt with by Verno. The flank coming in from Autumn. He's actually got a decent timing to be attempting this clutch. Uncovered on the side, but a little bit too late there from Autumn. The model as Verno gets off of that spike plant. Cannot be calibrated on. Always a little bit annoying with some of the animations. Can't quite get the headshot where it's needed, and that's completely punished there by MIBR, despite some heroics on the Sheriffs from Global.
We talked about star players on MIBR, and it feels like every single player has their standout moments so far in this series, constantly going for 3.
भाई वेले क्या कर रहा है भाई वेले क्या कर रहा है
easy it seems sometimes for winning out these frags. GE, that was a close round. It was a little bit expensive for them, but an op on Aspas.
I mean, 100% it was a close round, but like how many close rounds did you have on Lotus?
True.
Really struggled to win any of them. Quicker C execute, Hunter's Fury to back it off, giving a lot of problems for Udatan. The Sova Dart scanning multiple players.
Wow.
And it's a complete decimation of the C site. MIBR changing up the pace after a lot of slower rounds, really waiting out GE and waiting for mistakes. This time it's pedal to the metal straight into C.
बहुत गड़बड़ हो गया भाई मामला
No
गड़बड़
pop
है
execute, instead they just full execute with that way layout. It was really beautiful. Not a single spot on site was left uncovered. And again, the sheer force of the movement coming in from Zekin and Aspas to get into that site so quick. The util usage, the paranoia, the dart, everything just lined up beautifully. And GE, man, they did not stand a chance. Look at those X's, 4 on that C site, 3 of them towards spawn.
I'll tell you one thing, though. There is no way you're getting into tower here. Double sensors. Surely that doesn't work out for MIBR. Dealing with both of them in just an instant. That is just perfection. Even both of the sensors were both checked perfectly by MIBR with the dart to follow up. They really just have not put a toe out of line since this series kicked off.
You really thought that he could hold that.
Give me a little bit of cope. Can I at least save a Vandal in tower for the next round? Anything.
Anything indeed. Well, they do have 2 ults online. The Deadlock ult, they have the Neon ult. They could go for something fast.
Can we at least kill Verno? Like 10 and 0.
10 and 0 is insane.
That's kind of too much.
That's my AG.AL right there.
Yeah, okay. GE back on the Sheriffs. Funnily enough, were one of the rounds where they were a little bit more competitive compared to the gun rounds, but with the Outlaw on Aspas, I'm a little bit worried they might not be able to repeat that. Dash up into the site, out comes the overdrive from Udatan, and hand in hand with Patman, giving MIBR some serious problems, but that is pretty impressive for Mazzino to come up with 2, given that he's hit entirely by the relay bolt. Nahub's Fury connects on nothing. Global Esports now 2-on-4 in this retake, trying to come in from A-Link, dodging that drone, dodging the paranoia, but all of that is just buying more time for the spike and Aspas to slide onto the perfect line. Decent trade back from Harvey and almost a shot through the wall onto Verno there, but with the one-way coming out and a perfect little triangle crossfire, it's not even needed. Verno's just out in the open to get it done for MIBR. I mean, you can't blame the man for his confidence right now. I still don't think he's even died yet.
I'm really questioning the choices from GE here on this round, using 2 ults to try to turn it around, the Sovol and the Neon ult, but it's just not working out after that Neon has dropped, getting scanned for so long by the dart. Mazino full stun, still manages to get the pick on Neon. It's just not looking too hot. Javi, knowing that and still using his ult, it's a little bit scary because now you're kind of losing some sort of trap play potential that you have here. But the double senti comp on defense, they really need to win some of these rounds because it's so much harder on that attack side with this kind of comp. And now all these players towards that A lobby. The gun is going to get spotted from Tex, that operator finally coming online for GE, and they're falling back into sight.
Drone confirms that there's more players here for MIBR, and a warning shot there onto Aspas. Flips the leg. Udatan finding some early success here with this operator, and that's enough bravado to kind of push MIBR away to other avenues.
Grouped up back towards mid here for MIBR. They're aware of the op. The drone still online for Verno, though. Walking towards that C garage, gonna spot the Cypher setup. They're gonna know this is the weakest site. Trying to go for a C split here. Mizzino just being annoying, putting pressure towards that B, finding out where that operator is. And now just chilling outside of B with that spike.
A shot from Udatan. Little lapse of focus for just a moment. MIBR waiting for a mistake, which they're not going to receive. There goes the paranoia and the dash on in for Aspas, who is traded out by Patman. Once again, the plant being attempted here by Mazzino. Out comes the annihilation. Very much looking for a pick here. I'm not sure if it even connected. Verno just continues to come up with the goods until Patman is able to come in towards that big site. 2-on-2 now. Flank coming out for Autumn, who was waiting a long time over on C-Long. Finally finds his man, Zekin, last alive inside of that site. And Crystal does a good job clearing him out. Finally around here for GE on this defensive side. See how many more they can start to put together here, because this has not been the start that they were looking for.
Back on the board, and the main reason is it's on the back of that operator for Udo, trying to get one of those picks, trying to go aggressive, get the line, and just punish them for playing that slow style that they've been playing for majority of the game. The walk up, the pop executes, just going off of info. I think this was all really nice from MIBR, trying to punish that operator, and Mazzino TPing out in time, but the retake was just too good. This is one of those times where you see them going in together on the side of GE, and you're like, finally, this makes sense. The trades are there. The frags are finally there. And all of a sudden, back on the board. They're going to spot that Sova, though, with that drone. But the Waylay ult is out. That dart is coming down. Javi actually gets a spam kill onto Aspas through the neon wall. Zekin trade onto Crystal. And all of a sudden, Mazzino, he's TP'd into heaven. They're trying to get this A crunch down, but there's 3 players on site.
Zekin up inside of the dark cover. Harvey's finally been able to deal with the fox among the hen house, but Tex and Verno just wiping that site. Unfortunately, another round that kind of slips through the fingers of GE here. Autumn now tasked with yet another retake. Playing over towards that C site time and time again. At least has the neural theft to work with, but I'm not sure he has anyone to really use it on. Both of the players are inside of A long and Heaven respectively, so that's not really going to give him any information necessarily. Upshot missed there by Tex. That's enough to convince Autumn to try to attempt this retake and just hold on to his Vandal and armor. An immediate reply here for MIBR is going to put significant pressure on GE's economy now.
MIBR just making so much pressure on so many different angles for GE that it's getting hard for them to hold it down. Obviously, the util usage from Verno as well, absolutely phenomenal. Using that dart when they know that they're about to fight that A main, that A long, and just being annoying. And the shock dart to get that pick onto the player close right in that off angle in the corner. Just so many small things that add up here. Tex with the nasty shot through the wall while he's still running. It's just these small, insane micro things that are punishing GE. I actually feel like that round GE had a really good read. Fighting that A long, fighting the A lobby, punishing anyone that was going way too fast, using the neon wall to back off. They heard the Mazzino up. They held Heaven. It just, everything just didn't it just fell apart at the end.
That's every round in this series for GE.
Yeah, it keeps happening.
There's plenty of 3v3s. There's plenty of, you know, XVXs that are winnable for GE, but there's just nothing's landing in the mid rounds, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think that's
the facts.
That's the firepower, though, for me.
Yeah, to some degree. 100% MIBR looking like the sharper team coming into this series. Don't think anyone can argue with that. We all know that the ceiling of some of these players on GE, but the consistency, unfortunately, is another story.
Mizzino having some really good impact frags too, especially when he's on that B site, usually being the player with the spike, able to just get on and get off, able to use the paranoia at the right times. I really like to see how deep the playbook is too. Feels like for every little small situation, they have some sort of answer, some sort of protocol. Like when the operator is on that B site, they're dashing up and making sure they're using that verticality to punish it, trying really hard to get that really fast double dive duelist to put in the work. But now GE going for this mid fight, and MIBR has read right into it. They're holding this mid, knowing that they're on this thrifty. Only 2 weapons across the board. One of them saved, and it's a fast beat.
Yeah, double dash straight into the site, and that's about as easy as it gets there. Mizzino is all over those players, whether he can see them or not. Plant going down in the safe position for MIBR here, and Verno 15-1, spotting out the barrel of the gun for Autumn. Not the player you'd want to be peeking here. Crystal on the other side of things, a lot less to work with. And looking like MIBR going to walk away with yet another attacking side round. Autumn peeking out to see if he can find anything. And honestly, if Mizzino didn't get it done, Verno was ready to peek. That's kind of sorry, come on, guys. Can't do the guy from back home like that. Unfortunate.
Dude, the reaction timing on these guys right now is insane too. It feels like they're so ready for every single fight. The crosshair placement's absolutely there. The mechanics are just so good. Granted, it was a little bit of a weird buy.
Oh, nice. इस बार तो भाई क्यों और नाइस 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 नाइस
GE, the super fast flood into the Cypher util. Cypher just staying alive for so long, playing together, making sure that they're in those crossfires when they are coming out of that spawn smoke. Just punishing that fast dash in.
I mean, that's what GE are good at on this map, honestly. That's a little bit more like it. The problem is, I'm a little bit worried they've dug themselves quite a big hole on this defense. At a minimum, need 4 rounds out of this half, so...
Especially with their comp.
Back to back, yeah. It gets a lot harder once you move over onto that attacking side, that's for sure. Okay, we'll see if they can try to fashion themselves a little bit more magic. Autumn once again tucking himself in nicely towards that C site. Has a little bit of help from the rotation of Udo-chan. Crystal pulls out the grab net. Birdo on the other side of things.
अरे नहीं
1-for-1 on C, and we get fights on both sides of things. MIBR just taking space where it's given, and they've found themselves at least 3 picks here. Really, the world is their oyster from here on out.
It's actually crazy how quick that was, too. 4 players just grouping up here towards that A long. I say that, but Javi gets the pick onto Mizzino. They know that he's sitting here, speeding up towards this B site. Autumn is rotating in, is caught out. Doesn't get a pick, gets so much damage down. That's not gonna catch anymore. Autumn getting 1, but not before he gets dropped by Zeki and Javi in this 1v2. Both players are lit.
Yeah, time for a vintage Javi clutch. If ever you needed one, GE desperately need rounds on this defensive side. Nice open plant for Verno. Meets up with Zekken over towards the bottom side of C long there. The shocks coming out. The MIBR lads will be very well aware.
एक तो शॉक डार्ट में जा सकता है. Zekken के अगर पड़ा तो वो शॉक डार्ट में चला जाएगा.
Tap the spike yet. Drone to work with, but not really.
एक शॉक डार्ट, एक शॉक डार्ट, एक शॉक डार्ट.
Used at this point. Out comes the shock.
अरे
Corner, but
नहीं.
neither of MIBR are playing there. Drone in response for Verno to confirm that unfortunately Harvey is not on the spike yet, and time is really starting to tick at this point. Trying to get the half. Trying to bait out the peak from MIBR, but they are being very patient with this one. Recon dart to follow up. Verno dealt with, but unfortunately, I think if the half doesn't come out, it's going to be done. And Zekken is the one to close it for MIBR. A really nicely played 2-on-1 there.
The scoreline is looking awfully familiar here. 9-2. One more round left in this map. This is so scary for GE. I mean, the double senti, it's not working out for them. They're not able to hold on to these sites. They're getting picked
हाँ
off
बे
so
साइड नहीं होल्ड हो रही. 2
easily by
सेंटी हैं.
MIBR.
जी के
They're
पास
finding
फिर भी
these
नहीं हो पा रही
really
है.
good timings. They're really good aggressive peaks here. And of course, they're taking their ones because of the confidence they have, especially with the momentum from that last game. And now looking like a fast C split here. Sorry, C execute here on the side of MIBR.
Again, it's Autumn and Udaton up over the top. He's last pass, well aware that the Neon is sitting inside of the cage. Mazino's made it into the site. And they are very tentative, trying to clear out this bucket. That's great patience for MIBR. Patman trying to make a heroic play straight through the dark cover. Out comes the Annihilation, immediately sniped out by Aspas. And it's just Harvey inside of Garage. He's got a lot to fix up here. It's a 1-on-5, but I don't even think that this man is going to be good for it, quite honestly. Glass Cannon Guardian is not the tool for the job, and Mazzino with a big 3k TP into the back of the site. It's another 10-2 double digits in the opening half. And look, honestly, it's just continuing to get sad here for the Pacific fans, myself included.
19-3. For Verno. He's only died 3 times.
When you said 19-3, I thought you were referring to the overall round tally.
No.
So far in this series, it's close to that. It's close,
it feels like it.
That's what I thought you were saying. It's so painful. It's actually so painful.
Oh man, you guys didn't believe me earlier when I said MIBR could win the whole thing, but with the form that they're in right now, I think, yes, GE, they're struggling a little bit, but it's so many of these close rounds that just show you that the 1v1s are there, the 2v2s are there. Everyone is able to get their own. And the calls, too, have been really good. I'm really, really surprised by their strat book, by the playbook, how deep it is, and the way that MIBR is still avoiding and calling. Clearly, they have a lot more things that they want to call, but they're avoiding using it, because why would you when just executes are working out right now?
I mean, especially into double senti. The Waylay Jet is really doing wonders here for MIBR. They're able to avoid a lot of the sonic sensors, a lot of the trips in the setup by just good pathing in on the entry, using the refract where it's needed. Saw actually a similar kind of outcome when we saw KRX take on this GE squad earlier on in Pacific. They were able to use Jet really, really well to just avoid all of the double senti util, and I think you see MIBR do the exact same thing here to GE, unfortunately.
This is wild. I knew they were going to win, but I didn't think it was going to be this dominant.
I'm just happy you're in a good mood. That's it. You know, that's the one good thing that we get out of this, okay? And all the Americas fans.
Listen, this is the time for you to convert a little bit, you know? Okay. Like jump on the MIBR train with me.
Need a green card.
Oh, this is rough. I think for GE, like, let's just say there's a little bit of cope here. A tiny bit of cope. They win out pistol.
Yeah.
They don't throw the anti-eco.
Yeah.
Right? Perhaps they win a bonus. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They could do it.
Then we're 6 rounds behind.
Listen, MIBR likes to push a lot. And maybe with the double senti, they can prevent that. But they're going for this fast C-split here. Aspas is going to be on the site with Zekken. Tex hears all this information. Zekken going for his with that Sheriff, not connecting. Aspas manages to get one. Zekken gets another, but 2 trades coming in. Autumn and Udo. Zekken gets a second kill onto Udo, and 3v2 is Team is coming in. They're trying to flood out onto site together. That shock might do enough damage. They're so lit, picking off onto Autumn and Javi in this one. Me2 is not gonna win it out. Mazzino with that final kill. And Verno, man, these shocks. He's gotten like 3 this game already.
Yeah, he's good. We know. It's been an excellent game for Verno.
So he's like, what, 20-3 now?
20-3.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Pretty good on the Sova. Not gonna lie. Rest of MIBR giving him a lot of help as well. I think both the Jet and the Waylay getting a lot of value fighting from backside with the Sheriffs here. I think GE, you could see right from where they kind of get halted up in Garage for a moment. They are very kind of, I wouldn't say afraid, but just taking a little bit of time to get into that C site, unfortunately. And that's where the Sheriffs are having a lot of fun, picking them as they head on their way in. Speaking of picking GE as they head in, this time less success for Aspas. Forced away for the time being. It very much seems like GE want to pick up the pace, but Mazzino's spamming away on his Spectre. Takes a lot of damage off the hero TP up the top. Should get checked here by Unatan, but he's got just not enough HP, unfortunately. And that is a double once again from the Omen. Mazzino just continues to conjure magic for MIBR, and Autumn, who's kind of waiting in the back of the site. All he could do was trade out the Omen before Vono cleans him up. 12-2 for MIBR. I think this might be back-to-back 13-2s.
The fact that Mazzino's just allowed to TP back into site, get those picks, no trade on board.
They tried to trade him, but Unatan had like 10 HP because they took about 300 damage getting into B. Unfortunately. So that's how it
इतना easy नहीं सोचा था जी का इतना easy जाएगा.
This was kind of nasty. We were talking about Mazzino just being so good, especially with his impact frags. But this round, you can tell he's just kind of styling on them. And now 12-2, like you said, we might see that same score line.
Fract active for second, creeping up on the line.
Wow.
The opener onto Unatan, and the going continues to get rougher for GE. Drone will confirm that Crystal is in this neck of the woods, so MIBR not even really feeling pressured enough to rotate. Still just kind of sitting in a 2-1-2 here, because you can definitely trust Second and Verno to probably get the rest of this round done themselves or very there nearabouts.
Grouped up, A-Long, Crystal alone towards short. The smoke's going to come in. The actual pick is going to come in from Javi as well. That Guardian, beautiful shot. Verno now left alone towards this short. He is going to get slowly crunched. Autumn, Crystal trying to work it up together. They get that pick, and now all of a sudden it's flipped. 3v4. They've gained that numbers advantage. Getting that spike down as well. Holding into this post plant. They just need to be careful here, because these are the kinds of rounds that MIBR have been known to flip over.
Yeah, it's going to be hard though against double Senti. Like the double pick. Great spacing and entries in from GE are going to give MIBR a lot of trouble getting back in. The barrier, as well as the sonic sensor. You've got the follow-up grab net, even if they are able to make it a little bit deeper into the site. Hits all 3 players for MIBR. And Autumn capitalizing, Crystal to follow up, and Aspas finally pulls the grab net out, but I think he's better off just saving this Vandal at this point.
Really well played here by GE.
एक और राउंड
They
जाएगा.
saw
एक और
the
राउंड जाएगा अभी
opportunity,
GE के पास.
and they took
Next
it.
round भी
Verno
GE के
being
पास है.
left alone,
Next round भी
knowing he
GE.
couldn't do anything, but the crunch timings are still there. It's good to see that they're keeping a lot of those protocols. They're not going, overextending, playing too needy. Like, they need to get those picks, still taking their time and making sure they're doing it with reason. GE now. It's so hard when you're in this position, because you have to snowball. You have to snowball the economy. You have to snowball these ults. It's going to be so much harder too with this double Senti comp. Crystal and Autumn, Cypher and Deadlock. It's almost impossible. The good thing is they could get so much information with those trips, with holding it all the way back. It's going to be a little bit of a rough one, because MIBR is actually going to face them for an A-lobby fight.
Unatan having a little bit of a think about taking that, but quickly pushing GE back away. They'll allow MIBR to have control of lobby, and they're going to start to speed up into C now. This is where Tex, fantastic on the opening map on the Cypher, quite happy to play retake in from spawn side. There's a juicy little kill trip there, but that's dealt with by Harvey Shock Dart.
These players taking sight with a vengeance. That wall is going to go down. Really annoying to deal with.
बहुत fast entry, बहुत fast.
And this post plant, they're trying to keep this site. They have the trip on the flank. They don't need to worry about it unless there's an Omen. And now MIBR in this 5-5.
GE का जो play है ना, वो जो shoot करता है वो करता है
when these players have so much side control. But Autumn playing towards that backside.
अरे ऊपर बैठ गया.
Getting one, but Mazzino, Verno, and Osmos are so good at clearing Crystal left to the 1v3.
my God.
And no win for
GG,
him. Mazzino with the
बढ़िया.
final pick of the game and a 12-3 scoreline here
Nice.
for MIBR.
Well played, GG, well played.
Back-to-back stomps here. MIBR coming into
well
EWC
played,
2026 with a vengeance. You can see exactly why they were able to run over the Americas qualifier. Doing very well for themselves, and unfortunately, another flat performance from a team coming out of Pacific here into EWC. I think that last round is kind of the cherry on top. That is exactly what GE's got.
Just get a kill there. Like, I don't know if they just switched off for a second, but that was a bit shaky.
Absolutely was.
Mar.
Here's in trouble, has to TP out, give up that space, and he goes back in for another bite. Ends up getting bitten himself, down and out of the round. The run it back online chase control of the A site. That could have been a double for Kira with the run it back just about to send FynTrix over in that direction, but instead, man advantage extended for Heretics. I have the
spike retrieved. Woot's done very well in this round already. If it's going to be a continuation of how he played on the previous map, that could be pretty dangerous. Not the prettiest of fights for
Cypher को मारेगा.
Woot is desperately low. Now, GRQ does have a run it back of his own, but I'm looking at his teammate, and I have a feeling they're not going for this.
I think that's a fair impression to get from this situation. For Heretics, a lot better than the previous round. The fact that they came in and lost so much so early on, it made me worried, but this was a much more direct short. Kosh Maris, obviously, that's going to be the big factor, is if you're allowing him to have a lot of orbs, if he is finding success. Like, the Neon ult is good, but his impact, if he has even 3/4 the game that he normally does on the Neon, it's going to be way higher when it comes to those round-to-round ultimates. You already see it, round 4, and it's being used to basically secure the round.
Yeah, the only caveat I'll give is
Joker
got off to a slow start, in the sense that he's just been diffed 2 rounds in a row. I don't know if that's going to continue all the way through, and if you remove Woot's entries from the last 2 rounds, I wonder if they win those 2 rounds. Because he has just basically double entried this round and got an entry in the last as well. So I don't know how recreatable it is. Almost reminds me a little bit of like old school Ascent attack side, where it's like, did our Jet get a kill? Oh, they didn't. Oh, what happens now? Obviously, in this case, they do have the FynTrix as well, but that felt like the defining parts of the last couple of rounds. So I'm definitely going to see what happens. If Woot goes down early, are they still going to be as impactful?
Well, they forced Fangir back again. He's had a tougher start. As you've said, been diffed in both fights. They're not going to challenge him another time. Looking for that, as Kira's close by to help him out. The buy's a little bit shaky. Kira obviously has the stinger. Buys come in with a sheriff. For the most part, they are just saving those credits through for the next round. So Heretics have an easier time here. We've seen this before. They're going to at least put the pressure on, find the orb. Like, expect a lot more of these slower rounds when those ultis aren't online, trading utility for orbs. But push has to come to shove eventually.
Picking. 45 seconds. It's also a sort of mixed bag buy, so the lower the time gets, I feel like the better it is for all gamers, especially with them not giving up anything in terms of those opening picks. They're also walking into Kira, who's been very good so far. Paranoia, look at the delay, but caught as the door is broken. Now Fangir needs to step up, and again, it's a little bit late, but does manage one now. You're going to see that run it back through, and again, GRQ precision seems to be the aim of his game. Benji's done well at least to trade it back. Might just give them the plan, but they need to clear by from underneath, and they've done that with ease. But again, a second life given. And now it needs to be the kill. The time already ticked too far gone. And because of that, Shrimp is able to just sit and wait for re-ends.
It's well played in the end there by Shrimp. That little jump, if he swung out wide, he was in a whole lot of trouble. But he gets out of dodge right away. Paranoia for Kira, just a small bit too late. But this is when we talk about on the Heretics side, the FynTrix and the impact that it can have. Well, you see it very much on the other side as well. It's going to be something that I think both teams are going to want to compete for those orbs. So far, it has definitely been Heretics finding a lot more in those early rounds. But that'll obviously change when we swap sides.
Yeah, at least from some of the stuff I saw in the qualifiers, I'm pretty sure it was Kira and GRQ playing the opposite roles, but I could definitely understand why they've made the switch if that is the case.
Mara.
Already both players towards short, getting their openers, an aggressive push up all the way through B as well. So the defense have so much information and so much of a player advantage. You might look at this and go, oh, well, is this an eco for Heretics with how clean this has been? Nope. No, this was a 4-buy. This was everything invested, and yeah, all gamers are made to look like an eco.
Oh, they decimated them. Plain and simple, it is going to be a flawless round for all gamers to put them 4-2. And you see a lot of risks being taken there by Heretics, like Benji walking up on mid, popping the cage on the trap. The rotates hadn't come through. They won their fights with ease. And so they're still very much close by to hear that trip activated, or trap activated, cage activated. And then I think it did look like an eco round from that perspective. The player walking up short as well, blindsided on that left. It feels a little disorganized.
I like the change-up as well. Like I said, Fangir's been struggling with that early A-site fight, so they just swap him to B. They put the double duelist over on short, so that when there's the aggressive burst, there's two players waiting on the other side to try and stop Woot and Koshmaras in their tracks, and that's exactly what they do. A nice change, but then go back to the default once again. But of course, for the attack side, no weaponry, no ults to play with, a dive over the top, but it is a little bit messy this time. Shrimp has been having a fantastic game so far, but he will be dealt with. He had a teammate, however.
3v3.
Koshmaras has also managed to find a gun.
Omen को अरे उसको ध्यान रखना.
Another kill.
It was risky playing that close to spawn with the spike. Could have caused issues, especially with the blaze wall already gone, but now a 3v2. A chance to move together. The timing here, a little bit off from Bai.
Oh, bhai, timing, timing.
Quite quickly. It's being watched, but the shot's not landing, and Fangir now with a chance, but he is on 10 HP. One shot from Boo will be enough. He needs it. And it's clean. All gamers continuing to put up rounds on this defense.
I sort of mentioned it. The reason it was uncharacteristic that Fangir had lost those two early fights was how good he had been in that previous map, especially with their comeback. And why in this round, I think you can see why. Sure, it was a lower purchase from Heretics. It was one where expectations were incredibly low, but there was a clutch that was needed, and there was a clutch that was found on just 10 HP. Big resurgence already. I think just waking up in the last map, you're seeing the level of what some of these individual players can hit over on the side of all gamers. And with already, I believe that's their 5th round on the defensive side. They are looking good in this half.
A timeout called by Heretics, and I absolutely cannot blame them. I do think second half is going to be a different story, but it won't be exactly short on difficulties.
No, if anything, this comp looks almost built for the attack. Like, because if you had maybe the chamber or something like that, I might be more inclined to agree. But you've gone for a double duelist that allows you a more aggressive dive. Do I think that FynTrix is going to be good on the defense? Not really, unless you're able to do what your opposing side FynTrix is doing and just have insane retake potential.
Well, that's exactly it. I do think that in terms of retaking, refighting control, like there's so much that you can do when it comes to that defensive side.
ये कुछ glitch हो जाता है. यहाँ पे कुछ glitch है.
And I think it's what Heretics are going to be attempting as well. But it just depends how many rounds they have when they go there. Like right now, this is a much more dominant start than we expected.
Yeah.
For all gamers. No signs of slowing down. They are up against a full buy again. Tour de force.
नहीं, थोड़ी जल्दबाजी करेंगे. थोड़ी जल्दबाजी हो गई.
Control given up by Fangir. Although the Hunter's Fury thrown in to try to get a few bits of damage, a few points of health off, but I don't think it's found anything.
No, absolutely nothing. Aggressive positioning.
Ooh.
Okay, just a pre-fire An aggressive position. But okay. Woot's been able to
miss किया उसने whiff कर दिया.
Still, these aggressive positions are definitely going to be a surprise, but maybe not for GRQ. This guy is just hitting everything put in front of him. Ultimate back online for him once again. Koshmaras was trying to challenge, but now shying away from that fight, still manages to win it out. He'll get sent back towards the spawn. And that time has been ticking for a while. Boo still in a passive position, someone they desperately need to clear. And the chances of victory seem to be all but gone at this stage.
अरे यार.
Yeah, it most certainly is, but making it costly is the name of the game, and that is mission success. Although Shrimp's going to go down. That
round निकल गया.
It is what it is. A win is a win.
Round निकल
They
गया.
have got one under their belt for Heretics, but a costly one. A lot of players lost there. I think the most impressive part about it was Bai went through that whole round without blinking.
Oh. Shrimp continues to be an issue. As you said, a very costly round, but a round nonetheless.
On cold, look at him.
Yeah.
Very shallow breaths. Well, 5-3.
मुझे लग रहा है 2-0 जाएगा ये. TH के पास जाएगा 2-0 जाएगा 2-0. अरे मार दिया.
Okay, hello Woot. He's back on the server. He's had a bit of success in the opening fight, but look who's fighting right back into things. Who's going to have to keep stepping it up. That kill brings them back into an advantageous position. Low HP on Koshmaras. The plant still... Oh, that shock dart, it's perfect. He's got a run and he runs right into the sightlines of Shrimp. Great work.
क्या मस्त trigonometry है इसकी तो.
Woot will finally fall, and Boo now has to make the clutch work.
Doesn't even know where it's safe to stand. He's going to try and reopen the door, maybe thinking that both players are up there. Instead, he's opened the door for an opponent. And well, it's Fangir from the backline. Is this going to be there to close out the round? In terms of credits, this is the worst possible scenario for the side of Heretics. 0 players surviving, and now everybody going down in the next round. But more importantly, you've got to talk about the performance we're seeing from the likes of Shrimp. I think there was a point he's 7-1, but
ये तो गया, ये वाला तो गया.
This reign of terror, and you mentioned it, perfectly placed shock dart, ready for the player to try and swing. But also, it felt like after Heretics got the initial
Global
fights,
Esports
their
को 60% मिला था और MIBR को
40%,
but MIBR 2-0 से जीत के
in
गई
our
है.
face immediately. They never even got to plant.
2-0.
Yeah, that was the thing, a 3 versus 2.
Can't imagine.
And the pressure was put on from the get-go. Boo never had a moment to take the spike out. Now Woot will not be getting away with that. It's ambitious to say the least. And the short play is also going to be cut in 2.
और ये भी गया था.
From GRQ, he's got a freebie in that corner.
He's got no bullets in any gun.
Oh
he's going down no matter what, but one player lost and plenty of orbs
अच्छा
found.
खेल रही है
Running back online for the next. And
AG.AL.
7-3. This is a fantastic turnaround from all gamers. And Heretics, even if they want to make this close at the halftime, they're now up against the odds.
No, this is squeaky clean. Like whether they're playing aggressively in the early stages of the round or playing into the retake, like just look at it. You got Fangir now building up that confidence. We spoke about him. I think it was 0-2 in the early fights. He's definitely turned that around. Shrimp is having a way better game as well than the last. And even like look down the board a bit, like Akira's had hella impact throughout this game so far. 7-3. Again, 7-5, and we're talking about this as enough rounds to potentially go into that defensive half, but Heretics haven't looked particularly close to winning a round in a while.
Oh, Paranoia didn't catch. Not onto the deep player of Koshmaras. Run it back online and available for both sides. For now, at least, though, you take a look at Heretics. I think they're trying to bait out some of those ultimates with that early pressure. Some of those, I say, in particular, the one that they have. They go immediately up mid, force those players back, pump the brakes, and the key thing is the whole round, the spike is sat outside A. They just have Boo holding for the push-up, waiting for aggression. They were very much expecting to see all gamers come in with some flair. But the most they've gone for is a little bit of B main control, and now the ult has to be used by Koshmaras. They're just trying to avoid it, and it looks like fleeing for the hills as well. A very dangerous ult dealt with
this
right off rip.
ये neon ले गया, neon ले गया, बोला था.
The unrelenting Bai finds 2. And All Gamers still haven't used that big old ulti, and I don't think they're going to.
Oh, they don't need to do anything at this stage. This is all too easy. Heretics threw in that run it back as a fake. That was the goal. We're going to drag people. Look, Kashmaris is running at you. There were 3 players on B. They didn't even move. They even faked away their run back in towards the site so that then they could leave this extra player just ready. You could see Boo had no intention of ever checking that angle. And then the split in from behind. Well, they end up getting flanked by their own push.
It's the second time they've had huge success from playing those rotational sounds. Like we saw it as well in mid on the defense where they went from A short. You had the Neon of Bai run all the way up to mid into their spawn and back around to A. And of course, Heretics in main and in mid hear that and think, okay, they're reinforcing B where we just faked out. This is great. And in fact, no.
Oh, dear.
They were selling the ruse. The Odin up top.
Oh.
Right off rip. Nice shot by Woot. As Kira falls, so too does Bai. It looks like Woot might have found his rhythm, found his groove again. Out of knives, but oh, that reveal was dangerous. No punish forward on the other side. In fact, no, he wasn't out of knives. He still had a few left to play with, but the rest of the squad's cleaning it up, leaving Shrimp alone. He's got no shortage of Odins, no shortage of ammunition. 2 targets to take down. This spam could come through onto that left side, Jenny. It's always a danger when you bait the plant out like that, but he's going to send drone first.
And while the drone's going up, the plant will come through. Gives them an opportunity. Needs to try and find the spams. Waiting on the other side will be 2 players. Heretics
लो हाई से खेले थे
to find a semblance
ये राउंड
of
तो निकलने था
balance
लो हाई
towards
से
the
तो
end, but
बहुत मुश्किल
it
है
is safe
निकलना
to say that was a very dominant half from the side of All Gamers.
Yeah, and we came in highlighting Kashmaris. We came in talking about that FynTrix and how much impact it can have. And in actual fact, GRQ is lighting up the server. Woot was on fire on map number 1, and the whole squad of Heretics has slowed down, but GRQ continues to, or carries forward that momentum.
I'll stand by the fact that I feel like the openers for Woot were the defining factor, and he only ended up with 7 kills. So think about it. It was the Blade Storm round that they just won. He got the opener. Then he had the double opener in one of the early rounds, and then the one just before that. It was a singular opener.
5 openers.
Yeah, so it's kind of like, without him finding a pick, it just looked like they were completely flat. And then the retakes that were coming through as well were fantastic by the defensive side. Like, you look at GRQ in this map and you go, FynTrix defensive side must be fairly easy. It's not. It's very difficult to get as much value as he's finding, even when you do have the run it back, because sometimes you're going to throw that on a retake, it gets absolutely nothing, and you're sent right back to where you were. But he seemed to have impact on it every single time. That's an impressive performance from GRQ. And now, when you think about it, which side of the map's easier to get the orbs on? It's the attack. So he might be able to do even more in this second half.
And meanwhile, that swap over from Heretics doesn't really seem to be paying dividends, but maybe the second half has something special in store for us. Remember, this is where All Gamers wanted to start. They wanted to begin on the defense, and here in Ascent, it's not strange to see the defensive side walk out with a victory. With this composition, it's just strange to see, just generally speaking, but when we get into this second half, the pistol for All Gamers could set them well and truly on the road to a map 3.
I'm not sure I want to even comment on comebacks anymore because it's already been the case in the last map, a massive streak of rounds. But yeah, I definitely agree. We could see now both teams win both pistols on the opposing side or the opposing map. And that might be the defining factor. It doesn't feel like it though. 6 of the last 8 rounds going the defenders' way. And they looked fantastic. Can Heretics wake up and make this a close map, or are we set for Lotus already?
Well, to answer that, we leave it in the hands of 10 players down on that stage and a few coaches in the back rooms. Spotted right away in that corner is Woot. Heretics have a plan, though. There's a flash ready to be fired in by Kashmaris for Woot to continue forward, but they see nothing. Trap on the floor that's soon to be broken, and otherwise not a sight or a sound to be found as All Gamers group up on short. 5-man clumping towards the A site. In fact, towards Garden. They wanted a pick before they make it to the site, and it would have been good to take Omen out. The paranoia on Boo would be huge for the retake. A little bit of tickle damage as well, but that position... Oh, the position spotted. Run.
Gets out there without a lick of damage. It's been a weird one. Opportunities for kills.
भाई aggressive
The main
खेल
thing
रही है,
for all
aggressive
gamers is
है,
they've got
aggressive है,
themselves a
aggressive है.
plant. Kira, a 1-for-1
He is
trade.
aggressive है.
They've at least managed to clear that position quickly on the Heretics side, but the rest
थोड़ा
might
थोड़ा
not be so easy. GRQ up close. Riens does well, but
What?
again, this man turns up. Another double, another push towards his ultimate and make that 3. Only one man in Koshmara standing and he cannot hold the line. It is all gamers with the second pistol and now 9-4 in the lead.
GRQ has completely taken over this map. A genuinely sensational performance starting out on that defensive side and being able to put up that strong of a play. It meant that we knew there was a chance he was going to carry it forward here, that it could even get better from there on out. But that many kills in a pistol, that's one thing for you as a player, for your confidence. But as an agent, FynTrix now 3 out of 6 orbs going into an eco as well, with all those orbs to be fought for. But the attacking side typically finding it easier to secure them. Heretics' first full buy might not be very easy.
Yeah. Similarly, you are hoping for this to be a 2-0. You almost kind of feel like Heretics might need to do a bit of damage in this round.
Take flight.
But if this map has been anything to go on, all gamers are not going to give them the time of day. And it almost feels like one of the real goals in this round might just be not to die to GRQ. Because the guy's been insane, but also he's 3 off having his ultimate available to him.
Ooh.
Koshmara
क्या रीड थी? क्या रीड थी?
Up against the disappearing.
अच्छा रीड किया ना?
The totem pole though. It is 4 different variable heights. GRQ seems like he might be the one to try and.
मुझे लगा वही आ गया उसके फेस पे.
Flash. Well, it seems like they might have been aware of the potential of something this dangerous. Already, it's starting to look a bit worrying. Nice damage though. Couple of players dropped and. Well, eventually, yeah, it is GRQ. He's now 1 away from having that runner back online.
Yeah, that won't be too hard to find at the start of a round. If you decide to play pretty direct coming into this one, Heretics again could have to batten down the hatches right off rip. You're expecting all gamers to fight for control, take an orb, and send GRQ through. And honestly, I don't think they need to do anything else. At this rate, he's going to win the round himself, especially with that second lease of life. Heretics from map 1. We saw it, though. We saw them fall off. We saw them give all gamers the way back in, and it looks like that one round to close out Haven didn't solve any problems. We're still in this same simulation where all gamers have complete control. Right away! Buys right down onto Woot. A statement success. Run it back online off the back of the orb. They take space on short for the backstab. The trade out of the ultimate for another man advantage leaves them into a 5 versus 3. All gamers looking like they've got this one locked out. They didn't see the Omen. They didn't spot the Omen on sight. That drone didn't see. Boo! He's able to get 2.
उसको cover नहीं मिला.
One small mistake. A glance to the right. And this could be secured. A massive lead for all gamers, but instead Heretics are dangling on to a cliff's edge. The very tips of their fingernails.
Oh, through the smoke they go.
Nice round, nice round, nice round.
Heretics
Sova ने निकाला ये round तो solo.
It was just Boob going unnoticed on the site that made all the difference. The openers that came through for all gamers were fantastic. The individual excellence, but it is a bit worrying for me that even though, yes, it's an important round for Heretics to win, it's a good break back round, that was up against a weak buy. It was Fangi using a headhunter, not having a rifle to play with throughout the entirety of the round. Now they come in with what will be a solid purchase, but I guess at least that running back was used last round.
That's the main thing. I don't think any amount of weaknesses is going to make up for what you were up against there. Heretics are at least going to be happy to have that round, to have that big ultimate out of the way. But now we come back to conventional play. It's not going to be as direct from all gamers, and we saw a lot of success from them with that wrap-up on short late by Chamber. Some gaps for Team Heretics as they were distracted.
भाई जज बहुत गलत है जज गलत है.
By the defense. And Woot, well, he's a man that can hit headshots with anything. And with this weapon, he won't need to. There's no way to bypass the drone, right? They must have seen him.
Instead, they're going to go the other way. Flash dodge,
Oh,
but it doesn't matter.
nice.
GRQ just cleaner with it. He was down to 7 HP, but get a little bit of health back. Ooh, is playing on the edge of this smoke. Maybe a little bit risky. Dart through. It's only going to be the one. Again, GRQ is just flying. This guy has been on fire all the way through the map, and it doesn't look like he's going anywhere. Spike at least dropped to the ground, and Rians is aware of the player on site already. Again, they've managed to turn this back into a winnable scenario from what looked like another nail in the coffin.
2v2, 2v2 है. 2v2
Hard
है.
work is still to be done. All gamers.
Again, same. Sova and Cypher versus Omen and Chamber. और ये फंस गया.
Secures a kill. Secures the advantage as Rien's now up against the odds. A spam is about as good as it can get, but Kira there to secure a big lead for all gamers. 11-5 on the board right now, and considering this is Team Heretics map pick, it's certainly not off to a good start.
No, for sure. I think that they knew coming in that this would be the sort of more favored of the two maps. I think both teams will be relatively happy with Lotus, but I think that for Heretics, that might have even been the map that they picked if they didn't think that they could get this as a bit of an advantage in terms of a weakness for an opponent. It's safe to say it's not looking like a weakness for the opponent. GRQ is 22-9. Well, I think Shrimp would be there with him. He's 15-6. He's just not been dying very much throughout this game. Heretics are... It's not even a last-ditch effort. They've gone for an eco in this round, and then they're going to try and fight back. Was it the same? The 7 rounds in a row? It would be identical.
12-5, yeah. 12-5 before.
Unless they can find an upset here. And the only thing they have to pad the gap is a couple of ults. Like a Hunter's Fury can work nicely. A run it back if you can put it into the right position. Unfortunately, you'd be doing it without weaponry, which is far more of a risk. And also means that, well, look at the ults that could be online next round for the opposing side. You don't want to give them an even further advantage.
A lot of space taken here by Bai. It's a risky play when you're up against pistols. And, well, at least one is going to be found for Team Heretics to put us even. It's certainly not even in terms of the weaponry. It's going to have to be some big performances towards this B site. Spike's on its way. 3 players ready to break through. Kick down the doors, and Koshmaris has been spotted. TP taken by Boo. Okay, now there's at least 3 here, and Boo's got the rifle.
They're going to go back.
Ult online for Koshmaris. But yeah, all gamers know what's just happened. And then they're leaving. They're bailing with Wood on the other side, only having a bandit. It's a good position, but 1, they'll expect it. At least suspect it. And 2,
maybe they looked
really
at the
weapon
time
for it
and thought, okay, that's a little bit too much of a risk, but he needs to get the kill here. If he could somehow deny that plant, that was the only way they were winning the round, and now it almost feels like an impossibility once again. Boo's rifle is the furthest back. And sure, Woot has a little bit of ground, but it's not like all gamers are just sitting back and waiting. No, they're re-aggressing. This team is not shying away from a fight. Boo will trade things back. They need to get a move on. It is going to be the run it back thrown into this round. They need to now make this a conversion. Boo with his 3rd already, but he's going to have to basically do everything for the squad. And that time has been ticking all the way through. In fact, it might already be a point of no return. The spam's not quite connecting, though, because Maris is trying to stick it over the line all the way through. Instead is stripped to close. 12-5.
Knife kar diya.
Attackers go down, but they're not going to care.
No, I think the economy is in a pretty decent position. And also, you know, they're 12-5 in the lead. So they can
lose.
The
run it back's gone now.
Yeah, they can lose a few rounds. They can send by with an Odin to just run at their opponents at the start of the round and see what happens. Why not? Heretics did it.
हाँ, Odin करना चाहिए, सही बात है.
I am surprised to see that Heretics commit that much to this round, though. Like, as soon as the run it back was popped, it felt like it was a mistake, because it is an all-in play. It either works now, or you're not equipped for a very important round coming up. We need to see the solution from Heretics right here and now, because it looks like we're going to map 3.
Oh, what a brilliant time to take a tactical pause.
Yes, you've always said it as well,
12-5.
Exactly when you want to see them take a breather.
That's why I said in the last map, I was like, if there was any time to take a tactical pause, it would be now.
Yeah.
There's someone in chat right now probably so angry that like clearly he's a bias. No. I think they're equally as screwed as All Gamers were in the last map. I think All Gamers had a very impressive comeback. I don't believe that Heretics will be able to do that.
The thing was, in the last one, it was like, Woot's finding all these openings. What do you do when he doesn't? And also here as well. Thinking about
he hasn't killed his half.
3 out of 5 of their rounds. Whereas for All Gamers, I don't think it's that, oh, what happens if GRQ stops? Well, Shrimp is 17-6. Fangir's 12-7. Like, there's no shortage of individuals online right now for All Gamers. So it's not a case like it was last time of, what if this one guy goes away? There's 2 more. Rien's, nice opening. It's buy down and out, and GRQ's ult dealt with. Boo's also covering this space on short perfectly.
ये क्या हो जाता है एकदम से? Time out के बाद क्या हो जाता है सबको?
What a great time to take a tactical pause. As said, this is where the comeback begins. I always believed. Shrimp being a 1v5. Now, of course, economy-wise, they're not going to be in the best spot for the next round, but they do have a lot of opportunities. And Heretics kind of just have to go at this point. It's an all-or-nothing position. Like,
13-5, 13-5, 13-5.
Gambles. I feel like
नहीं, 13-5 नहीं होगा. 7-12 तक जाएगा. 7-12. I think it's 7-12.
Until you get close. Because you're like, okay, we've already lost. I think most people would sit here in this position and go, there is no way back into this map. And then when you do start climbing back, I think it's the second you start to believe that then the pressure hits you. Of course, for Heretics, this is quite a different pressure. Because although we've always talked about them as a second place cursed team, that was broken, well, multiple times. Once EWC, when they managed to hoist the trophy, get their name engraved forever. But the fact is, they've also now done it in EMEA. They took the title there as well. So we are looking at a squad where those excuses go out the window. And you're going, okay, if you are going to have a chance at a title defense, I wanted to see them come out hot in the groups. And I'll be honest with you, they haven't.
Well, that's exactly it. It's a different kind of pressure when you are the up-and-coming team who almost did it so many times. And yeah, you go into a final and you feel like the curse is there. But now you come in defending that title. That's something these guys haven't had to do before. And you know that everyone coming to this event, they have got you've got a target on your back. And they're more than happy to hit it. 6 rounds in a row for Heretics. I do think on this map it's harder. It's going to be so much harder. But at least
aggressive कर रहे हैं, aggressive कर रहे हैं, aggressive.
Yeah, see, especially the comp you're against. The amount of impact Phoenix can have on those run-throughs is crazy. And that ult won't take that long to come back online.
Oh.
Aggressive नहीं कर पाएंगे.
The weapon has been retrieved. Woot's aggressive positioning this time does pay dividends, but
मैंने क्या बोला
I don't know
था?
if he's going to want to stick around there for too long with an operator versus a low buy. This round feels like more of a gimme with the weaknesses that were there for All Gamers, but it is also just a confidence booster for Heretics. Like, have a round or two that actually come up relatively clean, because even the ones that were winning in the last half, it felt like they could have gone back the other way.
नहीं होगा.
Buy as well now.
Aggressive mid to भी नहीं होता.
Desperately low, and even the reveal is pretty much perfect. Benji still has to be a little bit careful, but in the end, it's now just one man standing. Every single piece of utility being thrown at him, and even the hot hands will get a kill in the end.
Yeah, as it should
be a
relatively clean one.
अब यहाँ से comeback है.
The comeback continues, but belief certainly isn't here just yet. Not on this side of the caster desk. We're going to have to see them continue on this form, but good signs. Early picks were going their way, dealing with Fangir. A little ahead of the pack in the main swing.
I'll believe when I hear a Vamos. That's all I'm going to say.
I like the sending
comeback is real. Comeback is real.
Instead of having Woot there with the operator, he's going to be going looking for them on short, and yeah, that smoke immediately
aim लगेगा एक.
Pretty much taking him out of the round.
एक तो mid पे जाएगा. पक्का जाएगा.
A whole lot he can do, and he wants to be showing presence. He wants to be seen. Whether it be by a drone that's not coming his way, it's over a main, or by a player he wants
जाएगा बोला था.
So he can get out, and then
एक और जाएगा अभी. एक और जाएगा.
With Koshmaris, who's just been waiting in the corner. A gorgeous setup. Very well executed. GRQ finds himself in that same boat.
ये
Nice
फंसा
bait
मेरे
and
पे.
switch. You can see why they wanted to have this operator in play. It just adds another dynamic. Even still, though, 2 players about to come up.
गया.
Another pick coming through for Woot. Him waking up definitely makes this a little bit more interesting. And it seems like all gamers have sort of ground to a halt. It's almost like these guys had a pact that the second a pause is taken at 12, just you're going to slow everything down. You're going to really go for more tentative plays, whereas what we were seeing in some of the earlier rounds were them just blasting through angles. Instead, I think we're getting a 30-second save.
It does make sense seeing this team play direct and play aggressive. So I'm surprised we haven't gotten more of it. Even here, like the smoke goes up on short, and it's like the 2 players that go to push it, quite staggered going through those battles. And gives the opportunity for Woot to find one. He even manages to cloudburst his way out, run back to short, and then Kosh can fire from the side. Shouldn't have been that comfortable of a fight, even with the setup, after he dashed to the left instead of the right.
Ooh, do they get to keep the guns? This is going to be important for them to have something going into the next round, and
we'll never know. I guess we'll never know.
Who knows? Well, maybe we'll be able to tell by what weapons they have going into the next one, but I'm going to say they did hold on to their guns.
Okay.
Based on absolutely nothing at all, which is always a good way to come in with information, but you know.
I'll believe you then. So, a strong economy.
That's. I don't even think it would be strong even with the same guns. I think they had maybe 1 or 2 players that could rebuy, so there might still be a piece missing anyway. But at least gives them something to play with.
I see
OT जाएगा, ये वाला मैच OT जाएगा.
I believe it was a red bar ticking down. Another timeout called here. All gamers have still one. I'll see it in a moment when the graphic comes up, but yeah, still one left after this. 4-round gap. Definitely the time to pull this into play. Let another 2 go by and see where you stand, but I do think that it's only a matter of time before we see them take this super direct approach again, and Heretics are going to be put to the test. If the setup is wrong, if the shots don't land, the reactions aren't there, like we've seen before, this composition from All Gamers can just run it down so fast.
Does look like they were able to hold on to the weaponry. And they're going to kind of like half buy around those couple of guns. It's like, okay, you still have the Tour de Force to play with. You can make this one at least a little bit more competitive. I also think the Tour de Force here could hold huge value. It's going to be playing on a lurk on the other side of the map, and then the rest of the players looking to try and challenge versus Boo.
निकालना था, वो निकालना था, ये निकालना था.
But without that initial contact going their way, they're now going to run back to the other side of the map, trying to get the ultimate online or GRQ, who is now 1 away.
Well, for Team Heretics,
दोनों utils use करके 100.
It's only 1 man towards this B site. At least it's a Sentinel, but he hasn't got any of his utility. Only the camera to play with. So some backup will certainly be needed.
Oh, hold कर रहे हैं. Side hold कर रहे
go
हैं.
quite direct. They're taking this immensely slow. They're clearly expecting some aggression out of Heretics. They're taking a long time to re-clear mid, assuming someone's in a ratty little corner, and you can't blame them after what they saw on short a few rounds ago.
It'd be Woot. They're expecting Woot to go swinging.
Oi.
Okay.
Neon मारना पड़ेगा. Neon मारना पड़ेगा. अरे नहीं बे.
And somehow he's managed to take 2 kills, but this is all the ruse. This is the bait. They're trying to go back in the other direction. In fact, he's now kind of facing even in towards their spawn. Re-ent has been revealed. 25 seconds left, and there's still 2 players within the back of this B site. They have done well in the early stages of this round, but that doesn't mean they're going to get it over the line. 15 seconds now. They need to get a move on towards the site.
Easy रोक सकते
हैं. The wraparound
अरे
coming in,
नहीं.
he gets dealt with quickly, and Shrimp again might just be there to close. The jump up might be able to deny, and that's a big one for Woot. But there's still 2 more players that he needs to deal with. Operator in hand, watching to see if Shrimp makes a mistake. A slight step forward. That could be the loss, but instead Shrimp is very patient with it. Even looks for the contact, and it's the contact of Fangir that will be there to close out the map.
अच्छा निकाला. AG.AL ने अच्छा निकाला.
Yeah, not quite letting them close the distance all the way to 1, but a victory. Oh, and I have to say, coming into this map, I was counting them out. For Heretics, they've had a decent start. The composition I didn't think was going to work. I didn't think they'd be able to find the aggressive plays with success without Heretics punishing them. I thought, Woot, how can you dethrone the performance that he just had on the previous map? And the answer, GRQ, that guy was
insane.
Absolutely incredible on this map, and a well-earned final map, a third to decide. I believe it's Lotus that we're going to go the distance to. And for all gamers now, they can enter that with their head held high. This was a statement turnaround after the previous map, and indeed after the first half of the previous map. Well, before we get into the final map of this series, we have to get into the desk with Degon.
Thank you very much, Mitch. As AG.AL battle back, lead this one dominantly here. Team Heretics started to try and claw their way back on in. Weren't quite able to. That puts us to 1-1 after Ascent. Both teams here taking the map of their opponents. Let's welcome back our analyst desk, Kukuka and Big Time. And how about the young kid? Just started playing professionally recently, out of Ascension from VCT China. GRQ is lighting it up here against the reigning title defenders.
I mean, I'm loving his Phoenix. It's looking really solid so far. I was so impressed by all gamers all the way across this map. I feel like they understood it very well, even with a slightly different view of composition, running that chamber as well. We see it a little bit, but not always. I just thought it was really rock solid. If you would have told me that's their map pick, I wouldn't be surprised with how it looked across the board. Heretics, on the other hand, is a little bit of a different story. I was quite a bit more disappointed with them here. I didn't feel like they got the ball rolling anywhere near enough. You see them get some rounds, start that comeback that AG did in map 1, but it's not enough. I feel like individually, they couldn't hang in this map 2.
In my opinion, everything that we ask for all gamers is to carry that momentum that they had at the end of map 1 into the second one. And to me, that momentum was also translated in the decision-making that they had. All of this super fast execute at the beginning of the round, putting so much pressure into Heretics that already had to sweat a lot to close that first map, turned out into a defense that went extremely their way. And we know that Heretics is a very momentum-based team. So I think that completely destroyed them. I don't think that they could go toe-and-toe. We were here in the celebrations. We were hearing how good that they were feeling in our games, and you can definitely see it every single time that we look at the screen.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest differences we saw on the very last death there was Woot did not light it up the way that he did in the first map. Was kind of colder on the jet. We swapped around the composition, Team Heretics, and didn't look great here.
I think the question still is around Koshmaras, right? They have decided, right, for now at least, to go part ways in this map. Put in the Phoenix, and it definitely didn't work. And when you instantly have a team in front of you that has been so absolutely good within, so prolificent, it's just difficult to now bounce back mentally.
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem is he's such a great Neon, and his playstyle is so built around it. About that, you know, the pace of the rotate. He's getting the Odin in these tricky positions. You just can't do that with the Phoenix, and he doesn't look anywhere near as comfortable. I would love to see him stick with that Neon on the next map, or I start to worry even more. It's not even about the quality of the player of Koshmaras, because he is very good, and I'm sure he can play much more than that Neon, you know, in scrims and things like that. But I worry for the mental of the feeling of just, I've had to play Phoenix this map too, and we got blown out.
Something tells you that if Koshmaras was playing for the other team and with the composition that they were running, he would be much more happier. You know, he will feel in his element and whatnot. But we have to celebrate that this is the all gamers that we're getting. After map 1, anything could have happened. So the fact that we are going now to the map number 3, as we're saying, in their opening match and against the title defenders here in EWC says a lot about the Chinese region. And of course, of all gamers, and the fact that what happened at the beginning of the year was not a fluke.
Yeah, coming into it, we're thinking this is Fengir's show. He's going to be the one leading the line, doing everything for him. No, it's been the young kid, GRQ. And also in the last map, Shrimp 20-7. Very efficient on this one as well, big time.
Yeah, I mean, he's rock solid as a support player. That's what you want from your Sova on this map of Ascent. You know, it's the playground, really. We see it so many times for this Sova. Rian's on the other side, toe-to-toe on that Sova. Didn't have a bad game at all, but it wasn't enough. I mean, I feel like over in EMEA, we've seen Rian's absolutely take over, dominate games, but he was good today, but not dominating so far. Moving to map 3, he's one person.
Just sitting, being patient here for Gentlemates, abusing the fact that Leo's just walking out in the open.
It's a bit of an awkward exit for XLG, though. I mean, they all sort of just split themselves up. They could have exited as 5, and that would have covered their bases a little bit better.
Fast A main here though for Sheila.
Fast A main. Stars are on the opposing end. By the way, I believe this is 4 A's in a row now. Quadruple A for XLG. And well, Genomates have to be a little bit quicker here. A little slow on the deletion of the dart. See if Starso can find anything. Runner back's already gone. By the way, check the big flank. Martin and Mini to late activate at some point through shops. Raga will have to be covering that location.
Yeah, this post plan, it's gonna be a little bit tricky, but they have all of back sight here, but they're getting crunched. The good thing is though, he has the entire mid doors. He knows no one's coming from there. And now, peeking into that A main, he's gonna get contact and they're gonna push back onto site.
Raga's already low, but Leo's got Bippo down. No man for a double here as well. It's all falling apart. Genomates, yeah, they're running away. They know they don't have money. No opportunity here for those two flankers to be able to get anything done. Hiding in the sands, and the sands of time will tick down for a third-round victory for XLG.
Gentle Mates just losing their timing. Everyone's coming out onto site when your two players flank. Just haven't even applied any pressure yet. They saw the Phoenix, but the Phoenix just ran away. They needed to speed up there, needed to be able to crunch down onto that site to make sure they get those timings down and the crossfires. That retake was almost really good. They well positioned themselves. But that was just a pacing issue there.
Well, since the pistol there, Genomates haven't had too much to say in these rounds. A second round. Explosivity with Rag with a double. Into Lysol with his own double. XLG, 3 rounds in a row now, and a disastrous gun round coming through from Genomates, and a very broken buy now going into number 5.
Yeah, but it's looking like XLG, like you said, is going to opt to go towards that A main. Once again, they're using that drone, trying to farm that orb, maybe on Margo one more time, or maybe they're trying to get that Sova on Leo Lysor, and immediately an A main execute.
Huge flash coming on. Martin still gets one despite being flashed in, so XLG did not clear that corner fast enough as Starso will be the one to slow things down considerably. Only Raga and Happyway left alive, and Raga has been pinged down, taking no chances. Starso just sending out Hunter's but only the single shot so far. Might only need the one, because Prox has got Happyway down. A single member left. Raga has to do it all. 1 versus 2. His health is okay. Prox's HP far lower. We'll see if this is going to be enough. Raga still hasn't planted yet. Has the opportunity just to take the spike and back out.
Grabbing that orb, trying to get as many numbers as he can towards that run it back, running away towards that B site. He has potential here to get that spike planted, to get that spike down onto site. To these players here from Genomates still clearing. They are going to be able to pick up some weapons though once they realize that the site is clear, which is really good for them. They do want to have those weapons in the 2v1. Margon, the 72 HP.
30 seconds
He's
left.
20 HP. Little bit scary here, and they're going to be grouped up towards that B.
Do note as well, Bippo's also only got the light armor here, which allows Raga to get that one shot. As obviously now, Genomates, seeing that A is clear, it's an obvious B plant. Raga has no U to work with. Prox does have at least a little bit of something, but no paranoia and no time. Those shots connected by Raga. Bippo instantly taking him down. It looks like Raga didn't even bother to hide away. Sort of just plants and holds position right next to the spike.
Yeah, trying to go for one, trying to equalize the numbers at least, but you should know at this point that Genomates is going to be grouped up for that retake. And now, I mean, so back and forth so far. I can't really tell what's going wrong for either of these teams. It just feels like
how do you know this?
13-7
third map.
The trades
Who?
just aren't there. Or one team has gambled correctly. So here, just
how do you know this, bro?
Three players towards that site, playing that close angle, and Starzo obviously being one of the main reasons why they were able to delay for so long, getting those 2 picks onto site.
Martin as well. He got cleared so slowly that he was
how
able
do
to
you
get
know
a trade.
this?
I believe he dropped in his stun as well for the relay bolt. How many times in a row do you want to go on a XLG, say 6 in a row?
No, that was second map.
Now going to be a little bit more difficult. That's a really nice bit of util coming on through. Paranoia as well. Hunter's Fury, though, going to be trying to find its mark. It's WS Leo getting that one done, but no hits connected. Martin will get the cleanup hit, and it's a complete flawless as XLG gets stuck in shops. And you know what Genomate says? We're close today, sir.
Genomates knowing and being tired of Sheila just constantly taking that A main orb. They know that they farm it over almost every single round now. They've gone that space every single time. And they've chosen to contest it. Even with that Sova ult from the side of Sheila, it didn't really put enough pressure for them to stop fighting it. They continued to push forward, continued to get that info. And I think it was really well played. But now we're looking at this buy here. Sheila, everyone has rifles, but there is knives on the side of No Man as well as a Stinger. So nothing too crazy. I'm kind of looking looking for an op here so he could get a pick, but he's opting to do this play with the knives, looking like a really fast A to mid split.
So a lot of players on B for Gentlemates as well. You would think by now XLG have maybe conditioned Gentlemates to lean heavier over towards A, and look at Gentlemates just not even spending too much time. Instant rotation. Happyway's going to have to do a lot here, but already on site it's going to be Nomad. Knives out as mentioned. Mates are not even going to go challenge for double doors, just all going to come through from their own spawn.
Going to be able to get the spike down here for the side of XLG. Not really being contested that much because they have a really good retake plan. At least we hope so for Gentlemates. 5v5, full site has been taken. Ooh. And Nomad instantly gets a pick onto Starzo.
Starzo the first one in, but now they know Nomad's positioning. He's pushed all the way into the boxes. Still have a late player in Mini to try and challenge for double doors, and he'll get the shot. Double doors now opened up. Yellow taking with Bippo, double kill. 2 members left for both of these sides. Araga wants to make sure there's none. Still pop that ultimate there in as well. Has an opportunity still to play off of Leo, who's taking a bit of damage. But it's Raga. Post runner back with 4 kills in this round.
That was crazy. I mean, that round actually was so kind of flip-floppy on who was going to win that round. Gentlemate's doing a good job. Bippo getting that 2K is a really good reason why he switched back onto that Senti and off of that Duelist. It feels like he's got that really good positioning and he's able to take a lot of those 1v1s. But man, that round was close for both of these teams. Sheila just winning it out because Raga having a phenomenal clutch there for It was a 2v2, but it didn't matter. He didn't need any help.
We talked about storylines coming into this one with, particularly for me at least, the last EWC for XLG. Raga didn't really do too much. It was Happyway that had the majority. Happyway is just content with not having to do so much in this early half so far as Raga leading the way for XLG onto site for B. Finally, we're not going to go A anymore. First kill from Mini onto Happyway, but the plant's going to come on through.
Getting the spike down again. Another retake here for Gentlemates, but this time they have numbers. And coming in at such a bad timing. Nomad getting the pick onto Starzo, another onto Martin. And now, Mini trying to get one. Leo actually shutting him down. That's the operator down on the ground. All of a sudden, it's a 3v2.
Nomad is what I used to describe the number of players still alive for Gentlemates, just down to 1 for now. Bippo, can we find some magic in the 1v3? Got a double kill on that last retake, and now he's going to say, money not looking great, chances looking even worse. Back out I go.
That was crazy. I mean, mates, they gambled that round. Mini taking the operator towards that elbow this time. They're trying to get that information. They put the Viper's pit down in a main. They gambled so much. They knew that they would be able to delay for long enough, tried to get the early information, but they just didn't push far enough down that elbow. They were a little bit too scared to overextend. And because of that, Sheila, they had so much space to just go into B main. And what I really like here is Sheila, I feel like before they were kind of more well known for their defaults, playing it a little bit slow. But it's interesting because they've picked Breeze into Gentlemates, and they're also just doing these executes. So I think they're really on this kind of mindset of, I don't care what they do. I don't care that they haven't banned this map. We're just going to do our executes, play our playbook, and it's working out really well for them.
And they're usually just sort of going in, executing, committing to the site.
Go, go, go!
And it's win or lose there, as we saw even on previous rounds where XLG wanted to fight for the A orb, and they'll die there if they have to. No backing out at all. But this time around, it's XLG going all the way up mid. And mates should know that they've completely lost mid control here. Tunnels is open. Many looking for that angle. Doesn't quite land the shot. No, man. We're going to lick a damage over towards him, though.
Slow default once again. Trying to get any information here. No, man, just constantly peeking, being annoying towards that Tons, but he's going to hear that nothing is really contesting him here. Able to walk up and down towards that mid doors, and it looks like they're grouping to another A execute once again. But Martin actually getting the pick onto Lysor.
Yeah, mid to A, I should have said that. My letters mixed up, but one play does go down in terms of Lysor. Raga, though, once again, really showing his worth here. Leo, and No Man gone at this point, so Gentlemates is starting to pick up the pace here a little bit. No one left. Raga doesn't even get secondary there. They wanted to make their way on towards A, losing a player super fast. Is XLG. Ended up being the mid to B, mid to A rather, that was perhaps a little too slow for them.
Yeah, I think Martin overstayed his welcome towards that mid. He had so much space. Then he just walked back and got peeked for free. So kind of crazy. I meant No Man, sorry, not Martine. But just overextending, keeping that space for way too long. They just got punished.
I think XLG maybe thought they had more successfully sold the B fake than they actually did.
Yeah.
Belt now being taken by Gentlemates.
Poison's off.
We're moving up into mid a little bit, but once again going back over towards the orb, going back over towards the shop.
And again, Gentlemates have gambled towards this elbow, trying to get an info, but they're not going to hear anything, and they're going to have an inkling it's towards that A.
Updraft.
Patience here as his drones coming through. You should know it's going to be A at this point, though. Happyway does have an angle. He's going to clean a shot. He gets both of them. In fact, the No Man on the side itself with Bippo. Seems like Raga's got to run it back every couple of rounds, and he's going to make his ability known to at least get his team onto site. And straight after the ultimate usage, will find a kill as well. Back over to A, where they found most of their success, and this time not going through mid. Straight at the guts and shops instead.
If I'm Gentlemates right now, we're taking a timeout. I think we just saw a glimpse of that on that screen. And I'm really talking about these setups, these defensive setups. They've been struggling the whole time in order to just gamble the right way, get that space. They know they're taking that A main a lot. Now they've started to give up mid. They're focusing a lot. This is the third time we've seen them fight for that elbow. One time they were actually towards that B main, didn't get punished. The other two times, nobody was there. It's just way too slow for me on the side of Gentlemates to get that information, to know where they're going to stack their defenses, because right now they're just too stagnant, staying in that so often and giving up the retake almost every single time. It's so hard when a team is good at post plans.
Should be a lot more of a better retake had two players not gone down to Happyway. Even a 1-for-1 trade there would have been ideal, but just not quite clearing that pushed up angle that Happyway had. Door's entry onto site would have helped a lot, and just so many, because Raga's had an incredible half so far. Multiple runner backs in this opening half to just really give them the opportunity to break onto site with full confidence. Whether he actually gets kills using the ultimate or not, the job gets done.
And now jumping back into another gun round here for both teams. A little bit light armor of Gentlemates, a little bit light on this buy. As I say that, they've switched the Guardian and the Vandal over to Mini, which makes a lot of sense. They're setting up for, again, this elbow play that hasn't really gotten them that much value, but this might just be the round, because three of these players here on Shilai, they're playing really passive, and I'm wondering if they think it's an eco.
Here we go. Possible contact, but not going to be a committal from Gentlemates through the elbow itself. But how about on this window on the B side? Proc senses something. He doesn't want to cross that angle. Calling over for a little bit of help here as well.
Go, go, go! Big rotate coming in from the side of Gentlemates, and it looks like Shilai Gaming, they're not really sure where they want to end either. Just kind of making noise, putting pressure anywhere, trying to see if there's any reaction from the side of Gentlemates, and I'm convinced that Shilai thinks that there is a third
A side
going
jayenge,
on.
A side aggressive jayenge, A side.
And the actual rotate that's been made by Gentlemates to play that 2-2-1-2 towards mid might be beneficial, because they're able to rotate into this A side a lot quicker. But it's just down to Bippo and Starza to actually hold it down for longer.
Okay, this is a very fast rotate of the defense. Orb is going to get taken. That's going to give a little bit of time. Martin has arrived. Will that be enough? First scan coming on through. You got to know that this is for sure going to be the execute.
एक अंदर आ गया साइड में पता लग गया
as well, but so far still alive, still hanging out, still available for his team as Bristol makes trying to flood back in, but straight to the arms of Raga, who once more is just getting a lot of work done here. Spike planted down, Pit's in there as well. 3 versus 3 now, 2 instead. As he takes down Bippo, and it's just Prox alive. He's only got a Guardian as well. Only 2 rounds left to play through, so you know your boy ain't saving, but he's got to run into the Lion's Den.
The winning condition this round for Shilai Gaming was getting onto that site, getting that Viper's Pit down, especially after getting the Viper's Pit online. Prox is out, saving that weapon. Makes a lot of sense, because that winning condition is just so hard to beat. And again, Gentlemates just able to allow Shilai Gaming to get onto site almost every single time. We need to see the post-plant statistics for this, because the spike has been down, I'm going to assume, almost every single round, if not all of them.
It's down a lot. I think a few of the rounds that it didn't go down included the A main hold with all the util dump defensively, where they just completely crunched them in there. Of course, we had the
just better than everyone. It didn't actually benefit them too much. But in this case, all gamers seem to have found the perfect balance where it's like, you're a really sick Phoenix, you're going to play Phoenix. You're a really good Raze, you're going to play Raze. And we're just not going to have the ego about having to play Duelist every single map.
That was a nice shot from Rian's.
Maybe I've jinxed Kira.
Now, Kira came into this round with a showstopper, which is a great safety net, and got picked off right away. Nothing done in return, bar a tickle onto Rian's. Well, this is about as good a start as you could hope for. 3-0 down. It's pretty much a guaranteed fourth for all gamers, or at least it should be. They're under so much pressure. The Thorns stop anybody from trading a rifle.
भाई सेव राउंड में निकाल गए.
And Team Heretics 4 versus 2.
3 गन्स मिल गई. 3 गन मिल गई. Nice.
Chance to springboard into this.
There.
Guns have now been retrieved, so the disadvantages of the round have somewhat faded away. And it's looking like an easy clean-up. Shrimp has managed to survive for a moment, but it's Rian's to close out the round. Well, maybe keep him on the initiator for now. He seems to do all right with it.
Nightfall online as well, thanks to a big 3K, but that is a ridiculous round to win. They come in with Sheriffs after being squashed.
ये अच्छा निकाला था. ये पिक अच्छा था.
And this
भाई सेव राउंड में निकाल दिया उन्होंने ये.
Perfectly for them, especially the fight on the site. The fact that there is some Thorns there to stop any trading, any re-aggression from the rest of the team. So everybody on All Gamers was just stuck outside C main. Now again, we're going to see this fight. But, oh, the C's is hit. It's hit a few of them. The nade's going to take down Koshmaris, and damage is being done. They're stuck in the open. It's a massacre in A main. All Gamers, they pretty much won the round right as it started.
Yeah, you have to look at the remaining 2 players on Heretics and go, do they even bother? Do you even attempt to try and go for something here? They do have the credits. Bear in mind, because they managed to win a low buy, they didn't have to purchase the majority of the guns. So there is an argument to go, okay, let's throw caution to the wind and try and get something done here. But it does feel more like, do our opponents give us anything? And look at the way the attackers are currently setting up. There are 3 players towards tree. There's 1 player sat alone in the corner. Fanga almost just being used as contact, but also could create a crossfire. And even he's looking to try and just join up with the remainder of his teammates. And in the end, they're going to clean it up with no problems at all. All Gamers take a 4-1 lead on the 3rd and final map of this series.
That was huge. We've seen Heretics pretty much give up on that A main fight in every other round. This time they send 3 players to fight early on. And look at that C's. It catches them all dead to rights. And from there, it was just a formality. They had far too much on the table to fold out on that round.
This is an interesting thing, because coming into today, I was already a big fan of Shrimp, but now I am for a different reason altogether, because he's been unreal throughout this series so far.
Yeah, it genuinely has been. You think back to the last map, what was it, 17-6 or something at one point? Or 15-6 maybe? It's been delivering. But again, I think that all gamers in general, they've really impressed me here today. Up against Heretics, again, on map 1, we see Woot on fire, and I'm thinking, oh, this is going to be a pretty tough game. Because if Heretics come in on medium form, yeah, I could see anybody doing some damage, but at their peak, they're one of the best. And I thought that was the Heretics we were getting here today, but they still need to show us that face.
Well, yeah, for like the first 17 rounds of map 1, that was the team.
Yeah.
12-5.
Yeah, 12-5, okay.
That was, and then the comeback.
Yeah.
From then onwards, all gamers have been the better side.
Yeah, like, actually wild. From because it's not just the round wins. Like, when it was 7-2, that could have been a more even half. But then when we pushed up to 12, it was like, no, the Heretics have now got the win in their sails. They're now looking dominant.
Yeah. Woot was like by far the best player in the server
like
at that point.
3 kills every round or something.
Yeah, and now it's been anything but that. All gamers have stepped up, and it's not just been one. Like, I think GRQ has been a big highlight, but Shrimp was barely dying in the last map. Fangir has been deadly. We need to see some of the players on the other side delivering in a similar way. So much in terms of information already. A double opener. The reveal from Rians was sublime. That showstopper still hasn't got to be used. Kira hasn't either had a chance to use it or a reason to. And after saving in the last round, Well, sorry, having enough credits to buy into this one, I should say. This was an important one for Heretics to take, and they're looking like they're in a good spot.
Oh, GRQ, Shrimp, and Bai left in a 3v5. No space anywhere on the map. Heretics have full control of Rubble, but it's towards the B site where they look to put pressure on this attack side. Woot holding from the sideline, waiting for the walkthrough. He's gone for the jump peek instead, but here we go. The wall goes up. Woot wants to fight, but he's lost it. A big pick by Shrimp. Showstopper no longer online for all gamers, so they have to become the missile themselves. Shredding the first few fights, and Bai! That double has sealed the round. This was Heretics all over. An instant double, and yet this three-man squad is able to clutch it back. Heretics have got to be devastated. We almost need a pause soon.
Well, I'm not sure if my eyes deceive me. I think they wallbang Shrimp to 1 HP with an operator in the middle of all of that. So, like, his final kill is him on his last legs because there was a great wallbang, and then it was completely irrelevant in the end because Bai is able to step in. It's exactly what I'm talking about. There just seems to be so much depth of talent that even in a 3v5 scenario, everything can still go wrong for the side of Heretics. Nice shot from Cosmaris to start. They've dealt the kill they would have loved to have in the last round. By the way, that Showstopper is still online.
Yeah, Kira's had it for a while. Hadn't had the chance to use it. Man advantage with Bai down. Pistols stacked up on this C site. But all gamers seem to have sensed the danger. Problem is, that's not the only danger. You saw Cosmaris trying to go for a pick through that door, but it's not to be. All gamers slow it down. Chance to freeze. And moving back in the other direction. Risky, as we've said, like they have no control at the moment. Players could have pushed up with Bai dead. They could have pushed up B, for all they know, until they've cleared the space just now. A Rubble's been taken from them before. It has been again. But what worked last time was just contacting up to B and bursting through that wall. And I think we're going to see the same again. The difference is this time, it's not going to be Woot. It's Cosmaris instead, but he hasn't really got the gun for this. Good tag. Oh,
okay.
You're dead.
Yeah, that's going to be one for free. Showstopper gone once again. TP in towards the site. An opportunity again with the lower Bai to potentially make this one work. Instead, though, they've got a few seconds before their weaponry dissipates. I think that may have even missed the remaining couple. That means they can still fight with the guns, but the time is ticking away. The boombot coming in from behind, and Rien's once again adding another to the pile of bodies. It's the low buy rounds that are working out for Heretics. Give them guns and they'll do nothing. Give them pistols, they'll take the round.
Nice round.
I don't really know what to say about that. For Heretics, they probably shouldn't be doing that. But if it works, I suppose. I mean, this was really nice from Cosmaris. Like, the first tag was huge. They didn't make it through the wall together as well. And then he has the ult in his back pocket, knowing that he's already tagged that player up heavy. It's good to get the advantage, but on the side itself, they shouldn't have lost those fights.
Yeah, he took
चार ult है उनके पास, AG.AL के पास.
It really was just
ये round बहुत tough होने वाला है. ये round बहुत tough हो जाएगा ये वाला round.
Having the wins with the low buys, and we just go straight back. There we go. Showstopper immediately used. Now they have a trap of their own.
My God.
Waiting, denies, and it's just straight back to regular programming for all gamers. Blink and you miss it. You thought for a second because they lost a low buy that was going to change anything about their game. Well, you'd be wrong.
Well, there's always a 1v5 ninja defuse.
ठीक है.
No, that would never happen.
If Benji wants to go for it.
Unfortunately, he's not trapped.
दो ult उनके पास भी ready हो गई है.
The remaining attackers
he's not
right on the
completely
C
surrounded.
side. Yeah, no. Unfortunately, he is actually on the other side of the map, which in this case is a negative.
It's strange to see the fact that Heretics every time, because when they sit back with the rifles and all gamers are able to execute into them, it's understandable, right? All gamers are flooding in and taking a lot of favorable duels, but when it comes to this round,
he's dead.
I like the idea. Heretics swinging open the door to immediately put pressure on the back of that C hit.
Oh, nice.
But they get punished for it. And again, it seems like the second that those rifles come into their hands,
हीरा को गिरा दिया.
the disadvantages come along with it. And I don't know at what stage we will see a pause out of that side, but it definitely feels like all gamers have full control.
Oh, yeah. No, there's no doubt about it. Like, if you're winning every single full buy round, every ult that you're utilizing seems to have high impact, and that was so desperately clean. And on the other side of things, you're getting those rounds where you're like, okay, we never should have won that. Let's do something off it. Let's go for a contact play into middle, take some control. Let's try and pincer them while they're executing onto C, catch them through the door. And each time you get absolutely nothing for it. It's got to be brutal for the side of Heretics to almost try and just come back from that and go, okay, let's pick ourselves up again. Now that our economy is again going to be in a questionable state. I think for this round once more, they'll be okay because, again, they picked up a load of rifles. But if you don't build anything off this, it really doesn't matter anymore.
Oh, that's exactly it. Especially when your opponents are running away with it like this, when we're seeing different heroes step up, your GRQ from the map before. Kira looking to heat up on this one. The All Gamers camp, after the previous map as well, being as strong of a statement as it was, it looks like a mismatch on the server, which coming into today, I thought maybe we would see, just not in this direction. And not with this severity either. The barrier's up again. Timeout over, and for Team Heretics, it is time to start connecting rounds. They have a showstopper to work with and a full buy, but these are the rounds that they've been losing convincingly. Nice start from Koshmaris.
He's done well once again. In fact, he's been one of the players really stepping up. Rians is the other showstopper. Not going to be fired, but they've already got the advantages once more. Put themselves in a good position. Mara's back on the Neon definitely seems to be much more comfortable, though it was
ये लो हाई में भाई बहुत टफ है लो हाई में जीतना.
Duo is going to be disjointed. Nice work.
Oh, ले गया.
Clearing the second might be difficult. While Rians really has been on a tear.
Nice round, nice round.
Add to his collection. I think that's either 11 or 12 kills, and considering the current scoreline, that's a lot.
Yeah, considering they're
ये
trailing
half
by
time
that
तक
much.
कितना जाना चाहिए?
It's been a big step up from him. When you take a look at Koshmaris, though, the impact found to start out this round to catch off those deep B players as well as the spam straight through main. He's had a couple of very impactful openings. He's only 6-6 at the moment, but
he's won them 2 rounds.
He has literally put...
And they have 3.
Yeah, 66% of the rounds up for these boys.
There's that maths.
0.6
recurring. Reveal हो गया वो.
Nice.
तोड़ ही नहीं पाया उसको. उसके reveal को.
They'll need more. And the showstopper used up in the previous. You look over at All Gamers, they're still able to buy. They've still got a couple credits back pocketed, and with Fangear having the ult, there's not exactly a lack of flexibility in how they approach this round. 1:15 on the clock. Heretics seem to be waiting for A main to be pushed. Boo has a paranoia in hand, and you can see on the other side, Woot's waiting to crunch, but All Gamers going the other way.
It's funny because I'm surprised they even risked going back towards B last round because it has been a failure for them. The C site, however, has been a very different story. They've been able to either force the player out or just get openings almost immediately. This time, the response from Heretics is to put Koshmaris there to support Benji. They're expecting that move to come in, but rather than being all in on this side of the map, they've also left GRQ rotation
B घुसेंगे B जाएंगे
in this direction if they need to, which is what they're doing.
There's the paranoia, and it's caught perfectly
nice.
onto Kira. Nightfall to cover the right side as well. Benji Fishy picking up one on the other side of the map by caught walking through the wall. Woot's here just in time, and there's a response immediately. You can see that they're closing in the walls on him, surrounding on all sides and leaving Shrimp with no choice but to run away with that spike. GRQ is going to do the same. Tucked in on Rubble and save these weapons. Team Heretics are back on the board, and 6-4. Not as big of a gap as it felt like after those first few rounds.
No, a decent resurgence over the last couple. I think firstly it's important that just having that extra stack up, having the read on the C site, not allowing them to just sort of plow their way through as they did in the last take of C. I am a little bit surprised, though, that we haven't seen All Gamers just go for a more direct hit. I felt like that's what was working for them, and now getting sort of isolated in some of these more disjointed fights are giving opportunities for 1v1s, which I think that's going to help out Heretics a little bit more. I think also just Kira having a massively hot start, falling a little bit further down that board. But again, they're going to stick it out with the default. I think it's also a bit different in this round where they come in with a couple of ultimates. So you have that Nightfall available. You also have the Operator. And this is just being utilized to try and kill Koshmaras.
Well, he's had success spamming through the smokes. No doubt. They felt like they got unlucky at times, and he might be in that same boat in just a moment. He's not peeking until that wall goes up, it seems. Before, he's been keen to spam, keen to fight. Now he's seen the op. The shoulder peek, the bait out of that shot means no one's going to be falling hook, line, and sinker for it. And towards the A site, they take presence outside B as a reason to push up and take control of Rubble.
I'm liking the re-aggression. The only problem is not a lot of support. It seems like Boo has called for it, though. Seems like he has the right read, as he's asked Woot to come in to support. Of course, no nade available anymore, but they're looking to try and pressure onto him instead. The players have been destroyed. Boo obliterated, trying to help out his teammate, and now that A site is firmly under the control of all gamers again, although Koshmaras was hoping to try and catch someone crossing. Instead, they're already there, and Riens has found a kill back.
Nightfall's going to catch two, both down below in the pit. Luckily, no nade left on Kira, and he's got to be so careful to not swing out.
Oh, देख लिया.
Timing awful.
Oh, nice.
Up top, finds looking the other way. Kira's fallen. And with an op still lurking around, there's no easy connection for Bai anymore. Second Thorns are destroyed. Op is trained in on the angle, tries to
अरे
make the shot, but can't quite
क्या
get there.
retake
And Riens
पे
rounds the
भाई
corner
मजा ही आ
for
गया
his fourth
अच्छा निकाला ये
of
राउंड
the
बहुत
round.
अच्छा निकाला TS
Dragging Heretics, kicking and screaming up to 5.
Nah, he's genuinely been unbelievable in the last few rounds. Like you were talking about a double opener in towards the site, where it seemed like they would never have an opportunity of any control. He catches the aggressive operator player, and then on the way back into the site, hits his Nightfall and kills a player at almost exactly the same time. Like, these are rounds that Heretics shouldn't be winning. This is a 3v5 where basically Riens has, well, he's brought it back more than level just on his own. And if you look at the scoreboard, it's very clear why they're still in this map.
One round between them. Despite Riens being 15-6.
Yeah.
He's died 6 times. They've lost 6 rounds.
It adds up.
That doesn't tell you all you need to know. And you see the Thorns positioned inside the door. This time, Benji puts them a little further back so the door won't break them on the way around. And this is somewhere that all gamers won't have any info on.
फंस गया Omen फंस गया Omen फंसा
Prowler's going to be cancelled out essentially, but the showstopper.
Oh!
A bold play by Kira. The spam is awful for Koshmaras.
Shit, कैसे बच गया?
Neck and neck at the half, it looks like Team Heretics will be conceding 7-5. A big pickup needed. And some damage done to Shrimp and Kira.
Yeah.
It's still possible in the 3v5.
But that was Koshmaras. He thought he finished the first. Woo, he's not even going to check the angle, and I think it was just a second later the reveal came through, just a little bit disjointed, a little bit early. And unless Riens, well, yeah, there you go. Now I have no belief. No offense to Boo, but it would have to be another Riens round if they were ever going to have a chance. And the second he's eliminated, that's a problem. Even still, though, I think that's a very good resurgence. You lose Pistol, the half end 7-5, you call it even, but if you watch those first 7 or 8 rounds, it didn't feel like it was going to be anywhere near even.
It's been the story of this series so far as well. I think both teams are adapting to each
यार
other.
उसको लगा था कि वो रेज मर गया.
All gamers playing super aggressive. They got a lot of control
Miss
stolen out
miss
of the hands of their opponents, and it worked well for them in that early aggro. But I think Heretics start to adapt. They start to get control over Rubble relatively free in the early rounds. They start to play these rotations in where the setup from Benji is on C, then it's on A, it's holding in towards the tree. And Koshmaras as well, delivering a couple of shots. But really, the difference maker was Riens. This man decided that he had to get them at least a couple of rounds for them to have a chance. After all, this squad came in to EWC to defend a title that they were searching for any title for so long, and they finally have one under their belt, but they are being challenged in the opening round of the groups.
Well, that's the thing. They will always be remembered as the first team to win EWC in Valorant. But the fact is, a title defense, well, firstly, it proves that it wasn't a fluke, but it also feels, right now at least, that it is very, very far away. With All Gamers in with the lead, a chance to be one win away from making it to the playoff stage. And well, I would say maybe if Heretics had seen the result against GE, they might be feeling a little bit more confident that they'd be able to win that lower bracket match. But also, it makes you think that either they're going to get a rematch versus All Gamers if it does end up in a decider, or they're going to have to face an MIBR who have just won a series by only losing 5 rounds. I don't think you want to play that team right now. Verno especially seemed like he was incredibly confident in that matchup, but they have got a wealth of talent. And I'm sure they'd maybe like the chance to play them a little bit earlier on rather than in a decider game, which I'll be honest, if they play like they did, I don't think they're going to be in.
No. No, not at all. But for Team Heretics, a 2-round gap as we come in to half number 2. A recovery needed, perhaps now that they can put the pressure on. The tables will turn, but only time will tell. Benji Fishy.
Nice.
Nice start onto Kira. Nice shot onto Shrimp. It looks like he wants a little bit more. But when it's hitting, it's hitting.
Woot as well, finding a kill. Chance with the pistol and follow-up to level up this map after being desperately far behind. Well, Fang is the only one anywhere near the action. A chance onto Benji, but Benji's also just playing a more passive angle, and the steps have definitely been heard by Rians. He is low on HP, but that hasn't made a difference throughout this game so far. Banging now in a 1v5. And the fact is, at this point, he knows he's being flanked, but there's not a whole lot he can do about it. Rians isn't even going to give him anything. It's just smart play from the initiator, sitting back. And even if he does eventually get this kill, you're going to be looking at a guy that now has less than 20 seconds to try and win the entirety of the round. In other words, I'm saying it's impossible.
Oh. At least a little bit of damage to close it out. An orb for Woot as well, but for Heretics, a much needed win.
Pistol round जीतना जरूरी था TH के लिए.
You falter there, and All Gamers continue that steamroll. 7-5 can turn into a much more convincing scoreline, especially with how things have been going. You imagine a couple of quiet rounds from Rians, but that's the thing. You have to imagine it, because we're not seeing it just yet.
Yeah. You never know how this game goes, though, because as we sort of said, like, you have the beginning of the match, and we're looking at Woot looking invincible. He's gone quiet. You look at GRQ, he's got a bit quiet.
What?
Hello. That's a lot of players has been spotted, but they continue to try and aggress versus it. A little bit risky, considering they now could just leave. They could just fall back to push through the smoke.
They're going
to try and follow them, but if they run even for a second, the steps will be heard. And the rifle on Kira, unfortunately, isn't going to catch anybody before they make their way to the A site.
Yeah, so 1 rifle recovered. But what can be done with it? 3 players to take down, no shields in play, damage done. So we're looking at some pretty deadly opponents you're up against, but you're not going to be saving. Not at this stage of the game. You've got money for the next. Fight for Benji, 1 shot, all he needs. Head or body.
Nice.
And Benji takes 2. 7-7. Now we are neck and neck on the decider map. For Heretics, like we said, coming to this event to defend the title.
Decider map में वह बहुत अच्छा जा रहे हैं.
No. But if you get through the match, nobody's going to care. Like, that's ultimately what it is. Sure, you might look at it and go, okay, do I believe that they were going to have a chance to win the EWC trophy for a second time? Probably wouldn't have done coming into the event, but getting yourself closer to the playoff stage is the main thing, and for All Gamers, they have had a fantastic display in this matchup so far. A slow start.
Entry लेंगे, aggressive entry
लेंगे.
ये.
A 2-0 with their climb back. They don't want to let this slip versus Heretics because, as we said, it seems like their group is a competitive one. GE might be making an argument otherwise with their first game, but I think we all know the caliber of the players they have, and will look to come into that lower bracket match competitive.
All Gamers are starting to posture for this retake. The door already open. It'll swing again, but before that, swung on by Kira. Now they'll up the pace towards this site. Vice wall in play. We're going to see the Thorns put out to block that north side approach. Big spray by Shrimp. He's found himself two as a showstopper comes online for Woot. A third in this round, and the nade buys that little bit more time. Shrimp under pressure, that time ticking. He has to find them, and they can play Ring a Rosie or just take him down. 8-7 now. Team Heretics in the lead.
Huge bonus round victory, and more importantly, Woot getting those additional kills, allowing him to get the showstopper. Puts him in a position where they were able to convert a bonus round and continue to build momentum. That's the biggest thing. Because it looked like they were screwed. I'll be honest, you had 4 players at the back of that site get hit by a paranoia, and then 3 of them get seized in the corner. I thought they were dead to rights. There shouldn't have been any way out of that round, but as you can see, the confidence building, the pressure starting to mount. For all gamers, what was a previous map of all laughs and smiles, their opponent's map choice slipping from Heretics' fingers, they now sit there with their lead diminished to a point where they're behind. They need to step up on this defensive side because, well, basically what I'm trying to say is that could have been a very winnable round for them. I think their utility was well placed. It was just the shots that didn't land.
Always going to be a bump in the road here and there. Heretics only 1 round in the lead. The timeout just coming to a close. Let's take a look at where they're at economically for all gamers. It's certainly not going to be a pretty purchase. And the opportunities here for Koshmaris to run wild with that outlaw. Right off rip, he's going to be looking for a battle. Let's say. But I do think in this round, like, for all gamers, I expect to see aggression out of them. So I like what this is on C. They're just pumping the brakes. A lot of presence on A, and then decide to burst out of the smoke with the flash. The problem is Heretics are being so cautious. They're sitting back in their spawn, waiting for an aggressive stance. And the only thing that could play against them is that position from Boo, but the paranoia has caused issues for the man that's in that corner. Made this look like a pretty easy round. Okay, with Kira down, that was the main danger. The Guardian gone. Only Fangir left to deal with.
Yeah, a little bit of additional damage, and especially considering Heretics pushed into the stack-up of players. They managed to clean that relatively easy. I also want to point out, like, I feel like Woot was like 3-9 or something like that. Like, he was down the bottom of the scoreboard. I think it was only Boo that was below him. He's now 11-10. So already in this second half, we are seeing that superstar duelist start to rise back up to the spot we know he can. Koshmaris able to close out the round. Lead extended. I'll be honest, after the start they had, it's not something I necessarily expected to see from Heretics, but it does seem like those few individual brilliant rounds, especially from Rienz. I don't know what it is, but I feel like whenever Rienz pulls off a round, it's always so impressive that it just gets everybody mega hyped, no matter how they're performing on that side. He's also a player I don't feel like I've ever seen mentally boomed.
I like that. I like the replay angle there. I'm just realizing that GRQ is so distracted by Boo that he didn't even turn to get the kill onto Woot. Didn't hear it because of the paranoias. I was waiting for his shot to land in the back of his head, but it never came. There's a showstopper online for Kira.
Glass cannon up as well.
This is probably the round that you do want to send it in. And again, that means Team Heretics want to be cautious early on. You make noise, you group up. They get a whiff of it, there's going to be a rocket coming your way.
This is something Heretics do quite regularly. They go wall hunting. They like to just remove that piece of utility, and it forces rotations. I just look already, like GRQ has had to go all the way back to the C site just to try and help out. They don't have any intentions of going in that direction. Now, it does force them in towards the operator, but we're also seeing attack side pings on the exact position that Fangir is holding. It's just whether or not he can get one and get out. Now, bear in mind, as said, he doesn't have any shields to play with. He's already been smoked off the angle. This leaves the A site completely open. Now, of course, if you're Heretics, you can't know it's completely open, but you probably think you've pulled a rotation or two.
I certainly hope they don't think it's completely open, because it's not anymore.
They do.
The op's going to be forced back. As you said, the patience here paying off. The plant will be found, but look at this position from Rienz. I don't want to see him go any further than that, but he gets up close to the showstopper, gets popped. Now he can't see a damn thing, and Woot rips Kira out of the round.
Oh my
Great
God.
response from Heretics.
Yeah, good counter utility. I think there was a haunt in there as well that revealed him while flying through the air, so while being blinded just gets decimated. It's a good start, but more is needed, and wow, it's a whiff or two, and Bai does a lot of damage, gives them an advantage, and Fangir extends it. It's left all on Taboo. They put their Nightfall the other way. They don't expect him to still be in this corner, hiding in those ratty positions. A man who's had a rough game so far, but he spots that he's on that defusal. Now just needing a singular shot.
Nice.
And it might have been a quiet game from Boo, but if he's winning you rounds, who gives a damn?
A masterful play. The second that you saw the Nightfall go out, he realizes, well, they're going to put the pieces together in a couple seconds. I need to take this kill. And pounces right in the nick of time. Great use as well of his TP to jump out and check. Oh, he is defusing it. And then he baits him with a shot. Just a single shot, hides back behind the wall, and knows there's no way he'll have the gall to stick it. 10-7 now for Boo. He was on 3 kills. That pushed him up to 5. But most importantly, it pushed Heretics up to double digits.
Yeah, it's about keeping that momentum going. The second there's a break, that's the moment where all gamers start to realize, okay, we're back in the game. We're only a round behind. Instead, that difference is up to 3. An aggressive stance.
Oh, nice.
It's a shame because the paranoia was good, but it didn't seem to matter too much. Woot has gone from being executed to the executioner. He's stolen that blade and is cutting off the head of all gamers. And well, now there's only one gamer left.
The worst part is for Woot being the person that gets all of those kills in this round. All gamers go into the next round with a full buy. And Woot goes into the next with a showstopper because he's built up all of those orbs. Now we've got a problem. And more than one problem,
TH for the win.
for sure.
TH for the win.
Heretics are activated again. We saw it at the start of the series. And a few flashes in the pan here and there, but they have been missing for a while. It seemed as an assured, a guarantee that we were going to go 2-1 in favor of all gamers, that this map was going to continue to spiral out of control, and yet they have turned it around. Swapping halves has seen them win 6 rounds in a row.
TH के पास 3 ult है.
To close this out.
They've been able to shut down everything that's been thrown at them as well. The operator wasn't a surprise. Defensive aggression hasn't worked. They've been patient, and Woot has been hitting all the way through this attack side half. You can see it. No wall spotted. So now they go looking elsewhere. They just want to put doubt into the minds of all gamers. This time they'd have to pressure in towards the B side. Although you can see there's a ping there, so maybe even that's going to be the next check. It might not matter though, because the wall becomes irrelevant quite quickly once you lose your vice.
Fungir's very lucky, didn't swing deeper into that angle. They were ready and waiting. 3 players staring at him.
B पे aggressive करेंगे, B पे aggressive करेंगे, B पे aggressive. अरे देख लिया उसने.
Good job from Kira. Kosh Maris is a big scalp to take here, and he'll run away after burning up the paranoia from the other side. Flank around by GRQ. It's being watched, and Rienz, pixel perfect on the shot. Showstopper can't even land in time, and Shrimp is gone. This was the full buy for AG.AL, and it is all gone downhill. 7 in a row now for Heretics, unless Kira is about to pull out. A very impressive play.
Kira's had moments, but none quite like this just yet.
They need the money.
They need whatever they can get at this stage, and you can already see that the hunt is on. Rienz is actually going to box Kira into position. There really is nowhere left to go. Can he hold on to the gun? That's a nice shot, but doesn't know where the other players are currently coming from. In fact, Benji's going all the way around just to try and catch him if he tries to go back towards the spawn. The safest place is B, and it's definitely not walking into Woot. But the disparity between this first half and second half is going to be an absolute landslide. The fact that he's currently not just positive, but I think either 1 or 2 kills away from being the top of the board makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, considering where we started. This whole series has been like that, though. I feel like no performance can keep up from half to half.
Strong finish.
Yeah, yeah. But this
Woot
is
the bookend.
No, he's the walls closing in on AG. And at this point, it is starting to feel like an inevitability. But, you know, I said that before, and we ended up 13 to 11.
It'd be a great time for a pause right now, This would be a really good time for all gamers to take a pause.
I feel like the scoreline's too close. At this point, you have to just let it run the distance, you know?
I want to know what inspiring words are coming through from the coaching staff, because whatever it was on map 1, it did work.
Yeah,
it brought them back from 12-5 to, unfortunately, 12-11 and then tasting defeat.
Yeah.
But they did manage to just sort of pick up the pace. And this has felt somewhat similar. Like, it's felt like in the second half, there has been no chance of them winning a round. Like, obviously, the Boo 1v2 was their best, but the fact that we are seeing 7 rounds in a row for this attack side, 0 opportunities or mistakes left for the defense. But hey, 12-5, they managed to win 6 in a row. Well, they only need 5 to get to OT.
If I'm not mistaken, that was the attack side, though, where they came in with a much more clear direction.
Don't worry about the details.
It was quite pacey attacks. But hey, look, the details here, they're doing the same thing. They might not be on the red side, but they are attacking. Pushing down on C main. 4 players there at the start of the round. This is an all-in strat. You're coming into this round knowing we lose this, it's over. We make 1 mistake, it's over. 4 players push C main. It's crazy. Heretics could already have the B side. They could have walked through that utility. They could have taken A with ease, and instead they stood and waited. Rien's again dealing death and dishing it out at plenty. All gamers.
Oh my God.
The question is, can he get the ace to close it out? Because I don't think they can win it anymore.
Well, Woot was making a comeback to try and take the top of the board. Unfortunately, Rienz has made sure that there is absolutely no chance, unless they throw a 1v5 just to try and take that away from him. Rienz dragged them through the first half with crazy moments, and he might be able to end the map with the craziest of the lot, just sitting in a corner, waiting for enemies. The Nightfall has given them the clearance of the site. And now by is all that remains. Rienz has finally died. He's been able to steal at least a couple of weapons. But you've already heard the Neon ult has gone through. The overdrive is going to make sure there's at least some weaponry, and he does not look long for this world. A couple of kills are a nice parting gift, but he needs to try and find 3 more with only 21 health.
Yeah, they put a second set of thorns through. He didn't shoot them. He was waiting for that swing from Neon, so left on 21 HP. A spam in the smoke would be enough. Step through the thorns would have been the end, and there it is. Boo with the wall bang to close us. 13-7.
Nice.
And our title defenders off to a good start. It was a little bit shaky, but the series is under their belt.
It's been a very weird game. Map number 1 looked like they were going to win dominantly.
Players at least walked through smoke before the flash even came through. Okay. Shilai begin a little bit aggressive here, not in the good way, as I praised him for that last map, but this time around kind of reminds me of that shop scenario that we saw on Debris. XLG will be at least taking the same control as last round over on towards Rubble, tapping that door once more, but this time being a little bit more measured.
देख ली गन देख ली मुझे लगा गन देखी होगी उसने गन देखी होगी
these picks, trying to get some numbers at least online for them with these sheriffs. But Gentlemates, they're going to re-walk and re-clear this right here. The smoke's going to block them from doing that, but they don't care. Going into it, a little bit scary here.
The smoke fades. XLG will be in quite a bit of trouble there if they're still hanging around. Watch over towards Pillar. Should be Starzo seeing the cross, multiple members.
C side khali hai, C side khali hai.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
That is Spike on the floor though.
But look, nobody's on the C site here for Gentlemates. They've all stacked towards B. A really fast flank with that door opening, and they're all fighting.
Starzo gets stunned on up. Door will close now. They might just look to be able to still sneak into the side, but not quite. Door opens again. Starzo just knocks them all down, and only Raga alive now, who won't be able to do anything. A second flawless in the first 4 rounds. But of course, that was no guns again for the side of XLG. 5th round coming up, their second opportunity with guns. We'll see if the timeout comes on through yet. Otherwise, XLG Need to be able to pilot this one well.
Starzo's just having a field day, honestly, at this point. Like, just getting those frags. And like you said, the timeout did, in fact, come in for XLG here. It makes a lot of sense because you're struggling. You need to get that first gun round, or second gun round, sorry, under your belt, making sure that you're taking fights really, really well. I think for them, they're probably going to try to find that cipher, try to break some trips, just play the map a little slower, because every single time that they've tried just doing some sort of contact play, it just hasn't worked out. Gentlemates, they've done a good job with the rotates. They've done a good job of getting that info early, but they're still not really being tested with their defensive setup.
We haven't even seen XLG make it a site yet. They've just been kind of waffling into the opening doorways of either locations, and doors have been their problem so far. Maybe a battering ram is what they need to finally get their way on, and the timeout will maybe just provide that psychologically, if nothing else.
Yeah, it's pretty hard for the side of XLG as well to figure out exactly what Gentlemates is doing, because it's not like they're being really obvious with their plays. They're not showing that they're having a trap setup. They're just collapsing based on essentially the information that they're getting very slowly. And they're gambling a lot of the time towards these sites for their defense.
I mean, Starso just sees the cross from pillars and instantly opens the door and just says goodbye.
He's 10-0, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't even used his ultimate. He might have found 2 ultimates by now if he actually went there. As many finds no man. Operator has been located. Ban news for XLG. Do have a little bit of a push-up from Hathaway on the A side of things, but otherwise, so far, Dog in first. Only sees a single player. Even later on, you can imagine if this does come down to a retake, 2 big ultimates potentially online for mates.
With the numbers advantage, Gentlemates, they're not too scared to over-rotate, and the best part is that deep cipher trip towards that B main. They have so much passive information, they don't even need to worry about this site at all, knowing that right now, the only person that can get past it is potentially Jet. So that's why Starzo's sitting there listening, but they have the Nightfall for that retake, not afraid to play it onto that site, and they're letting Shilai finally get onto site and get the spike down.
Yep, playing super passively here. It'll be a 5v4 retake. Mates playing for the full retake scenario, and now those ultimates will need to start coming on through Martin as well. By the way, 1 away from that showstopper, but should be Nightfall first after the Prowler has been spent.
Easy plan mil gaya.
Here we go, rip it through. See how much XLG end up dodging out or respecting it. Well, Raga falls super early. Minik wasting no time onto Happyway as well. This is falling apart quick for XLG. Leo, the only one who was super off-site, now has to do it all. And it's already been covered. Starso leaves nothing on the table. He licks that one clean.
Whatever Starso ate in this short break between maps, I gotta know, because I need that in my life, because he's absolutely fragging out. He's going crazy. And the best part for me is he's just confident in going for a lot of those peaks. He's just taking his ones a lot of the time, or he's just positioned himself so well that he's able to get a lot of those frags. It's really nice to see him, and following up as well with his duelist majority of the time, not necessarily having to do the heavy lifting, but instead having to get that trade in is really nice to see. Now Gentlemates again going towards this A main, fighting for this Rebel, not allowing XLG to get as much space as they can. On the other side, Bippo here just spotting that C. Gonna spot it out with that Cypher cam.
Well, it's going to be a stinger round coming through from an XLG with Raga and Happyway saving a little bit more money. Dog coming in on towards C as Bippo might have to give this one away. He does want to operate, but he just doesn't find the shot. Has to cage for safety. Doesn't even get rammed down either. There's no man. Nice upgrade. Finally, I mean, this is the second time really that XLG have even seen this site and gotten the plant. Okay, Mini. There is a crossfire here, though. Do they know that Leo is around the corner? Well, they do now. Good flash, but no opportunity to get the kill. Finally, a wall come through, but Martin trades on that showstopper. 3 versus 3. Operator still there for life, so that's the biggest gun that XLG have. Otherwise, they're still kind of broke here with no man. Being the one to be able to still turn things around. That's your rifle gone. Pull the rocket, maybe. Pull through the ultimate. No man has capability. Gets the kill, but doesn't have that rocket available now. Raga versus Martin. Martin says, all me, baby.
That was crazy messy
Bye.
for both sides. XLG almost having a really good round.
ये तो गलत निकाल लिया वाला
Really
round
sucks
तो.
for Bippo there, throwing his Cypher cage, but it bounced so far back while he was blind, he didn't know where it went, so he was just spamming F on the floor and nothing was happening. But that was rough. Again, weak side with that op. See right here.
Yeah,
he
that is tragic.
For him. The Sky Flash hitting at the perfect moment. But of course, Mini with a really quick follow-up. Martin following up with his rocket as well. I think for No Man, he probably should have used that rocket a little bit earlier to deny that retake, because now they're in this position where they could have won it out. They could have done some serious damage. And 2 ults online for XLG.
What was bro thinking? Because I'm thinking the same as you. No showstopper, no win for XLG, and they are in the hole. At least by this time on Breeze, mates had gotten a couple rounds in.
one-sided हो जाएगा ये तो.
XLG still looking for one. Here we go now. This time around, showstopper will be played. It doesn't do anything, but does clear the site, so minimum value is still there.
Alt waste कर लिया अपनी. क्यों किया ऐसा?
No, man, he's not scared. He's pushing through that smoke, trying to hold as much as he can. Using the satchel, but he's caught off guard. Bippo getting that pick, and the retake starts here for mates.
Drive in, full flash is a little unfortunate, but still the kills are decent. Starso finally falls. Second death so far in this entire half. Through the wall, though. A little bit of damage from Lysol. Not too sure that he even realizes.
अगर ये वाला round भी गया भाई हाथ से तो गया. ये तो गया.
Leo and Lysol falling apart now. Only happy way, and he's got way too much.
देखो इस बार हमें देखने को मिल सकता है इसमें 13-0. 13-0 देखने को मिल सकता है.
They're so quick on it from Gentlemates. They know exactly what's going on, the pressure when it happens. They were so ready, holding that smoke, not overextending, not trying to fight into that cover. And it just worked out for them. Again, another round here for Gentlemates, and it's starting to run away here. Not a single round for Sheila. This is looking really rough. They had a chance to win this here. That neon stun coming out, denying anyone from falling back from that smoke. And again, the crossfires just weren't it. Everyone, you can see on the site, they're positioning, taking those ones instead of playing close together, playing some sort of crossfire, at least being in tradable positions. But the good thing is, the operator online here.
I mean, even on Breeze, you had still 7 rounds found by Gentlemates. Martin, Starzo, and Bippo still went positive on that map despite everything else. But right now, you have Starzo himself individually more kills than the entirety of XLG put together, which is a crazy stat line that XLG are not happy about. Playing with the door here. Raga blades out. Backing away. He wants to play for the retake. This is going to be the full flood in for XLG very shortly.
Really quick retake here about to happen. They're waiting for that spike to go down, waiting for the rest of their team to get online. Mini just deciding here, but the Viper's Pit is going to go down. Starzo getting the first pick onto No Man. That Viper's Pit is their winning condition, trying to play into it and making sure they don't get picked off or spammed.
Okay, here we go. Lysol trying to make the big flank happen, but he might just run into another player. Cancels it indeed. Bippo still looking though. 4 versus 3 here. It's the Viper's Pit that really adds the value for XLG. And
oh my goodness.
Isn't going to do enough. Pick falls now, and Lysol can't
one-sided कर दिया बे. One-sided कर दिया पूरा.
Alive for Gentlemates, and they didn't even need to use ultimates here.
This is insanity. I've never felt
ये गया भाई ये मैच
more
गया.
like a fraud than I do right now. Saying this
बहुत difficult है ये comeback करना. बहुत difficult.
I really thought this Lotus was going to look different. I thought it was going to be a lot closer of a game.
I bet Sheila
confidence बहुत boost हो गया.
Too far. Okay, too far. 0 rounds.
I'm starting to think maybe
मेरा confidence बहुत boost हो गया भाई इसमें.
I wanted them to do something a bit more normal, but if this is what normal looks like, maybe they got to get abnormal, because they spent so long playing triple sending on this map, they've kind of forgotten how to play double duelist here.
Yeah, it feels rough. Feels like they're just not able to get on the same page at all. But we're starting this round 8-0. 4 of these players here for the side of XLG walking up towards B. They're looking to go fast, but there's 2 ults on the side of Gentlemates again. Good for retakes or fast bloods.
Martin off.
The
kill onto Leo is
a
bit of a mixed exchange here until Starzo and Prox start to come on in. Raga, we waited for him to come online, and he's got the double up. 2 versus 2. Interesting snare. Doesn't get caught by the paranoia. No plant yet, though, as mates will be patient here. Can they play together in time? Mini has at least got a little bit of an angle onto the site, but sees nothing. There's going to be a double entry for the retake for Gentlemates. 23 HP for Prox. And Raga in the corner. Now he knows Mini's positioning, but he doesn't know if Mini's just there yet. And that is a shot we're looking for.
Nice.
Off angle, doesn't get spotted. And late into the day, we are finally going to get the first round on board for XLG.
We're back on the board.
XLG
XLG just knowing that
निकलेंगे rounds निकलेंगे इतना easily तो नहीं इतना easy तो नहीं
crazy because mates actually used two ults. There it is, the Nightfall and the Rocket to try to deny that spike going down. They tried to fast flood, but it just didn't work out here. Raga with that pick was so nice, getting that 3K. That's the main reason why they won that round. And now for Gentlemates back towards the same main. They have these 4 or 5 rifles on lock and they're just fighting.
Lots of flashes, lots of util coming on through, and it's No Man Lysol that find their kills first. Rocks and Stars are responding 3 versus 3 still, and it's not going to be feeling too bad after this one numbers-wise, but can they get Happyweight down? Still 1 for 1. No Theft's going to reveal Raga, who doesn't get a kill here, as Leo will get a plant in a 1v2.
Planted. They're gonna know where he is because of that neural theft, knowing where he planted, and they hear that door, they know exactly where he is.
Okay, he's got a swing, but doesn't have the kill. He should have at least had one. I mean, you had Prox teleporting an isolated 1v1. If Bippo goes down, there is an opportunity there. Leo, unfortunately, doesn't capitalize. So what small amount of victory you had there for XLG in the previous round slips away instantly.
Gentlemates not letting it affect them at all, changing up their defensive setup so often that Sheila, they're struggling to figure out how to kind of play against it. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see XLG go back towards that B main, because that's literally the only round that they found success in, or at least put pressure towards A main. Once they hear those nades, once they hear that the stack is actually there, the strong side, that they can go back. I say that, but they're starting towards this A once again. They just need to slow it down just a tiny bit. It's so obvious where Gentlemates are fighting every single time. And Martine's gonna get that first pick onto Raga. Prox with a pick onto Lysor, and now this is a bloodbath. Mini Martine getting to drop. Martine with a 3K to end that round.
They just want to run it back again. XLG constantly 2 rounds in a row. Major aggression put over towards Rubble side. Assuming that there wouldn't be this level of response defensively 2 times in a row, but not a single player from XLG able to really get into a good position. Leo and Happyway, as mentioned, managed to find a kill, but they just didn't get off the mark yet.
It's just crazy to me that Sheila just haven't figured out now the weak side strat. They haven't figured out that most of the time, if they're fighting towards that A main, that they have so many players there, and now 3 players actually from Gentlemates. This is what I was talking about in terms of changing their setup.
Okay, well that's going to be the trip gun at least. Traded for the paint shells. Note the lack of equipment on the side of XLG. Happyway that actually has the only rifle on board. XLG just going to commit to this one. No Man would like to find a lock here, but he's taking damage from the boombot as Leo already falls. Still don't have a kill coming through just yet from that showstopper, but Starso is just making it hurt for XLG. Spike on the floor. Dance with Starso across the doorway, but the doors have been such a problem so far. It's all done. No Man, no teammates, no chance. And no round to be found here with just a stinger. It's 3 versus 1 with M8 looking at 11. XLG basically only going to walk away with a single round on this half. It's heartbreaking.
It is insane. I did not think this map was going to be this one-sided. I don't think Sheila did either. Looks like they came into it with a game plan, but they're just not able to execute because every single time Gentlemates, they have the right read. Now No Man not able to do anything against this up-down stack here. The high-low from Martine, and it's just kind of insane now. You're in this halftime, you have to consider what's going wrong, and you look at the scoreboard. It's 20-5 for Starzo, 20-3 I think it was for Martine. I just missed it there, but that's still insane that these 2 players are just having such a good game. And most of the time when you are watching Starzo and Martine, they're going out together. Martine is in front up and in charge, and Starzo's there to get the trades, using the C's to get the nades down as well, using that haunt at such a good timing to pull the crosshairs up and away. The util usage from Starzo has been insane. Not only that, but obviously he's been fragging out.
The only round that XLG found was on that B site, and in a lot of cases as well, I want to have to say, they'd get quite fortunate that they didn't walk into any trips. There was a pretty heavy Cypher presence in terms of all the util that no one ended up walking into from XLG's POV, and Raga, without that 3K, things would have been pretty rough. In that round that they won, still came down to a 2v2, mind you, so could have still gone the opposite way, could have still been the 12-0. Most of these rounds, you didn't even see the site for XLG. They couldn't even make their way onto the site for a plant, and the few times they managed to get a plant not on B, very, very well fought retake, ultimates or not, but ultimates being played into, Nightfall, clear everything, play through with Mini on the Neon, and it's all too easy.
It's just the fact that every single time Gentlemates, they're able to fight and gamble the strong side, able to get the deep line every single time, getting the fights, forcing Sheila to go into those scrappy fights. It's crazy how much they're forcing them to play at their pace. If I was Sheila, I would have just slowed down and tried to understand what was going on, making sure we understood and took all the pointers that were kind of given to us by the Gentlemates. The pressure, the util, the nades, everything that's coming out, let them use it, let them expend it, and be able to come back and re-clear. But they just didn't have the patience for that. They just weren't able to. And it felt like every time they moved, they were thinking, well, they're going to fight A again. Let's go towards C. Gentlemates was there. It was really good gambles by Gentlemates. Really good setups as well. But it's a new half for Sheila. They literally have to win this pistol to get a shot at this game. And they're trying to fight towards this C long, in order to do it.
Okay, we're going to start things quickly here. Straight away, No Man just jumps into his death. At least Happyway is going to be able to respond. Mound is where it will take place for all of these kills for the time being. The smoke will slow things down just a little bit here. Slow is not a word I would use to describe XLG, though, typically, particularly on the stacking side. They go for a site, they commit to this one. On the defense, though, things have slowed down quite a bit.
Slow and steady, still walking up, trying to contact back into the C, re-hitting after that 10-second mark, making sure that they're getting the timing down. Starzo, beautiful kill onto away, and again, this man is just on fire.
We talked about the two players we wanted to see. You mentioned Martin, and I had Starzo, both showing up big time. Only two players left here for XLG. You talk about them needing to win the pistol. Doesn't look like it's happening. 12 about to be found for Gentlemates, and it just might be a 13-1 finish on this Lotus. Going to map 3 in just a while here. Not too long now. There's only one more round is required. And if you are the side of Sheila Gaming, there's not enough timeouts in the world to save you from this.
Yeah, this is looking dire. I don't know about this one. It's just so rough. You're going to have to force. You're not going to have the best weapons. Maybe sheriffs, maybe some sort of stinger at best. Luckily, they got that spike down, but it's still just not going to be enough because here they are fighting towards this A, but every single time they've chosen the right side, they've lost the fight.
No Man, okay, he's trying to get a forward angle here, but just instantly gets chewed up by Prox, who walks away with 5 HP. Another player to come through into the next star, so Trey's onto Leo. At least XLG get a single play here, but they're not going to get too much more. This is where it all ends, ladies and gentlemen. Only 2 players left alive with nothing to play for. One round is all that XLG are going to get because Gentlemates come back with force.
That's insane. Gentlemates 13-1. I think that's the best scoreline we've seen so far in this whole tournament. And it's just been on the fact that Gentlemates, they played so well together. Their defensive side calling was phenomenal, able to rotate, able to get into those places and force the fights onto Sheila. And that's the kind of confidence that I like to see from Gentlemates. It's what I was looking for on Breeze, but they finally brought it back into that Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, brilliant stuff coming on through Puckett. I think the 2 players that we both wanted to see step on the Gentlemates, those are the exact 2 plays that actually did it.
Yeah, it's the frosted tips. No, they really don't like you. It's okay. We didn't need to hear your opinion. Because guess what? That was crazy. And I think the next map, it's going to be Haven, right?
Yep.
Both these teams, they've played it. I think this is kind of a 50-50, but based on the momentum here, I'm looking more towards that gentle mates.
Check. 1, 2, 1, 2. We're live, baby. Okay, let's talk a little bit about my guy Starzo starting off super hot. And then, of course, you've been saying Martin. I understand why. How do you go 10.0 KD at half? He was 20-2, I believe, if not 22-2.
Oh, my God.
I don't think I've ever played a Raze game with 2 deaths.
He's just been insane. And you know what? Starzo was following him the whole time, and the fact of the matter was he was also second on the fragging board with him, if not first. So it's insane that both of these players had so much potential, so much impact in the server, both getting over 20 kills. It's just insane. I don't know.
It's looking like a different team here, and you can also see just how the economy is going to impact the game. When you're broke, you have to go for some gambles. When those gambles don't work, you're even deeper in the hole. Simply could not climb out if you're XLG. And what I was most concerned about looking at the players was just kind of the faces and how they got more and more silent after starting and cheering after round wins. There was no noise on the right side of the stage, Avril.
Yeah, I think they were pretty defeated there mentally and also in the game as well. But just sloppy gameplay, and we saw in the highlights there, one of the key highlights, pushing into tree, players just literally walking through smoke, no support, going before the flash as well. And multiple times, we talked about that on the A side with the rubble, heavily wanting to commit and just running into the defense. So clean from the side of General Mates, where multiple rounds didn't even allow Sheelight to get on the site. I think it took like 5 rounds before Sheelight even looked at what a site was. I could even get a plant, but even then, still not successful.
Yeah, and I feel like for Gentle Mates, they just had such a good grip on this defensive side.
No, Morgan, the question is, what happened, because you know that I don't, for them to remove Dumby from the Neon? So we're doing this thing that has given us a trophy, and we're so strong, and that would be so incredibly good. A 3-0 final in Chile. They go back and they decide to change?
I
Morgan, what did you do?
wish I had nice things to say about this change, because I hated it. They took Dambi, the best Neon in the world. They took him off the Neon. They gave it to Francis, and that's when they started to lose. It's all about enabling Dambi, apparently. Apparently. It's all about enabling Dambi to be free to be able to shoot and not have to be that first man in. But that's where he's at his best. That was during that period of turbulence. But for the EWC qualifiers, they swapped back. Dambi was back on the Neon, so it's not a surprise that they managed to qualify. It's almost like the answer was there all along. You have the best player in the world on Neon. Maybe he should play it, guys.
Listen, we understand the dilemma a little bit, because you want Dambi to be alive for as long as possible, but no one else can do it as good as him when it comes to entry. We also need to talk about G2, the champions for the split of Americas, and that is the title that they've had many times. The problem, it comes with internationals, and especially and specifically speaking about the last one, speaking about London, they just bomb out of the tournament. A loss against Sheelight Gaming and another more devastating loss against Foot. We know that they always come back stronger. You look there at the right, we're all smiling, looking at Baby's face that of course you were seeing last year sitting with us. But we know all the experience that this roster has. Everybody knows that they're destined for greatness. The question is, when will it start? You know, like when is the legend born?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think when people talk about this team, they ask the question, when will they lift the trophy? Not if. It's a predetermined certainty that eventually they'll manage to do it, right? Surely the team this good on paper should lift the trophy, but it doesn't seem to be, appearing. It doesn't matter how much they manifest. Could this be the first one?
Especially given the fact that their opponent across from them promotes up, wins their region, then wins Masters like boom, so much faster.
But not personal, man. It's personal.
Huge storyline there. Because
it's personal.
I think when you have the pressure of like constantly being the best in your region, making changes to continue to achieve that, still do it and don't achieve it, all of a sudden that pressure becomes haunting. It becomes that extra battle that you have in your mind, the monkey off your back that you got to get rid of, that G2 are also fighting. And to do that against Nongshim, who've promoted up. They played free. Once they got a little tight, they went back down and then played free again, promote back up, win, and then win again. I just feel like these are like, G2 could be looking in the mirror like, oh, this could be us.
Yeah. I mean, it very much could
Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
But that's the problem for me with this G2 roster is it's the story of almost time and time again. You know, cast your mind back to Shanghai. Sorry, Bangkok is what I'm thinking of, against T1.
What year was that? You need to talk to me in years.
2025.
I've been everywhere.
First Masters 2025.
Yes,
They're
I remember
in the
now.
finals against T1, and they should have won it. They should have won it, but they don't. And
But Pacific on top.
I mean, yeah, that's what I'm hinting at, really. But to me, that's the idea, is that it feels like they're so good. They're a team that's good enough to win the trophy, but are they composed enough to win the trophy? That's the big question we ask of them, bringing themselves here to EWC.
When we talk about star power across both these rosters, who jumps out at you, Kukuka?
I mean, I'm here to see if Dambi is actually back on the Neon. I think everybody should be incredibly excited. Yes, there's been the nerves and whatnot, but if other players are making it work, there is no way that Dambi doesn't, right? And for the other side, I want to see that head-to-head against Jogimo. I feel like Jogimo has been a little bit of inconsistent, and I have to say the same about Baby Bay. He didn't have the best of the performances there at London, but it's all about bouncing back, you know, and EWC is the perfect ground to do so.
Yeah, I mean, I think for G2, I gotta talk about Leaf, man. At Leaf, one singular Leaf is all it takes.
One singular Leaf.
So this guy, he's rated as one of the top players in the world. Consistently, he's in that discussion. He's in everybody's top 10, but he doesn't have that trophy yet. He's been known to put this team on his back when they really need him the most. So I think I want to see big and consistent performances from him if G2 are going to be able to go the distance.
And what about Nongshim?
Now, I'm taking away Dambi. You can't say Dambi.
Okay.
So other than Dambi,
that's fine.
who
For
else
me,
you got?
It's X-Ross. X-Ross, when they lifted that trophy, he was on that initiator role. He's supporting, but since they've swapped back, moved down beyond to that Neon, it's X-Ross who's playing that secondary duelist. It's him that's on that Phoenix. Now, his career before Nongshim, he was a duelist player. He adapted for them before. If he's able to fill that second man in role beautifully behind Dambi, that's when this team gets incredibly scary.
All right, the vetoes are ready as we get ourselves underway here for our final opening match of EWC 2026. And G2, Nongshim going head-to-head. G2 taking Breeze. So Breeze going to be in there. Ascent out. We've seen so much Ascent so far in the tournament.
Guaranteed Sunset.
Getting locked on in here as a second map for Nongshim. Leaving up a couple more splits still in there.
Yeah, I mean, I
Do you know about the previous history of Nongshim on Sunset? Because I honestly don't.
I mean, they were good at it. They were good at it. I mean, you can play Neon on it pretty consistently. Breeze for Nongshim, for me, will be a very, very interesting map because...
Ooh, no, this is super interesting.
And it's split. Okay.
That's different from what we've been getting. Yeah. No, Haven, thank you so much. For every team that doesn't choose Haven, I love you. Seriously, thank you. I was gonna say, for Breeze, what are we looking for? Harbor v Harbor, and then like Viper Astra. I believe that is like on the mix there. It's going to be complicated, but that makes it even more interesting.
Man, Nongshim on this map in the past, we see them pick Neon and Phoenix so consistently with that Harbor, and they keep winning on it, but I don't know how. I watched a game against Team Secret where they went 12 rounds in a row on attack, and I lost my mind. I couldn't believe it.
Did they win?
They won. That's the thing. It baffles me. So
if the other team has a massive Hollow Knight, pues you will have to go, no?
So it always makes me curious. They love to go back to this map time and time again. I'm curious if G2 might have that read. I think G2, one of the strongest Harbor teams for sure that we've seen coming out of Americas. It's the region that's really managed to perfect it. I think in Breeze, if we do get this Harbor versus Harbor, it's all about the retakes on the defense. It's who's best set up for that. So we do have the Aiden select coming in now, and it's a swap for the side of G2. Doesn't look like there's going to be a Harbor there, but it is an Astra.
It is an Astra. Let's see what Jogimo is going to be doing here, as we have to wait for things to settle down. X-Ross, how much do you rate it, especially considering the ones that we've been seeing, like the Phoenixes that we've been seeing?
I like X-Ross on this Phoenix. I think he's good on this role. I think he's a great fit for it. This is the way I wish they would have gone in the past. It does look like Dambi's going to be sticking with that Neon, which is what we love to see. Thank you for everyone who cares about Pacific.
This is very different from the side of G2. Trent is going to be staying in that Sova. Leaf was playing on the Astra, now he's on the Viper. To me, that is a good sign. Love a Leaf on Viper. And if you don't know anything. Valin, he was the one playing on the Harbor. He's now going to be playing on the Astra. Jogemo is not on the Neon.
No.
It's Baby Bay, and now they play without the Sentinel because Baby Bay was playing Vice. I think that he's doing it for us, guys. He knows that we're watching.
It's Baby Bay going head-to-head with Danby on the Neon.
That's crazy. Again, the oldest player in the tournament on the Neon, trying to make plays for G2 to get over the hump and get themselves their opening win in the final opening match of EWC 2026. It is G2 and Nongshim RedForce on Breeze for the first time here at EWC. On the call, it's Achilleos and Paperthin. Gentlemen, take it away.
Okay, thank you very much. There's a lot to unpack here, as it turns out. The desk is just highlighting it. We're going to have a head-to-head with the Neons, and Baby Bay is the one piloting it for G2. I did not have this on my bingo card at all.
No, I didn't have a lot of this on my bingo card, to be completely honest, when it comes to what G2 is showing us. I mean, I always really enjoyed watching VALORANT on the Harbor on this map, but switching over to the Astra, you know, with the KO, it feels a little more post-plant heavy here for the side of G2. So coming into this attack side, it feels like they're going to maybe try to match Nongshim's speed and aggression that they're so well known for. You know, these really well-rehearsed executes into really oppressive post plants in particular, because you've got that Astra, because you got that KO, because you got that Sova, you've got a lot of ability here, and the Viper, you've got almost every molly that you could ask for to try to just deny Nongshim from getting those retakes to really solidify and get the sticks on those defuses. But we will be seeing if that is the case. It's Nongshim spreading out in a 3-2 formation early. Want to send their strong side over towards A. I think seeing this Neon in that comp, you know, they're well known to be A-side abusers on this map, so probably assuming that that very well could be. Danby is going to get identified by the knife early from G2. Francis, only seeing Valin, that's not a ton of info necessarily, but it makes you suspect A.
This is a sprint forward, quick little glance over. Baby Bay able to spot out some of the players here on Nongshim. A little fan out around the site though, and still this forward tuck from RB. And we'll be able to get the jump on one. Jogamo's going to be taken down. Relay bolt into the corner. Has him stunned up. Meanwhile, the slide in. And Baby Bay's going to be able to find one. But Ivy comes away with a third. Is Baby Bay just not going to be fast enough to strike him down? The swing out. Francis already has him dispatched. And that's going to be the opening pistol going the way of Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you want to see from Nongshim.
Easy pistol round था, काफी easy pistol round था, ये तो निकाल लिया.
Qualifiers here for EWC 2026 are going to be replicated in a long-term stint here. It's that, yes, you're always going to be looking at Danby, what he can do on the Neon, things like that. Very impressive the way he creates space, but it's Ivy who has been leading the charge for them. He has been the one in those back lines, along with Francis, doing a really nice job of cleaning up those kills, being really sturdy. You know, and Ivy has always been mostly really good. Had a little bit of stumbles in stage 1 in Pacific, but right there, you can see why he was often
यार इनका डिसाइडर में भी जाना चाहिए. स्प्लिट देखना है. स्प्लिट में मजा आएगा.
I think that going back to Santiago,
डिसाइडर में जाना चाहिए.
that I had voted to be the MVP of that tournament after they, with their win, with their lift of the trophy. Meanwhile, that was
बहुत लो.
in mid. And G2 very much the ones limping away from this. X-Ross will get taken down. Francis, a quick turn to the side, able to put a shot there into the chest of Leaf. Looking for a bit of a timing as Valin through shop. As Leaf will be able to hold his own for one. Bandit chance to get some more damage through if he can click some heads, but it will be Ivy with a backstab to go ahead and bring this round to its conclusion. 3 players surviving, key weaponry.
ये 3-0 जाएगा.
2-0 start for Nongshim.
Third round भी NS का ही है.
A couple little nice moments from G2 in this
one.
A little setup there to trap the player around the corner, use the snake bite, force them out. And getting that early kill onto X-Ross, keeping him kind of pinned in. Yeah, Francis, another player looking to do damage. Obviously, you know, there's a lot of really good players on Nongshim. They absolutely destroyed at a Masters, so this is one of the only team that took a map off them, though.
That is true. G2, one that made them bleed for the first time at that tournament. Forced them into an overtime as well to try to close out that series, but it was, of course, Nongshim coming away with a win in that upper semifinal. Meanwhile, drone is going to be sent forward. Francis spotting out Baby Bay.
Well, they've gotten an idea that maybe this is a mid crunch because of that push up. You know, a lot of times if you're taking elbow control like that, you're trying to clear up mid too, but this is all quite an elaborate ruse.
He's playing the fake pretty well here for the team. It will find themselves a fairly open
A site, so Plant can come in, but Nongshim are going to be very quickly rewrapping around the back of this through that main as Ivy continues to explore a little bit further towards the attacker's spawn. But now fully planted out. 4 players to try to hold the line. Spot on the one. Dambi setting up that relay bolt, trying to zone them back. Leaf, however, eyes just going to be turned over towards double doors. Wall's going to be set up. Trent watching the rear, but now starting to pull off the angle, and that could be a critical mistiming. He does look back at the moment, still reading that this presence is going to be coming in, but Nongshim continue to scale forward, taking some space here on the site. Trent has to turn away for a brief little moment. The wall going to be falling, and immediately G2 able to find a plethora of kills. It's just going to be Ivy now, with an opportunity to get some damage in, but no.
Ooh.
With the on the spray, Trent surviving, still very healthy, as that will be a bonus conversion denied.
Yeah, really clean in this post plant for G2. Just doing a ton of spam damage early when the harbor wall comes up. Even though, okay, you lose Baby Bay, but again, when a Neon is normally doing that kind of play, it's meant to create a crunch at top mid to go into B-Link, and it completely fools Nongshim, and they have to play a full-on retake. And G2 has that post plant on lock. The positioning's there, immaculate. Fire very good. A little bit of spam here back and forth as Nongshim is going to use a molly of their own to try to contest this orb, as XLG has been newly kind of anointed as the secondary duelist for Nongshim. You know, behind Dambi, who has been back on permanent Neon duty. Francis back onto initiators for this team. So a decision that kind of, I think, makes sense overall. Francis very flexible, very good no matter what you throw him on. But XLG, you want to get that firepower into play.
Yeah, and he's been very solid for him. One of the key reasons why they're able to make it to this tournament is FynTrix. Very palpable here within the qualifier, but Edbay's going to be able to strike a little bit faster. Francis trades it back, but then gets traded out as Valen will come away with that second kill. So player advantage now in the hands of Nongshim. That operator going to be left on the floor as Dambi collects a Vandal. Try to utilize that for this retake.
Late lurk by Leaf.
Low scale across, looking for that stun. Jogamo does get caught by the relay bolt, going to be sent in as well. He finds the first, but cannot find the second. Trent with that shutdown. As Ivy needing to find a little bit more there. Hunter's Fury will get baited out. They know RB now going to be contained into the corner. 8 HP to try to see if he can find maybe a additional little lick of damage, but ultimately it's going to be coming up shy of the mark, you would suspect. Tagging to the one, the spam going to be coming through, and Leaf, it's just going to be a matter of time as the Cove will fall, and so too shall RB. And G2 tie it up.
Yeah, I mean, again, just really solid macro ideas from G2 on this map. They've got some really neat, you know, kind of setups that they're running. We're seeing the late lurk from Leaf, as you would expect from this team. Well rehearsed, well drilled. Dambi's been playing a lot of operator during his free time. I've been seeing him posting a lot of clips on his social media, but right there, can't connect with the shot, and that's pretty crucial. Could have made that retake a lot safer. Could have maybe avoided that danger of Leaf at the very end, but that extra layer for G2 because you couldn't claim some of those early kills.
Oh, they're looking to try to up the pace here, but obviously weaponry not going to be great for it, so just some spam shots out, no connections found.
But G2's been playing the beginning of the round the same way. Being patient, looking for those aggressive push-outs from Nongshim.
Speaking of which, 2 players down on this shop side. Footsteps being made. Valen still able to get the weapon out, and Trent is there for some covering fire. Second layer now going to be spotted out as RB.
Oh, yeah,
managed
nice.
to get a decent amount of damage across a collat on a Valen and Trent. Dambi with 1. Now with a second. And 2 Seps finishes off Leaf. Sprints back into the A site, but it's Ivy here. Early damage suffered. Just chuck the Guardian over to the side. Collects a Phantom. As the lurk forward into mid, this allows for Dambi to continue to keep his eyes trained forward on a main.
Not going to be able to scoop up a gun for Dambi, but
2v3.
Get a 1-tap here, make it the 2v2. Definitely a real shot.
Going for it. Jogger was down to 5. A hell of a hit to be coming through, but Ivy now going to be taken down. Dambi has to do it all. The slow creep around the back for the moment, not going red. Swings in, finds the first Baby very quick on the adjust. As the shutdown does not allow him to get anything more, and G2 will take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, it's really just good game planning so far from G2. They've clearly kind of identified and read some of what Nongshim is going to be wanting to do on this map, and it shouldn't surprise anyone. They're going to want to be aggressive. They're going to take control of those orbs if possible to try to funnel them into XROS a little bit, as well as establish some presence on the map to set up and play their style of game. So it's kind of two things at once that G2's been able to deny from Nongshim so far once we've gotten to these rifle rounds. And they're on the move again. They're going to use the no command to thwart RB from throwing any more util into their face, but 3 big ultimates available for Nongshim. RB one away.
Deep scale forward. It's going to be Leaf not able to hold his own. Damage not even actually going to be registering there. XROS gets away scot-free, but RB still going to be flushed out of this A sites, and now the full take here by G2 and Valen. Playing forward in front of the wall. Downby going to still go sliding across, but trying to just use that wall against him, but ends up getting isolated, pushed back out by the relay bolt. The player advance going to be reestablished for Nongshim as the run it back gets popped. Curveball around the corner, no one there to receive that. Time starting to bleed down, but Baby Bay going to be intercepted a backstab there from Ivy. The late lurk back through Nest, catches him on the bridge. Going around the back, likely getting the spot out. Trent just going to be suffering some damage. The face forward now all down to Jogamo, swings the corner, and Ivy has him outdone. 3 players alive. Big bolster to the economy. Nongshim RedForce will tie it up 3-3.
Yeah, so Nongshim finally able to conjure up a response to what we've been seeing from G2, and this time it's just a big push out through B. They're saying, okay, if you guys are going to fight A main that hard, then we're going to set up early to try to counter it and get into those post plants quicker to find your flanks a little bit more, get that early advantage in the player department as well, which they're able to do by taking down Leaf. And then, even though the Cosmic Divide utilized here, maybe not anticipating that Nongshim would just keep swinging in towards Valen, leaving him all on his lonesome. G2 tries to fan out, tries to put players into individual positions to succeed, and this time around, Nongshim able to win some of those battles. They're able to hang on to most of their ults. Just had Xros as used in that previous one. So you got everything in the kitchen sink as Nongshim try to set G2's economy into the gutter. Jogamo just on a stinger in this one, and he's only got 100 credits behind that.
Rough go of it after that previous round loss. Leaf with a very clean shot. Baby Bay is able to find one, and XROS going to be taken down as well. Stinger be damned. Don't even need it to get involved. The rest of the players with their rifles looking clean as all hell. Now, given that your other player is a world away, RB is calling for this save, so we'll just be backpedaling silently out of this site. G2 once again going to be establishing a lead for themselves, and they don't have to commit much of anything to this.
No, not at all. And probably just talking a little bit here is Nongshim about how they want to take that mid fight. I mean, just kind of going into the, the first one from Dombey, okay, you're going to let him try to make those moves.
दूसरे मैप में क्या चल रहा है? दूसरे मैप में मैं बताता हूँ क्या चल रहा है. दूसरे मैप में
he's usually pretty good for it, or at least able to do some damage. But then the fact that G2 has layers behind it to cover
टाइम आउट चल रहा है अभी तो.
Reaggression towards what Dombey started, and then it was just shut right down because G2 again playing very cautious, very safe most of the time in the beginning of these rounds. And again, an immediate change up from G2 from what they saw in the previous round. They're a little bit more thoughtful early here. And then they get a big push out in towards mid quickly.
Still enough to get the buy going.
Yeah.
4 ultimates to try to utilize to tie this up once again. Obviously, G2 able to get into a post plan. That pit from Leaf could be giving them absolute fits. For now, just some mid presence, but Downby okay. I think just spam through the wall, maybe a pixel out of place. Either way, he does get punished. Early takedown in the favor of Nongshim.
नहीं कर पाएंगे entry, नहीं कर पाएंगे.
Hold the line here on this B site. Quick little jump peek out. 2 players going to be spotted.
And now you should feel like this is potentially going to be a mid, so you have to call over a little bit of extra help. So RB was there, but
Cross pulled off this angle though.
Baby पे गया.
Be able to try to get the early jump on these players in transition back over to A.
Yeah, they don't know what's going on in elbow, so they have to re-clear that space. Otherwise, going to be leaving Francis on a bit of an island on his own on A, but he's already tucked way back. Doesn't want to try to fight at the point of attack. Coming as the Sova, he could be, ripe to the picking from Baby Bay's overdrive if he were to pop it.
spot out anything that he can, but they still managed to scale forward. There's a spot out. Hunter's Fury available to try to just slow things down, and they will send this one out. A little bit off in that first pulse. Retap, just baiting out the charges. So in the end, ultimate going to be expended. Trench is going to be hit the one time. XLG trying to work his way
बहुत
forward.
difficult
Has to check
गया.
this corner, swings in, does so.
अच्छा निकाला.
Honestly, his leap will fall. Full flash connecting there on a Valon, going deep enough. Now the overdrive is going to be popped. This baby may frantically backpedaling away, just trying to avoid all this util, but he will get overwhelmed. Valon just able to
अच्छा
find the
retake
one
किया
before
बे.
being taken down. Now it is all on the shoulders of Trent.
अच्छा निकाला retake.
And as that wall falls, so
Nice.
too shall he. Francis will find it. Nongshim will tie
बहुत
it up
difficult
again.
था ये retake निकालना.
Now you're seeing Nongshim be a little bit more disciplined, playing a little bit more cautious into the beginning of these rounds, giving up some of that space and looking to make some counter moves early. And the spam catches a player out. That kind of sets G2 scrambling to try to find the open space on the map. They do eventually, but you have that Hunter's Fury there to delay, to set up for this retake. XLG, great job checking that corner. And then when Nongshim is kind of running and gunning together like that, hard to slow down their roll for sure. We're going to go contestant towards
पहले सोवा की अल्ट के लिए.
It might just be a fast hit, but it
Oh.
will go through, and this ends up looking like a very good read from Nongshim. But
अरे
also big commitment.
नहीं.
He could have just backpedaled out of that one, held down the main, but instead pushes forward and just offers himself up on
Entry
a
नहीं
silver
करनी
platter. So
अभी.
now the pit gone. Plant will come through. RB very quickly slots his way forward here into the site. Balls raised, overdrives exchanged on either side. Jump up over the top, and Baby is going to be taken down as RB is able to find two. Valon as well, joining him in the grave. While Bang shots in, Jogamo able to find him behind the box. Is Downbeat tagged down to 21, even with the overdrive. Does give him some balls as he tries to maybe go for these plays. Curveball ends up going in a little bit too deep, but Downbeat has a wraparound from the side. Jogamo struck down, and Trent now looking to try to play this one patiently. The Hunter's Fury available. Sends it out. Here's the push coming through. Downbeat stopping him from getting any additional charges in, and somehow
Downbeat ने भाई 7 HP मार दिया.
14 additional damage.
7 HP भी निकाला. Nice.
In the fight and gets Nongshim back into the lead.
And this is one of these rounds that just makes you so impressed with Downbeat as a player, because it's not just the mechanical skill, it's not just the aim, it's the brain here too, where he recognizes very quickly, you know, things are going bad over on the B site, so he throws up the wall, gets RB
भाई दूसरे में M8 का चल रहा है 4-0. XLG 0 चल रहा है.
Then he's going to rip his ult and make sure that when Trent has that Hunter's Fury, he can't do anything with it.
M8 भाई one-sided कर
Very
रही है.
aware immediately of where that Sova is and what he's trying to accomplish, and is right there to shut it down. That is a really, really good round from your Neon.
I'll wait for confirmation, but this feels like a timeout. At least a pause of some kind.
Dun.
About what I was about to get into is this does feel like, yes, a moment for G2 to call a timeout. Yes, the score is incredibly close. You're only down by 1, but you don't want Nongshim to start running away with this, and you want to be having as strong of an attacker side as you possibly can. This is your side selection. You still have this critical ult in the pit available. You're 2 charges away from having both that Cosmic Divide as well as the Null Command online. So pivotal moments here for G2 that will really help determine whether or not they can rally back, close this half out with a lead of their own, or Nongshim will just run away with the rest.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense that you need to be calling these timeouts even when it's close on this side of the map, because attacker side very, very important, because you know that Nongshim probably going to be doing a lot of damage to you once they flip.
Downbeat gives over a ping off that recon. Playing forward, the slide in, and that
Ooh.
everyone! XLG is able to find the 2, and suddenly it is just Leap left alive. Taps the door, does get stunned up. Looks back around the corner fast enough, but now the Molly's going to be there at his feet. Push back into the open, the curveball again connecting, and what a call from Nongshim. Completely shutting down G2 inside of A main.
That's one of those ones where Josh RT thought he had a good read on an idea, and the Nongshim coaching staff knew what he maybe was going to think about going for. And this is spectacular.
And now I'm curious about the ping reveal that Downbeat gave over. He was playing on the side of Pyramid, gets revealed there, and then slowly, but still very quickly scales forward. So
Might have been intentional.
When you see Dami that far back, you're not necessarily going to be ready for that just full barrel forward against you. So that felt like that was an elaborate bait.
I think you're right. Does feel like that. You get a couple spots there with that knife, though, so G2 should be reading this pretty quickly that they're going to have an open A site. Going to use that Cosmic Divide just in case, but Nongshim, again, going to go for that long spawn flank to try to get this retake to go. Worked the treat a few rounds ago. See if they can get this one available, but with that pit in play.
This is everything.
Yeah.
Just chucking everything that they've got. Now set up to try to delay. Null command obviously very much hindering for Nongshim. XFrost would love to commit this, run it back into this position, but cannot. Now was able to do so as the ult does expire. Still going to be delayed on the push. The sprint through. Domby going to be caught at the end as Valorant is able to find himself a second. Swaps over to the Classic. Gets a headshot on RB, but cannot finish the job. Pushes forward up into the pit, and he will quickly fall. And now it's just XFrost having to backpedal away, try to hold onto his weapon. Maybe they try to play this one in. Will lose his life. Has to kill the Jogamo.
Nice.
Critical round for G2 to find after getting absolutely slaughtered in the previous.
This is just a great mental battle between RB and Valen right now. Valen this time able to dial up some responses to kind of the ideas that they had already seen previously from Nongshim in a very similar retake. They've got the run it back. They're going 4-man through spawn, and they know kind of what they're going to do. So it's a stall. Yes, you have the null command there as well, the Viper's Pit to make it a lot easier, but a lot of this comes down to the fact that you have so many layers with those mollies, with the Gravwell, to make sure that Nongshim has to press to try to get that retake.
Looking for this crunch again. I'll be sticking around for a little bit longer as the drone will be committed forward as well, interrupted by that 0 point in the end. Relay bolts is going to be exchanged and everybody going their separate ways, and in the end, it's just really Francis eating a bit of damage. No one scathed on the side of G2.
Just
until that.
Yeah. But yeah, it didn't really have much happen. Ivy versus Leaf, Viper v Viper, but nothing going to be coming out of that other than revealing each other's position. Now Nongshim re-clearing mid. Trying to make an aggressive push. It's going to be Leaf again called upon, potentially to try to square up against Domby.
चला गया.
Just destroyed them from this position, it feels like. Yes, he absolutely has. The second kill found. Domby the only one surviving. Only one nearby this A site. Desperately needs some reinforcements as we'll get the spot on the Jogamo. Swings in, takes the fight against Baby Bay, ends up winning that. Wins the follow-up. 3 kills now for Domby. Tagged down to 6, but he's somehow gotten them into an advantageous position. The overdrive immediately going to be popped. There's that Reckoning sent towards backside, but Trent plays out in front of that one, dodging it. Not going to be caught. Gets a shutdown onto the Neon. Double wrap around to this plant side. RB. Try to get the sun in case there's this second little flank coming through, but Valen and Trent just playing this one together. As RB is able to find the first eye, finds the second, and somehow, some way, Nongshim, they managed to close out the round and lock up a 2-round lead at the half.
Yeah, the individual skill this time for Nongshim, going to be getting him over the line. Talked about kind of the brain of Domby. He's been doing it with the aim. He's the complete package at times, but at the end of this too, RB and Ivy play this really disciplined, really nicely to not give anything up over to G2. A lot of players in that 2v2, when you've got 2 players on your left-hand side of those pyramids, are going to swing and just try to go because you got that 1v1 initially. If you get that one quick, then you can just transfer over, get the other guy, right? No, RB backs up and waits for Ivy to reposition to isolate those fights a little bit better. Really, really well played.
That's still damn close between these teams. A lot of these rounds just kind of teetering on the edge, but Nongshim still the very solid read, and this has been one of the big maps for them in their run to make it here to EWC. You know, will they stick with it given the changes moving into this patch? The answer is yes, and it's still looking quite good for them. Now we get to see this double duelist shift over onto the attacker's side, where this should just be an even bigger thorn in the side of G2. We'll see what Valen's defensive calling is going to be looking like and how much value he's going to be able to get from this Astra to slow down these approaches. It's always a big gamble when you try to go for a comp swap like this.
And there were some definitely decent moments from the Astra, but I think personally, I was so I guess, maybe just enamored with Valorant Harbor that I'd rather see that. I think he's so excellent on that agent that, to me, it's like almost his signature agent now because he's so creative, he's so smart with it. The way that he makes your life so miserable at the choke points on your way into B or A. He's really, really good with the timings and the decisions, and you know, maybe the Astra's still a little bit of, you know, kind of working out some of the ideas and the kinks a little bit. Still some really nice rounds, some really good adaptations from him and the team, but a tough map to go up against this Nongshim squad who has, especially when Domby's playing like that.
Yeah. Should be able to see maybe a bit more value as well from the KO, which we haven't really touched on too much here for Jogamo. It's still struggling to register that one in my mind that he's not the person playing Neon on the team at the moment. But the defensive setups for KO likely going to be a bit stronger. 0-point denial on those drones in particular, something that is great for a defender on Breeze. But if you can get the catch when Domby's getting ready to go in for the sprint, stop him from setting up that relay bolt, you can buy yourselves a lot of time.
And there were a couple rounds where the early knife got good info that they were able to use against Nongshim. You know, you identify, oh, there's both duelists up at, you know, up at elbow. Oh, that means we've got a free A site, easy money. And the ult did come in really, really valuable during that one round where they had the pit up as well. So some value being found. I think this defender side is really where you should be getting a lot more out of it.
Spot out here from Baby Bay. Unable to get those shots to connect. Recon as well was previously sent into A main after the 0-point scan. No one. Jogamo just continuing to peek off this corner. But he can spot. Swing. Suspect getting ready to come through, maybe led by the drone, but now it's just going to be Domby swooping out and claiming his head. Ivy at the same time. That late insert onto the B side comes away with that elimination, and Valen is just going to be completely overwhelmed. Francis's life for the plant on the site. A trade that Nongshim will take every single day of the week, and now Baby Bay 2 shall fall. Nongshim, another pistol collected, now up 8-5.
Yeah, you just buy a bunch of sheriffs and put them in the hands of these guys, and they just go in there fearlessly, click people's heads. That's just beautiful stuff in terms of, again, individual skill on display from Nongshim. This first one, I was so nervous here for Jog on those wide swings. I was like, oh man, if the timing is wrong, and it was.
225 watching, damn!
He's like, yeah, later, bro. I know they've got you dead to rights behind me.
Damn! Damn!
Playing the rest of them. 17-7-5 at the moment on that Neon.
Let's go! नींद पूरी हो गई हो एस्ट्रो? हो गई नींद पूरी? इतना सोता है तेरे को बोला था मैंने स्ट्रीम चालू करके चाहिए यार.
Plenty of weaponry this time around, but they're really expecting this forward push in the mid from G2. Instead, it's actually coming through A main. Jogamo again gonna get tagged down as well. Both of them down to 45. The Marshal now arriving. France is gonna be stunned up, but they're right into the sightlines of Xross, who will dispatch them with ease. Turn to the side, trying to play anti-flash. Meanwhile, Ivy back over to the B. He cleans up Trenton Leaf, and Nongshim end up having an incredibly clean anti-eco round.
Yeah, that's really successful. They were just
अच्छे से कमेंट्री करो. Okay, कमेंट्री नहीं कर रहे, हम कर रहे हैं वॉच पार्टी. कमेंट्री तो चली रही है उसमें. हम तो वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हैं. हम कर रहे हैं चिल. हम चिल पार्टी कर रहे हैं. अब ये जो सपोर्ट किया गया है एनएस को, ऐसा क्यों? G2 क्यों नहीं? G2 को सपोर्ट करने वाले भी हैं. नाइस. 50-50% चल रहा है अभी. 50-50% चल रहा है. अरे नवा म्यूजिक आने वाला है हमारा, उसका ही प्रोडक्शन का काम कर रहा था. होली शिट. ये खबर मुझे लेट क्यों मिल रही है?
Orb just going to be grabbed here, Xross. One past the halfway mark. That first run it back
भाई
on
नहीं.
this attacker's side.
ये राउंड G2 का है. ये राउंड G2 का है.
Very unsure about what's going on in the map right now.
I don't think they saw anything.
ये नियॉन से गया.
Filling in this space behind them. Meanwhile, Damby just drawing all the attention over to the far side of the site, and Ivy then strikes.
भाई नियॉन क्या करते हैं भाई?
other than save, but they're still working their way
2v4,
forward towards the
2v4.
site.
Gaya.
2v4 is just
Gaya.
now a 1v4. Even for a player of Leaf's caliber, feels impossible. With
अब 1v4 में तो कुछ नहीं हो सकता, कुछ नहीं हो सकता.
Yes, in the end, we'll have to try to make this call, but he is being matched. Ivy on the side already. Push forward past this wall. Finds
Ivy
him at Nest. Gets
le
himself
gaya,
a 4K as Nongshim get up to double digits. Bonus is converted, and it's looking like this map is over.
It's a gorgeous round from Nongshim.
भाई क्या round है
Again,
क्या round? Dambi's जले goat. हाँ यार, वो तो
he gets that opening
goat.
kill. Look how he's trying to scoot through there. Sure, he gets
goat
hit,
of goats.
That is exactly what Ivy needs to get in there and get those 2 kills. Because Dambi's going to identify where both of them are. And Ivy cleaning up with the aim.
Dambi
2
भाई
kills
best
behind Dambi.
neon player है, best neon player in the world.
Things starting to look really dire for G2. 1 stinger for Leaf. Otherwise, it's just Sheriffs available. No ults really in the realm of possibility unless Baby Bay goes absolutely crazy. Extros will be getting very close to his ult. Ivy one away as well from a pit. So this is concerning for G2 in a couple different ways. Even if you do some damage here,
oh
you'll be
boy,
running into a couple big ultimates in this next round, most likely, unless you can get this Thrifty to go.
And they've got to run it back off that orb grab, so X-Ross can just pop that storm forward onto the
Ivy
side.
लेके जाएगा एक को पक्का लेगा.
This might be a heavy A side.
Ivy लेगा, Ivy लेगा.
Gonna be spotted out, ducks back over towards cannons. X-Ross ready to tap the door. The wall gets re-raised, but he's not going to be able to see a damn thing. Baby,
oh, nice.
He's going to be seeing bullets connecting into his face as Ivy quickly cleans him up. Again, these
बोला था Ivy लेके जाएगा.
He's not really holding any water.
Yeah, it's
यहाँ से entry Dambi दिलाएगा. Dambi की entry.
Let's see if Trent.
ये देखो, ये movement
It's
देखो.
gotta be one of the scariest sounds in the world.
Yes.
लो भाई, लो कर लो, क्या करोगे? लो कर लो. Oh भाई.
Sit him down. It's a nice shot from Trent. Maybe a little too overzealous and aloof from Dambi.
भाई.
Tap at the plan.
गलत कर रहा है बे.
This one over to Francis, wanting to try to get his ult online.
मिस किया फिर से.
You get that plant, you take that fight, I'll take the kill. And Nongshim will take an 11th round win.
Well, some nice little early ideas. Ivy, even though he gets revealed by the ping, gonna use that snake bite, give himself a little bit of time. Again, Nongshim's been really good on this map about when they do find themselves in tricky situations, about buying that extra time for the rest of the team to get there to bail them out. And again, that's that coordination, that speed that this team can play with. That is so good. It's good enough to win you a Masters.
Meanwhile, built up in the previous
ये aggressive और रोक दिया.
So we'll just take a pause in the action.
ये गड़बड़ होने वाली है. कुछ गड़बड़ होगी.
It's slotted up into A lobby.
Well, Jagamo, even though he takes a bunch of damage, his knife there might have saved G2 a little bit potentially. It did hit X-Ross, so he couldn't just get up there and rip the ult. And just kind of, you know, if you give up that A site in this round and they're able to get that pit into play, it feels like you're going to be on map point as G2. So
NS मजा ले रहे हैं. अरे हाँ.
Forcing plan B out of Nongshim, I think.
वो देखा नहीं, वो डांस कर रहा है उसके सामने, मार सकता था इजीली, बट उसने मारा नहीं, जान के नहीं मारा उसने.
Not going to give up anything. Ivy doesn't get spotted. Leaf.
मजे ले रहा था पूरे. ये फिर आ गया मजे लेने, फिर आ रहा है.
Instead of on the main, then that still means the floodgates are opened up here for Nongshim. Dambi going to eat quite a bit of damage on that.
Dambi को दिखाओ भाई, Dambi को दिखाओ.
Still going to be able to find one before he gets snapped back by Trent, who does manage to find Dambi as well.
Dambi throw कर रहा है क्या यार?
Remaining, but Ivy around the back does not check towards pillar. Trent comes away with another one. Has been revealed. Meanwhile, RB finding Baby Big Jump, cleaning up the enemy harbor.
2v2 है
2v2. The health advantage still going to be there. However,
1v1. भाई क्या निकाला है?
Oh, Trent so close to being able to do something really special here for G2. He's one more kill away. He's able to slip the net. Trick Nongshim enough that they're not exactly sure. When he repositions here, he doesn't get identified. So Ivy comes through the back thinking that he's still backside or something like that. Instead, he's actually moved up towards the pillar. But X-Ross, phenomenal. such a stellar young player. Think that he is a Royal Roader, comes in and immediately in his first year in Tier 1 goes up, wins a Masters. And that right there, folks, is why he is sharp as all hell.
NS Kayo versus हमारा Kayo और क्या comparison कर दिया?
Trying to get prepared for that next map. Shake this one off, boys.
ये नहीं चलेगा.
Breeze is theirs.
बहुत गंदा comparison कर दिया. Cactus को बुलाओ chat में. Chat में Cactus को बुलाओ और Legend को भी. दोनों चाहिए मुझे chat में. अब यहाँ हिसाब होके रहेगा. मैं उन्हें दिखाना चाहता हूँ कैसे खेला जाता है Neon और Kayo.
It's not really shining through.
रहना तो कोई खेलता ही नहीं है. कॉम्पी में रहना बिल्कुल ही खत्म है. कोई नहीं खेलता.
They were going to hang a little bit more here in the second half. I saw some good ideas, some good thoughts, some good counters. A little bit of anti-stratting in there.
G2's kind of just playing the second half like AG.
कोई नहीं खेलता. उन दोनों को बुलाया जाए. चैट में बुलाया जाए उन दोनों को. दोनों को चैट में बुलाओ. जल्दी.
All the money invested, of course, is G2 is some Guardians.
ये NS.
Not what you want to see.
NS को सपोर्ट करने वाले ज्यादा हैं. हमारे. ओ. कैसे? भाई डाम भी थ्रो. डाम भी मार ही नहीं रहा किसी को. 3v3 पे आ गए. एंट्री लेते डाम भी को मार दिया. देख लिया.
Now to be sent, trying to sound down Francis, but he's still able to backpedal away. This gets him now disconnected off the site with a Hunter's Fury of his own, but he's just going to be sending this one from the outset. Overdrive invested from Baby Bay, trying to find a target. Tucks over to the side, slides in.
Oh,
कैसे? Sit him down. 7 health remaining. Sends out the pit to try to keep himself alive. The shock dart really able to find that kill. Nullified immediately as RB. Swing at the corner. Takes the fight. Takes Trent's life. It all comes down to a 1v1.
Oh!
Damage going to be found. Leaf able to dodge it. The challenge. Francis has the timing. 13-5.
NS. Nice.
Take us back to Breeze, and they take G2 to school. This was a one-sided affair.
This is
बुलाओ भाई, बुलाओ.
You know, you're seeing the dividends.
Legend को और Cactus को दोनों को बुलाया जाए. दोनों को chat में बुलाओ.
The qualifiers and today going up against
अभी
G2, a team that
chat
gave
में.
them fits in Santiago. They are able to dispatch easily.
अभी बुलाना पड़ेगा. बाद में बुलाना पड़ेगा.
This needs to be a very, very big rebound here. G2.
भाई क्या निकाला बे? तो क्या ही निकाला है?
That needs to be the staging ground. Take this all the way to a third and final map if they want to get some revenge over
भाई इसको मैं देखना चाहूँगा. रेना जस्ट सेल्फ एजेंट है. टीममेट्स को कोई हेल्प नहीं मिलता, इसलिए वीसीटी में नहीं खेला जाता. मैंने कैक्टस को बुला दिया. कहाँ है?
Thank you very much,
guys.
A little bit faster than what we thought in the setup of this head-to-head between G2 and Nongshim RedForce, but in the end, Nongshim come firing out, especially in that second half, rifle off 8 round wins in a row to call it with only 5 there. Thank goodness Global Esports played earlier, otherwise this would be the biggest one-sided loss of the tournament so far for G2.
भाई दूसरे में क्या चल रहा है जरा वो देखो. दूसरे वाले में क्या चल रहा है?
Was Nongshim's pick. But they've got questions.
चलो दूसरे वाले देख. दूसरे वाले पे चल.
Joining us back on the desk.
Information from the Cypher utility.
ठीक है, खत्म हो गया क्या?
There for him.
Nice.
Wait for the long flank by Happy
मैंने
by the way.
उसको बुला दिया है.
Potential.
है but.
And he's got 2 players on opposite sides, judge in hand. At some point, though, Mini has to actually be the one moving. The rest of his team
message नहीं देखा, ठीक है.
Moving on to site as well. No man with a double up. That's not bad at all, but still, where's Happyway? He's the X factor here. But Pippo's too smart for it. I feel like we've seen these before. Again, but this time he's gonna go to classic.
Yeah, but it's still an expensive round here for Gentlemates. 3 guns down on their side. They're able to get the Bulldog and the Judge back online. So for their bonus round, it's going to be a little bit weaker than normal. So for XLG, this is where we need to see if they've learned their lesson. Learned the lesson on making sure they're not forcing those close fights. I don't want to see them going through that garage. I really want to see them taking the long fights, long C, long A, making sure they're clearing, getting a lot of that information, using the util to clear those close angles. I don't want to see them fall into another trap set up by Gentlemates.
जल्दी आ.
Guns up for XLG now. 4 rounds is going to be the gap after losing pistol and the anti-eco. You talk about traps. How about MA just walking 4 players down long? XLG sneak away from that side of the map, but they do have to be a little bit concerned about the potential flank. But as they run through Garage, it's the alarm bot that will signal the long flank coming on through. It's an empty site. Full retake for MA.
4 players on the flank here for MA, ready to break some util. They got that Killjoy turret down. That's going to be a lot of pressure towards that garage. But the large they know it's not going to be a flank. 5 of these players, though, positioned for this garage flood-in.
This is the first time the XLG actually have all 5 alive for this post plant as well. It's been problematic before. This
हमारा ओमन देखो और एक ये देखो.
An obvious thing. Prox already gets a shot onto Happy where there's decent damage from the util coming on through, and now that damage is transferring into actual kills. Lysol, all 3 showing up when it counts, and Martin now, Guardian in hand, has too many angles to cover. Raga's definitely plus 20 by now, leading the server and finally giving a round over to XLG.
भाई FNC में मजा आता है.
This is good for
जो भाई बूस्टर करता है ना.
They're still down.
Still
trying to recuperate a lot of those rounds, but at least they've learned their mistakes, not doing the same things over and over again, keeping majority of those guns, 3 players left alive. They don't have to force too many weapons. They don't have to give up their economy. They can snowball here. And on this attack side, they actually have that Hunter's Fury online for Leo, able to do something quick if they wanted it to. Or if they get that spike down, they can play pretty convincingly. Martin, though, he has the run it back. Gentlemates are pushed all the way down long C with Prox. They have so much information, and Cypher is just set up here. Bippo by himself on the A site.
It's a lot more measured from XLG compared to previous maps. On Lotus, they'd already be X-egging somewhere. This is just a fake happening over towards the A side, and it does seem like M8 are biting. B has gone away for free, as the rest of the team is there, and now as the Nino slide away, in fact, the other Nino is getting something done. It's just a 1-for-1 so far. Running back being popped by Martin. He wants a little bit of this action. Loses ultimate straight away. Plant doesn't come down, by the way. Possibility for a mid to see, but does seem like they will commit to it finally. 4 versus 4, with a long flank coming through from Bippo as well. Prox also from the left side of the map on C. But everyone from XLG is peeled off.
Bippo really nice positioning here. He's not going to get clear just yet, but Happyway has a feeling the timing is going to be really important. Bippo getting the pick off to Happyway, and now this start of this retake, Martin pushing all the way through, and again another beautiful crunch. Bippo with this positioning over and over again has been so good when he gets into these spots.
Just completely unspotted, and just without the wherewithal as well from XLG to potentially check for the possibility of a flank. Bippo gets away with murder there from behind, crunching with Martin coming through from the actual site itself. And
भाई स्टेटस पे लगा दो ये स्ट्रीम का लिंक स्टेटस पे लगाओ शेयर करो सबको.
Suddenly what was looking like a decent attacking start, selling a full fake on
मजा आना
A,
चाहिए मजा आना
getting a somewhat free-ish easy plant on B with a little bit of delay. It's all completely unraveled by this crunch plate coming through from Bippo and Martin.
Did I just see Leo was on his drone at the front of B? Is that what I just saw? That's not good, XLG. We can't be doing stuff like that. Now look at your buy. You have those 3 rifles, but 2 of your players, one of them on a Bulldog, one of them on a Sheriff. It's still a little bit rough, but it doesn't matter because they're walking up towards C. Looks like they're going to go for this execute. They still have that Hunter Fury online.
They're about to walk into
walk into
the mini damage here as well. There's like some guns actually online for the side of XLG. Those guns are all on the floor now. 4K for mini on the overdrive. It's going to be Gentlemates in commanding fashion, taking control of this game again.
The contact play is just not it against this team, because you need to get that information first. You know that they're always going to be having some sort of setup here.
Gentlemates so far slow entry le raha hai,
switching it up almost every single round and making sure that they're getting the rounds of understanding
Neon ko kabhi slow entry leni chahiye
kya? Play against XLG again. The walk up, the contact play. I really applaud XLG for trying to try something new here for Shilai. But 3 ults online, and they're broke again. A thrifty.
M8 के पास एक ult है.
Give them the match play.
Oh,
beautiful pick onto Rarga. Leo trying to get that Soval to do anything but not connecting with anyone.
We've seen Rarga make use of that before for good effect, and now, okay, how about Happy Way and No Man? Suddenly things are starting to turn around. Pippo's got the only responsive kill here. After all is said and done, they'll reveal the rest of the positioning, which says we're going over towards a 2 versus 3. A couple of upgrades found here by Lysor and Happy, and suddenly things are looking on the bright side for XLG. Gentlemates trying to get their way back into sight, and my goodness, Prox falling at the opportunity there. Off the back of the paranoia, just too sharp, 3-1, and Bippo might just have a little bit too much to do here. XLG, an unlikely round for them to actually win. They're going to Thrifty.
I can't believe this. XLG has been so good at winning Thrifties because of the way that they're playing it. It's like they have nothing to lose, and every single time they get rewarded for
it. But they lost Rarga instantly.
Exactly. They're so good at these rounds. They're so good at getting their ones, getting their picks when they're just taking those fights and forcing it. It's like they're
Neon के साथ बुरा हुआ था. बहुत बुरा हुआ था Neon के साथ.
Those two picks, man. I think here Mini kind of throwing a little bit, playing so close when they know that they're on an eco. Again, they're pulling some of the same mistakes that XLG was doing. But gun round for both these teams. Judge on the side of Mini, and he's trying to play that towards Short A.
Might have just given a breath of life here for XLG. A second win has been spotted. And speaking of spotted, Martinez has been spotted. That's a bit of a risk because if somebody actually swung him while he's shooting the turret, he would have gone down.
I got it.
It's going to be Prox on the line here against all 5 from XLG. A very important round. Just runs on in. And now what can we get out of Starso?
Neon gaya.
5 around the corner. Rock is so fast. Starso didn't even see the timing of that. 5v3. It looks like XLG will find another round.
They've learned from their mistakes, XLG, using that drone up long C instead of just contacting up. And Rarga, beautiful to just follow up. Get those picks. Just hold W. He knows he's been playing insane, and so he's finally putting it down, putting it to the test in the server. Forcing MA
भाई मिनी गेम पे 2 रहेंगे. मिनी गेम पे 2 रहेंगे. 3.
They're gonna go for that save. Maybe a couple of exits, but still safe because
No Man लेकिन नहीं करने देगा भाई. No Man नहीं करने देगा. No Man.
Good. XLG have
कोई chance
snowballed
नहीं
their
है.
economy. They also have the lockdown, 1 away from that Viper's Pit as well. They have so many really good winning conditions for them to win these post plants. They just need to keep enabling themselves to get onto that site.
And nothing easier to fuse against the Viper's Pit either in a following round, but more importantly, you thought that XLG were going to get choked out of Haven, but suddenly they just find that extra gear. I mean, how fast was Ra going to get that shot as well? Barely a pixel available.
Neon ne mara.
Prox just eats dirt. Gentlemates now 2 rounds to play to finish this map and get the series 2-1. We'll take a tack pause here to talk about how they're going to get that one done, because despite there still being 2 rounds to play through and that not being a lot, it seems like XLG are starting to find their momentum themselves as well.
Yeah, time out here at a good time because they need to understand what's going wrong. They need to hear back from their coach. They need that third-party perspective. And right now, it feels like maybe they're just waiting for an operator to be online so they could shut down a lot of what Rarga's doing. Make sure to punish him from holding W, going crazy and getting those.
ये क्या हो रहा है? क्या पंगा है?
Initial picks, but I think also they should not play scared. The last thing I want to see here for Gentlemates is to lose that confidence, to lose that momentum that they've had so far this series, and to make sure they're continuing to play confident, playing those 1v1 peaks. It's okay having a little bit of those hero plays because they've come out on top of it almost every single time. Rarga just needs to get shut down, and I think we have the tools for that, especially when you're looking at Starzo.
Yeah, scoreline's looking a little nasty here. Mini and Martin, though, nothing to scoff at, 17 each for them. On the XLG side, it's Rarga, a little bit of happy way contribution, and other than that, not much else to speak of. Gentlemates, the play is going to be quite a few players pushing up into long. Are they going to just drop off Mini here? We'll have a look at see what that means. Lockdown's already in play over towards the mid-side of the map, by the way. And who is going to win this game of chicken here? Mini's in a great spot. Oh, in a worse one. Relay bolts exchanged. How does Mini get out of this situation? A little bit of help from Starzo is good. Rarga is going to find only the one. And the lockdown's already gone, by the way.
ये भी पिटा.
Last player standing.
So crazy. Beautiful shot from Bippo. But Starzo going back to essentially what worked.
कोच अलग रूम पे बैठे होते हैं. अरे हाँ वो तो बैठे होते हैं बट कई बार मैंने देखा है ना एक असिस्टेंट कोच खेला था वीसीटी में खेला था फेनेटिक के साथ.
A Nico or thrifty round this time. Lysor trying to go for a couple kills. Gets one, gets two. 2v1.
ऐसे खेलते हैं. ओमन ऐसे खेला जाता है.
Almost nothing left in the tank. Tries to cross. Starzo lets him. No spam coming in, which is insane.
And he gets the spike as well.
ओए
coming through from Lysor on 13 HP and
गड़बड़ हो गई.
What a smart play. Lysor has the heads up on that, but he's just going to go straight for the plant. Proc should have an easy freebie here. No chance for Lysor. Doesn't realize how close Prox was.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, but 12-8 now. Series point here. So scary for XLG. It's gonna be really
बहुत अच्छा खेला यार.
But they've kind of come back a little bit. Gentlemates taking that time out to talk about it.
अरे नियॉन आ रहा है, वापस नियॉन आ रहा है.
It's gonna be coming in with the way that these players.
नियॉन आ रहा है और क्या है इसमें नियॉन है और
it is confirmed as a timeout from
चैम्बर भी
XLG,
है.
and I think this makes a lot of sense. You literally have to win this round. Last
ओमन भी है,
point
ओमन भी
of
है.
the series if they lose it. But I think they're on the right track here. I think they're going
सनसेट आ गया अगला सनसेट है.
kind of in a good
अभी दिखाता हूँ ये जीतने के बाद फिर दिखाता
They're
हूँ.
going for these executes. They're almost winning these clutches. Rarga's being absolutely phenomenal, but you need another player to be online to be able to support him and make sure you set
NS
him
को
up
ज़्यादा
for
कर रहे हैं
success.
सपोर्ट. NS को ज़्यादा सपोर्ट मिल रहा है.
Might have been No Man who found his way all the way through
NS को
mid.
ज़्यादा सपोर्ट मिल रहा है.
Starting to get a bit of a flank going, but just gets caught after the lockdown came through. So if that kill had gone differently, despite the scuffle that happened over towards A-Long that cost the lives of 3 of the members from the side of XLG, might have been a different game. Lysor certainly tried his darndest there. Got a lot of work done, but just no HP and barely any time to play through. 12-8 now. Match point found. Makes one
NS or
away
G2.
from locking the series away from XLG and putting them into the lower bracket.
It's so scary here, though, because you see the run it back online for Martine. You see that Hunter's Fury online for Starzo, too. Really good retake ults, or at least flood retake to deny a lot of that zoning. But a really quick C-split here coming in
Neon aggressive कर रहा है. Neon aggressive है.
Just yet. Putting a pause on it, but the run it back is spent.
He's ulting. He already slowed things down with that
Oh
hot hands.
my.
And, well, currently it's hot hands in favor of Raga. Martin loses ult almost instantly. Mini just spamming through the smoke, but he's not catching anything so far. He might have a bit of an off angle here. No one's quite seen him.
Ooh.
Gets a giant kill on Delio. Raga goes down here as well. 2 versus 3. And it might all end here. Gentlemates just need a couple
2v2,
more.
2v2, 2v2.
Pit, though, still a rescue opportunity for XLG. Spike on the floor here. Starso using drone to explore. Looking for the tag onto this Viper, but not going to quite find it just yet.
Viper बहुत low है. Viper बहुत low है.
Have found themselves in a spot where they can still win the round just off the pit alone.
Planted. One enemy.
Oh, nice.
My God.
And that's going to be Gentlemates.
Oh,
Defuse in
oh,
round. It
oh.
got a little bit spicy on Haven with a small comeback
Nice.
for XLG, but Gentlemates and
Well
EMEA
played,
in
well
general
played,
will
well
not be
played.
denied in the opening round here. 3.
Can find anything, and he cannot. Flawless confirmed in the anti-eco. Valon gets 3.
Oh, ये क्या था? Oh, nice.
Gonna really find out what this composition is made of for Nongshim going into this next one. G2 able to take first blood and able to have a flawless anti-eco, so they're gonna be coming in quite well situated to maybe string together a bonus. Really start dominating on their map pick. So far, it's come down to some individual outplays here and there. Baby Bay this time looking a lot more comfortable on that chamber. It's had some...
Understandably.
Yeah, he's pretty good at chamber.
Fast lane forward, blind out on X-Ross, tucks around the corner of the relay ball, going to be hitting
Yeah,
as
yeah.
well. Tries to build back some of this
Oh,
pressure, but Trent is right there to continue to trade it out. And G2 trade it up. 3v2. Spike going to be planted to the wall.
अरे आ गया.
Quite going to get caught by that, but he cannot catch Leaf either. Takes him down to 8 HP, but just cannot seal the deal. Had the heal, and he's right back up to full. Now try to play this one out. G2 incredibly well slated to get this bonus conversion. It might just end up being back-to-back dominant maps, just flipping the teams around.
Baby Bay मारेगा. Baby Bay मारेगा. पक्का.
Than we anticipate.
पक्का.
Ivy.
Oi.
Eating some damage, does manage to survive. Will quickly back
Miss
away.
Miss
His life intact, but this round no closer to going over to Nongshim. So G2 with a 3-0 start.
Well, and you're seeing already, I
think
some of the layers
that
G2's composition is going to have over Nongshim on this attacker side. The deep flashes that you can set up with Trent to get your Neon into a position where they can bully up an agent like a Sage, where they're not really going to have much of a response if that wall has already been committed or isn't available in time to slow down the roll of Jogamo. And even though Francis gets the kill, G2, the rest of them are already starting to swing in, collect lives. So I think this is going to be a rocky road potentially for Nongshim unless they can start figuring some things out here pretty fast. They're going to add some extra layers towards the defense at A, but this time around G2 wants to let Baby Bay and that Outlaw lead the charge back down to an eco. Our Nongshim, nobody is going to have that full armor. Only 2 players even have half. Ivy carries the Vandal over, but can't afford to do much else. Wants to save up for the next round.
A quick break at the segment, just leading the way here for that Trailblazer that will get cleared out. Low Orb assisting in that, stopping this potential flood forward from G2. Now starting to potentially to explore elsewhere. We'll just go re-clear around mid.
Ooh.
The full crunch attempt in towards market.
And they've got that trademark behind them, so they know that they can go up a little bit further through some of this space. Cam's going to see this, but Ivy in trouble.
On Ivy.
Oh, बगल में.
Check him. The answer for now is going to be no. He swings it. He's able to find one. His Leaf will get taken down.
ले गया भाई.
Has the blind up. Ivy
is
and it gets the ace.
Wow. Nice.
One Vandal's all they need. They kept it in the right hands.
Nice.
Oh
nice.
I thought he was dead to rights there, but they just don't check the generator.
क्या ace निकाला है?
Absolutely absurd.
I mean, look at this. Immediately they all turn around, but he's pivoting so fast, and then Valen kind of walks in front of Trent as he's trying to line up his shot. Baby Bay was the one
audience नहीं है bro.
Trying to create that extra angle, and didn't matter. There was no extra angle to create.
He just uses the fast lane completely against them.
Yeah.
Tucked into that. Jogamo sets it up. He's on the opposite side. And there's no way to check him from there. Dumping out. Quick peek out. Backs away. And Jogamo.
Dambi को क्या हो गया?
And gets a second. Right back into this RG2. Not wanting that momentum to get built up by Nongshim. Heal, of course, in effect. Francis now playing ring around the rosy here with the Trailblazer. Tries to drag across, but Jogamo now on for an ace of his own. He can find these players, both of them stuck here behind the Sage Walled backside. Even though they see that, this should just be a call to save in the end, you would suspect, for Nongshim. Leaning off the wall, which is buy too much time off of this clock and the spike plant, so we'll just try to slowly work their way out of this.
Save तो नहीं करेंगे.
The guiding light confirms the street is clear. Question really becomes how much does G2 want to go on the hunt here to try to take these weapons out of hand.
विक्रांत भाई यप क्या हालचाल है भाई क्या हालचाल है?
With the operator and couple players being pretty low on credits, probably not too eager. Maybe they could send one out. Trent.
भाई कौन G2 को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं ये बताओ मुझे.
I think you got to rip a time out here as Nongshim, and you got to talk.
मैं G2 को सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ और कौन कर रहा है मेरे साथ G2 को सपोर्ट कौन कर रहा है? चैट में G2 लिख दो.
G2 at the chokes, especially at A, are going to be dealt with because you don't have answers to it right now. Frankly, part of that again is going to be the composition that you're running here. you don't have a hard flash to try to slow this down, if you don't have, you know, your Neon able to react properly against theirs, then you're going to have real problems. If the Cypher util isn't there at the front of the site as well, there's no ability for Nongshim to really have a counterpunch. They have to rely a lot on their individual skill, and that's tough against a player of Jog's caliber on a Neon. He is very, very good, as we just saw in that previous round. And, you know, why on Breeze, we were kind of scratching our heads a bit that he isn't on the Neon.
DP into the spawn now. Valen looking for a backstab and won't just be able to join in. But alongside Jogamo, who's trying to hound down Ivy, but Ivy still find himself a second kill. That is critical value being put up by the Cypher yet again. Give them a very advantageous position. The drone now to lead X-Ross. It's going to be Francis, never mind, actually able to find him. Flash is connecting, Trent able to find just the one kill, looking for that second, but
nice.
Overwhelmed. Is Nongshim rally back for another round win?
Well, I guess all that you really need to do now as G2 is just avoid Ivy. He's the only one that's been able to shut you down at all. Some individual brilliance. Oh, he even gets dinked there by Jog through the wall, but able to instantly reset. Find two. So Ivy locked in. I need a little bit of help from the rest of Nongshim. Got some huge ults on both sides of the coin. Baby gonna have that tour de force. Seekers res for Leaf. Ivy has his neural theft, as well as Francis's Hunter's Fury. RB looking to try to tee up Francis here. Paranoia at the ready, so they're gonna play off contact. Seems to be that this is one of their
भाई
answers.
G2 का ये वाला तो G2 का है.
The Neon on the other side, but it is just the Paranoia that connects here.
On everyone, but not going to be.
भाई like करो यार stream को, like नहीं कर रहे हैं. ऐसे कैसे बात बनेगी? Like करो stream को, like करो.
Remaining in that tour de force as well for Baby Bang. Boost up over the top of this box. Street side. Down with the Paranoia.
अरे देख लिया दो को.
Two players going to be spotted off the drone. The Trailblazer spotting out plenty as well. Hunter's Fury now going to be sent through. Just look at the try to gum things up here on this approach. Downby with the operator still going to be able to find one. Doubling up. Finds that kill, but doesn't know where the rest of the approach is going to be coming from. Sights in. Over a no scope, but it's a big overcook here from Downby. I mean, now once again having to be the hero. His location is known, and he cannot find Valen. Holds his own. And every time Nongshim tried to take a step forward, G2 pushed them back by 3.
Yeah, this is just really, really tough for Nongshim. This round has got to be kind of a gut punch because you actually read this decently well. You're able to use some of that util, find some answers to at least force G2 to take a pause. And you're going to get basically the whole team over here, but you just can't take them in the fight. You're just getting beat. Some of the 1v1s, Jogamo has the ultimate. He's able to rip a couple players away. So G2, love this comp. Love the way that they're piloting it. It creates so much pressure. This time, Nongshim looking again to maybe set up that Paranoia trap outside of A, but G2 wary of it after what happened in the previous round where
अरे तोड़ दिया उसने.
Just will get a bit of confirmation that there's players in mid, but you know, doesn't want to mess around. Knows that Baby Bay is going to want to get that op going. How dangerous he is with it. Ross and Dombey do have their ults, but right now it's a spread of the map for both teams. Nobody really committing too aggressively anywhere. Trying to bait that Paranoia out, and they will.
कितनी तारीख तक पता नहीं है मेरे को. चेक कर लूँगा अभी.
Will now back away, so all of this is going to be heard. Meanwhile, Baby Bang
cancel तो कर दिया था मैंने.
slotting just alongside that trip. Will clear it. So op shot going to be registered. Nongshim trying to get pivoted into the right position, but the spike now starting to get ushered over towards A.
Yeah, I mean now G2 is kind of realizing that
A पे entry मिलेगी उनको. A पे entry मिल जाएगी. A पे entry मिलेगी.
They don't want to make it easy for Nongshim to get the reads with the rotations. Ivy again finds one.
Sage परेशान कर. अरे Sage परेशान करता है.
Up through mid. That will end up getting surrounded and overwhelmed, but same can be said for Ivy as Baby Bay going to be pinned into the corner to find that kill, but it's going to be Valen to the rescue, keeping him protected. Spam not connecting the Trailblazers spotting. Both players' positions widely known. The rest to come in. No counter spam going to be available from these positions. So no
3v3, 3v3, 3v3.
3v3. Two very far fanned out.
Yeah.
A little bit faster on the draw.
Oh.
On that kill with BBB catching RB in transit mid TP. Back into this 2v2 and Baby still looking for a little more. Turns to the side. The shot is just a hair off. Cannot connect with it. Refuse to come in. Nongshim RedForce try to get their way back into this map.
This one just gets a little bit scrappy. Kind of some of these weird situations where I feel like one team has the macro advantage and then can't convert the round. You know, a couple rounds ago, it was, I think, you know, Nongshim making the good read, getting all 5 of their players to try to counter the execute, and they can't. In this round, G2 actually works the map really nicely. They're in a position where they get a decently early plant, and they're making it tough for Nongshim, but they're able to find some big kills on the way through. G2 tries to push out, tries to gain a little extra footing to hold their ground and can't do so.
RB, quick
shot.
Miss kiya. He's able to find one, but Jogamo immediately has that trade, and he's not checking the corner. Price is there. Does keep this back into 4 players. Just wall them into alley.
4v4.
G2 immediately having to pivot now. Back across into mid, re-clear this space, and potentially strike onto the B site.
Yeah, there's the camera here, though. So that early warning network already installed for Nongshim. But G2 kind of aware of it, of the likely position. A lot of cameras are going to be either where it is or just in the corner right around next to them by the orb. They're just taking their sweet time. Yeah, you're going to see Trent, though. That immediately brings out the slow. A little bit of damage done to Leap. Again, you're buying a lot of time here as Nongshim.
Nothing that he can't shrug off, though, but now at this point, you're going to be very committed into this site. 3 players here. The backstab ready to be enacted as Francis is on that flank. And the door is just being held. And at this point, I think the round is just going to be over.
Oh.
Peeking in the down B 1 by 1.
Bhai Dambi.
Trying to find the 1 kill, but now has to try to just retain it. This operator, he's going to be ping revealed. As Francis frantically trying to flush him out. He's not going to be doing a damn thing. Nongshim will be able to find themselves 2 consecutive round wins as they're now 1 away from tying it up.
Yeah, I mean, again, Nongshim is starting to find answers where they're able to send some trickery early, set up some different formations at this A choke to make it a lot more difficult. You know, RB just swings out with the Guardian, and then they're going to tuck a player in to the corner, and again, not checked, causes huge problems. Losing that Neon with the way G2's been playing so far here on Sunset, really, really painful for them to try to get into a site, because then Nongshim can really plant their feet. They don't have to worry about that player running past them. That operator could be so much more effective. Look at this. 2 players up mid.
Again, going for this TP, but it's the same position overall as Francis.
Oh, bhai Dambi.
Of course, Francis to the side. Gonna be good for the kill. Jogamo sliding forward, able to find the one with the Stinger. Valen with that backstab off the TP, still gonna come away with value as Francis gets blinded up here at alley, but Trent still not gonna feel comfortable enough to try to flush him out. Just has that bandit in hand. So he needs some assistance. As oh my god, he has the collat, but no, Jogamo is a bit faster. Finds that kill. Valen survives. Nexros trying to wall them out, but Zol to try to play in Ivy.
Marna padega.
Finds the first, can't find the second. Trent again with the operator, able to find a bit of value. And now it is all down to Xros to try to come away with these 2 kills to try to get this clutch. Jump up over top of the box, and Jogamo is ready for it. Has the 3K, and G2 have a thrifty to get up to 6.
Oh, man. I mean, just sending that TP through where there was just no good response from Nongshim because they're busy worrying about the 2 players that have pushed right up mid. So there's no real ability to clear these backlines. You just got to try to hold on to the ground that you have. And that's exactly what G2 wants. Beautiful stuff from Jogamo there in this round. Getting those early kills, creating that space, finding the 3K in the end. Huge stuff. Nice idea from Valen with that TP. It really threw Nongshim for a loop. This time around, Dog goes past that trip, so That's kind of curious. Where exactly, how high is that trip? It did get cleared or pulled back, one of the two.
Swing in and leave is going to get caught. Big mid exploration there from Nongshim. Really finding some value, getting out scot-free.
Yeah. Now you can slow down. Now that you've got RB so far forward as Nongshim, none the wiser, I don't think, are G2. They're not really paying this consideration, but he pops out a little too early.
And Baby Bay can't quite collect that kill. RB, very fortunate to still be in this fight. Zombie spotting out the enemy Neon, slides his way back over to Market. Just going to be shutting that door for now. RB continuing to stay sat here, but looks like G2 are incredibly suspicious of this.
That smoke's weird.
And it has fallen. So too shall RB. It's not going to be dialed in for that headshot to instantly get the kill on Jogamo. Now the Seeker's going to be let loose. 25 seconds remaining, so they have to push forward onto the site. Downbeat here to try to slow them up as the relay poke goes in. Trent going to be stunned. Flash out into Downbeat's face. Pedals away. Ends up making a little bit of noise, and Baby Bay will be able to find him. The shot connecting. Francis only going to be good for the one. 10 seconds now left in this round. The swing out. Xros eating some damage. Cannot find those kills, and with just barely a second to spare, the plant can come in, and Ivy just to hit all three!
Bhai.
He is walking on water this series. As
ये
Ivy
क्या कर दिया
bails him
इसने?
out and gets Nongshim a 5th round win.
This would be a 9-2 scoreboard right now if it wasn't for Ivy. That is absolutely disgusting.
Bhai.
Goodness. I mean, I think, you know, this round swung kind of both teams' directions at one point or another. With that time left on the clock, good night.
Good God.
Oh, my God.
Just insane. It's one of those rounds that
Bhai,
if you're
ultimate.
determined, you want to be able to just shrug it off and say, okay, he's just him.
Want to play? Let's
You know,
play.
Ivy's just incredible at times. But it's also going to be so damn frustrating. Meanwhile, Jogamo ushered back away, pushed into the open for Dombey to collect it. Brings out another warning shot. Trying to scare them back over into the arms of Ivy. He's alone on the B site.
They're going to have this drone here. This is going to give you the info as Nongshim that they pretty much evacuated A, at least deep enough that you don't need to keep that extra player on that side of the map. So let Donby maybe control that mid, that top mid space. Xros. Ooh, that would have been a good wall. There you go.
Sends it now. Still that gap in the back by the look of it. And yep, it'll just be the double push forward. That might even be able to play in front of this one. Ivy's going to be taken down. The Sword of Force with Baby Bay is able to find that kill. Downby now isolated, zoned away, just trying to find anything that he can with that shorty over the wall. Ends up coming away empty-handed as pop flash. The turn not going to be good. Xros still is able to find one kill as Valen will get taken down. G2 looking pretty firmly in control now as Francis will also fall. Downby and RB in a 2v3 to try to clutch this one out. Rendezvous situated. The shot goes wide. RB taken down on the approach, and Downby just can't quite make these op shots connect. Clears the dog, wants to try to slide in with that shotgun. Will be able to find the one, but Leaf is there for the counter swing, and G2 will get themselves out into a lead. 7-5 here at the half.
Yeah, it's a great mid-round decision by G2 to swing up into the back of B and put a lot of pressure onto Xros. That seemed to be a big point of this map for them on this attacker side. If they could find that Sage early, that was often where they were able to find a lot of success, where they were able to just make Xros really uncomfortable, really difficult for a Sage. You know, if the wall's already out to stop a Neon, even with the slow orbs, not going to make too big of a difference, or at least in this case, you know, just the overwhelming numbers of G2. It's not really able to hold the line, and then Baby Bay finds that pick onto sight towards Ivy. I mean, as fantastic of a half as Ivy just had, not having him be able to hold the line. Baby Bay with that tour de force. So good with the sniper rifles. Just a exciting first half again.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's just hope that this second half can deliver. I mean, if Nongshim are going to be able to find another pistol, very much will have a half for ourselves. And G2 not looking to see that. They want to go ahead and take this one down, get it nice and clean, nice and quick, send this over to a third and final map.
Oh,
this gets better every time you watch it.
It will never get old. That is some filth. Ivy, again, he has been just tremendous in the qualifiers for EWC 2026, and he hasn't been missing a beat since flying over to Paris.
Yeah, but he was during stage one. This, we saw the performances from him again. Heavy MVP candidate at Master Santiago into a bit of a withering performance in stage one.
Yeah.
Wasn't able to find those same highs. Wasn't really getting any even regular impact in their matches, which was so shocking to see. But here, look, he's whatever slump he was in, he's got himself out of it. 13-7-1 as the Nongshim. Oh, will they pilot this Sage on the attacker side?
Yeah, I mean, I'm concerned about this attacker side. You almost feel like you have to rely too much on Dombi, which is hard to imagine.
Baby Bay out in the mid will be able to get some damage. France is going to be tagged to 45.
But it's healed. So not the end of the world there.
CD out early. Trademark situated on B main. Baby Bay can quick pivot around. He's playing the 10 spot at the moment.
Yeah, they've created a lot of attention towards mid, so Ivy's in a world of trouble if he swings too wide here.
Oh, he's going to be completely overwhelmed. Unable to find even really any significant damage. Shield's still going to be burned, but Dombi sliding forward will be able to at least trade it back as Baby Bay does get taken out of the equation. But again, that heal burned early means that Dombi's going to be stuck at 45. And Leaf is able to find Francis to boot. So now player advantage in the hands of G2. Flash not going to be connecting here. Dombi able to find one. The heals quickly come in from Trent. Side forward space getting taken. Dombi now pushed back to 100. RB just on the other side of this smoke, but it's going to be Jogamo finding Dombi through it. Cleaning him up, the push coming in. RB looking for a little bit more, but Trent's got the classic drawn out. The right click is there, and G2 will take both pistols on Sunset to move up 8-5.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're seeing that Nongshim's still a little uncomfortable on this map, and in particular, I'm thinking about two fights that happened. It's Ivy in mid, who's kind of swinging to get info, and by the time he swung so wide, it's too late because there's 3 G2 players that have been hitting their presence up at top mid. And then the other problem is when they get onto the site, Francis kind of doesn't really process that there were 3 players up there earlier, goes for the swing himself around the backside of B, and then just gets cut down by the firing squad of G2. So just some kind of individual mistakes that cost you a lot in a pistol round.
Well, there's a Bucky in hand for Dombi, but there is a judge in hand for Jogamo. Baby Bay again is able to find Francis here in main, as X-Ross will be able to come away with 2 quick kills. The Bucky in hand for now. Trent slowly slipping back towards B. Try to join in alongside Baby Bay, but Nongshim RedForce going to look to explore elsewhere as the judge will just get dumped off the side of the map. So back to the pistols here are X-Ross and Ivy. Already decent damage. You see the investment here just in the cash from G2. And if they can find any more, this is going to be still a very good Thrifty attempt, if not the Thrifty itself. But Leaf playing forward, potentially unexpected in this position. As the wall going to have to be waited out. Will now break, swing in the corner, and Leaf's got them both outdone. So 2 casualties. They end up saving it quite a bit, so 3 players keep their weapons over into the bonus.
Yeah, that's totally fine for G2. You come out of that relatively okay. Yeah, you lose a couple guns, but whatever. I don't think anybody else even took armor damage. So that's a pretty healthy bonus that you're going to be situated with. Leaf even going to go for the judge. Carry those 2 Spectres in the Outlaw over, and 2 players on Nongshim aren't even going to be able to afford the full armor. That's one of them's Dombi. So if Baby can hit a banger on an entry maybe, but right now not going to be given the opportunity and just shuts down RB.
Oh, well, Francis does hit the shot before he can rendezvous at the safety. Dogamo just going to be looking to try to hold this market door down. Meanwhile, Francis has found another Valorant dead atop of mid, and Downby just quickly slides in, takes Trent's life as well. Revenge for their fallen AG.AL. As Leaf will be able to hit a very nice shot, but quickly has to backpedal away. It's just that judge in hand will grab the orb, guarantees that he'll have the res going into the next round. This would take some serious work, though. Try to get a clutch materialized from this position.
Well, given a chance, they're just trying to figure out where the hell he went, and I think Ivy's finally kind of pieced it together. Must be holding somewhere in the vicinity of spawn or something.
Giving him some weapon opportunities available. They'll be able to hear this for the most part. Trent had died just around this corner. Regardless, looks like Leaf is just going to try to play this one for exits. Question is, does Ivy give it to him? The answer is no, but Francis will. Swings in. It's a very nice headshot from him, but got not to be carried over. It's just a judge, so nothing to really get stressed about here for G2. Nongshim RedForce still eating quite a bit of damage to try to get this anti-bonus over the line.
Yeah, exactly. Again, having those half armor is something that hurt them even in the previous half. Being that Outlaw being able to be carried over into round 3, finds that kill, finds that extra little bit of damage that maybe you normally wouldn't have suffered. Because Nongshim does like to invest just a little bit into those ecos. You know, they're going to grab a shotgun, they're going to grab a bandit, they're going to grab a sheriff.
And this is why you see that Outlaw again in the hands of Baby. Half armors across the board aside from Ivy.
This adds just more value that you're getting out of the chamber on this map. And Trent, well, not too bad. A little bit of armor damage, a little bit of health. Nothing to be too concerned about. Nongshim, again, really prioritizing mid control. I mean, you see the differences in these comps and how they have to be piloted. G2 can bully the extremities, and they know it because they have that Sky. Whereas Nongshim has to be a little bit more diligent with trying to create extra angles, extra opportunities to take those contact fights.
Cover going out. Really slowed down the round, though.
RB's in a weird position.
He knows he can't scale. He's heard that trademark around the corner.
Exactly.
Not to mention the two players watching this angle. Well, it'll have to just be a 3-2-1 go, push into market. Try to shut this down, slide in. Somehow Valen doesn't manage to find that shot. Downby sliding right at him.
भाई नियॉन इसीलिए खतरनाक ही लगता है.
The Neon comes out on top. Backpedal away as a sight. Gets taken. Flash over to the corner.
फंस गया भाई.
और blinded up, but he's still able to find Jogamo. Continues with that player advantage. The res is going to be committed in. Leaf immediately drawing down, is able to find X-Raw's Hunter's Fear going to be set from Francis, but everyone scatters to the wind. Owens those bursts of damage. Now have 4 players to try to go for the retake. Some shots exchanged. The flash not quite connecting. Ivy is tucked into the corner. The wall will fall, and Jogamo gets the better of him. Tap the defuse. Jogamo now finding Francis. It's all down to Downby. And Baby will be able to pick him to pieces. Double digits found for G2. As Nongshim struggling on this attack.
Yeah, this is really tough stuff. You know, you get this early kill, and then even you're able to get Jogamo taken down off the slide, but the res, and Leaf plays ahead of it, expecting a peek from a player of Nongshim, and he's able to get the res and protect it. That's so hard to do sometimes as a Sage. He knocks it out of the park, sets them up for that extra advantage, and finally a timeout.
Yeah, first one. They'll look to try to right this ship, but 4 rounds down. It feels like Nongshim not having a great grasp of how to try to pilot things. Just generally on this map. I mean, a lot of the rounds that you're able to find from the defender side just boil down to Ivy going nuclear.
Right. No, I mean, again, honestly, outside of those rounds, this has been G2 all the way. They have been just a step ahead all throughout Sunset. You can see why they're very comfortable to pick this. I mean, you know, coming into this event, a couple of the maps that you're probably really keying in on are Sunset and Fracture, the ones that a lot of teams tend to avoid. I mean, throughout most of the day today, you're seeing Lotus, Ascent, Haven, Split. We will see Split later. I'm happy about that. Don't get me wrong. The last time these two teams played on Split, it went to overtime, and it was map 3. We can only hope, but that being said, you know, having a pocket pick like a Sunset, like a Fracture, gives you such a huge advantage that maybe if you do have a weaker map like a Breeze or something that your opponents can lean into, you're able to at least force out that decider.
All sent at main here on a timing. 2 weapons into this one for Nongshim.
Nongshim's so keen to get a player tucked up in mid into that top left corner. Again, this time it's Ivy. And sure, it gives you a little bit of info. I mean, you're able to probably identify that that trademark is around the corner in market, but being able to capitalize off of it, they really haven't been able to. I think it's something that G2 is probably going to be pretty aware of, I would suspect, but we'll see. Tag on the drone, but the wall there. So
अब rotate करेंगे वो.
Doesn't stick around, but nobody really accelerating.
But with that Trailblazer leading out through B main, this is allowed.
Cypher हरकत करेगा. Cypher हरकत करेगा. Cypher करेगा. और Cypher गया. Cypher जगह है. Cypher बच गया.
Timing. No, it's going to be Leaf at the same time though. Back over towards the site is gunning down 2. Ivy tucked into this position. Sleep finds a third. He's going to try to play this patiently, but if Trent just looks over to the side, which he now will,
बोला था Cypher गया.
Quickly shut down the enemy Cypher, and that leaves now Downbeat alone in a 1v4. Plant onto the corner, the wall now falling, the flash Leaf is there to collect it. A 4K form, an 11th round for G2. Split is looking all but guaranteed.
Another phenomenal round from Leaf. Saw it on the res where he's able to cover it.
अच्छे rounds निकाले पे.
And really set that retake up for success. But here, it's just shutting down the huge push. That's the 4-player push that he's facing there. Yes, he's got some help from Valen, but he gets the 2 kills. And that means that Ivy can't go for plan A, which was to wrap into back alley. He didn't want to go into Link because he expected that should be able to be cleared by his teammates, or maybe somebody gets flushed into him when they're not ready. But there's discipline here from Leaf and Valen. They don't move a muscle. They don't give Ivy that opportunity until it's too late, until the rest of G2 is already rotated in through top mid. Heroic efforts from tremendous player in Leaf. Really just thwarts Nongshim's plans all across the board. And at Nongshim, they're so nervous about some kind of trap play, some kind of reactive flash or neon stun could be waiting for them, or maybe just a tight angle being held by Baby Bay with that outlaw.
Oh, Dogamo not going to be able to find the timing, but here's that jump from Francis.
Oh,
he's not going to be ready for this forward position. Even though the tripwires comparatively shallow. None the wiser, but same could be said about Lee this time. Being able to get that backstab through. Neural depth, the ping reveal, Valen's position now going to be known. Relay bolt going his way, and this is all to keep his eyes trained towards sight so Ivy can slot in from behind. Comes away with that elimination. The repace forward, tries to take the fight. Chocobo's going to go past him, but Chocobo plants his feet right up in front. Ivy's unable to clean up Trent fast enough, so now a 3v3. And a very much win round for Nongshim. Fast lane over to the side with Paranoia, going to be out in response from RB to try to slow them up. He finds the first with Trent.
2v2.
Trades that back. 2v2 now. And around where Nongshim need to win it and likely even need to commit the res off the back of this just to try to steady the economy. Swing.
1v1.
Not held to half. X-Ross aware of this. Baby Bay will rip everything out of their grasp, but cannot take the round, cannot take G2 up to 12. He narrowly escapes. And Nongshim hold on by a thread, denying that map point.
But it's Ivy again. He just, this time, a little bit pacier with this lurk up through mid, catches Leaf off guard. That allows the neural theft to be invested. And he's trying to use the Seekers against G2 there. Knows that after he clears the first, the second 2 aren't locked into him. But
94.5.
regardless,
call us and share your story for a chance to win.
Chance to win what?
Not sure.
Yeah, they didn't.
What did you want?
Really
What do you want to win?
A car would be good, I suppose.
Yeah? You already have a car.
93.5 Red FM.
Wow.
What about second car?
I don't have a car. Can I have your car?
Sure.
Sweet.
Well, for now, similar scenes here from Nongshim, just keeping everybody stacked over onto the A side of the map. Ivy this time, however, exploration up into B main.
High-low could be really annoying.
Oh, they're going to go for the push now. The drone going to be coming out, and Jogamo wanted to try to get this punish here, but Dambi just slides across. Smooth criminal with the stinger. He's able to find that kill. Maybe now making his exit right before he would have had contact on Ivy. Spots him out, and the second shot will be able to take down the enemy Cypher. Coming with the overdrive, trying to push forward, but Trent is instantaneous with the punish. Shuts down 3. And G2 now, one more round to go.
अब इसमें 2 टीम है, एक है इसमें NS और एक है G2. कौन सी जीतेगी?
You have so many tools in your back pocket here as G2. Even if you lose,
अब देखो फुल फॉर्म से बात नहीं बनेगी, अब सिर्फ बात बनेगी जीतने और हारने से.
The ability to fall back and just hold the line again, double up for G2, and they're able to find a huge multi-kill. That time it was Trent. Nongshim gonna try one more time out. This one better be a damn good one, because you need 5 in a row just to tie it.
And you're scraping the bottom of the barrel.
लेकिन अभी एक मैच
there's not really much
NS जीत चुकी है. अभी G2 एक अगर जीत गई तो फिर दोनों के एक-एक हो जाएगा. उसके बाद डिसाइडर राउंड होगा फिर एक मैच होगा दोनों का. जो वो जीत गया वो जीत गया.
Yeah, it is less than ideal.
तो क्या लगता है ये NS अभी पहुंच पाएगी उनके बराबर तक?
Have to come up
Come
with
back कर
something
पाएगी?
incredible. I don't know. You know, there's some individual things they can do. I think maybe some more
अच्छा खेलेंगे तो पहुंचे बिल्कुल.
mid explorations are good, but I think G2's been pretty able to well identify that Nongshim doesn't feel comfortable to hold B. None of their post plants over there have worked, so it kind of has to be A. And so if that's the case, then you just throw that strong side player over there, try to hold the line, and it's worked pretty damn well. And again, all you have is the paranoia really to clear some of those angles in the relay bolt. You can wait those out or bait those out. Round's pretty much yours.
And Baby's going to be so favored here.
Whoa.
Okay, shot not going to register, but Stinger at that range also not going to be able to find too much damage. He's got 2 sources of healing to put it back up to full. And Jarmo, okay, that's not a timing. Going to be able to find RB. He wants to end this one. As Leaf, Johnny on the spot is ready for the punish. Jogamo on the repeat, takes down X-Ross. And the wheels have well and truly come off as Jogamo looking for an ace.
कैसे भाई क्या निकाला ये राउंड क्या निकाला है भाई. GG भाई GG.
Sunset. It's a dominant display in the hands of G2 Esports. And once again, they will square off against Nongshim. A final map, a 3rd map in a series on Split.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be so thrilled here to see this from G2. Going back to some of their comfort agents. Really like the theory. You don't see a lot of Sky on Sunset. I felt like that had a ton of impact here. Suits the Neon really well on this map. Able to tee up Jogamo, who was really, really impactful. Everybody had their moments, it felt like, for G2. Kind of what you want from this team. Those well-coordinated, well-thought-out, well-executed efforts.
Maybe I'm crazy, but I think that Jogamo might just slightly be a better Neon compared to me. There's a lot to work on when it comes down to that breeze. And Jogamo looking good alive and well, but let's go ahead and send it back over to the analyst desk to break down Sunset.
Thank you very much, Achilleos. I agree. Jogamo on the Neon might be a little bit better, as it was a great, great showing there by G2. They get the job done against the Noodle Boys here and tie up 1-1. Nongshim, RedForce, and G2, 2 of the great squads across the world going head-to-head here on a final map number 3 as we welcome back Kukuka in big time.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think it just shows the power of having a strong Sunset here in this tournament so far. It hasn't been in the pool. Now it's come back. I think they caught Nongshim underprepared on this map, and G2 clearly had it down. It looked very, very strong from them. I think even the scoreline is quite tight, quite kind to Nongshim. You know, you go 7-5, wow, oh, that was, you know, maybe it was good for G2. And then you go, oh, but they got pistol and bonus. And you go, oh, well, maybe Nongshim were good. And then you go, Ivy single-handedly won 3 of those rounds. And you go, okay, maybe G2 are actually better than the score looks here.
Being realistic about Sunset, the first rounds are always going to be a surprise. If you have those set strats, like we were seeing Valley, like reading the papers, being like, oh, this, like this is what we can, how we can get the most out of them, and it absolutely worked. And especially when we turned into that second half, when we speak about that double Sentinel and the way that they were playing it, you have Sage on one side, Chamber on the other, and they're going to be an absolute pain in the ass to deal with. And if on top of that, you add in a Jogemo that every single round is in a different part of the map, putting pressure onto you, and it's now on a duelist, so he will come and fight you. I'm sorry, but that means we're going to split.
Yep, it does indeed mean that one. And the good thing for G2, they were never in doubt in this one. Ahead in the first half and then kind of sped away in the second. Yeah. And that's still despite the fact that there were many big moments here for Nongshim, kind of like tournament highlight moments here for Ivy on the Cypher.
Ivy's an amazing player. He's so comfortable on these traditional Sentinel roles, especially this Cypher. Now, do I think Cypher is the best in slot here on Sunset? Probably not, but is it the best for Ivy? It very well might be. He was putting up, you know, a great show, that 1v3 as well. It's just, it's insane the stuff he's able to do, but the problem is it's too little too late. It's not enough. You can't only rely on these individual moments. It does feel like they need more time on this map. They need to get more drilled in the macro and get familiar with it again, because G2 just leaps and bounds ahead in my mind.
Something that I was talking about before we jumped into Sunset, and something that also a paper thing just highlighted, is how Trent was going to mix with Jogemo to make this situations so favor for themselves. And Trent had an amazing map. We've seen a Sky resurgence thanks to the later buffs that we've seen from the agents. So it is definitely something to take into account when you go into a map like that, and you're going to be pairing it with a Neon. It looks very, very good when you're thinking that if that is going to be your only information, considering that you have those two Sentinels, you have to go with him.
A brutal kind of run here on the opposite side for Nongshim RedForce. RB, 7-20. I know that's a little tough when you're playing Caboose there, but just being -13 is a little tough, given the fact that Ivy was popping off on, as you said, not best in slot, but a team that can go ahead and bounce back. The resilience of this Nongshim RedForce squad can't be understated big time.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like they can do it. Split is a map where they've been perfectly fine on. We saw it from them over in the qualifiers. Running that double duelist, Danby sticking with that Neon, and it was X-Ross on the Raze there to help back him up. And I think that is also a pretty solid map for them, but it's also not terrible for G2.
No, absolutely not. I think that I like the fact that we have each team wins their mapping. This is kind of like the ideal form that you would get to in a playoffs, where you have your map, which is super strong. You know that you're going to go to an opponent that will be in that form, so they will win their map. And this should be the biggest clash of them all, because all the worrying signs that we could have seen on that first map, and we were like, oh, Jog, and oh, Dre, like, baby, what are you doing? This, and that. We're gone out the window, thanks to the map too. Leaf also brilliant on that stage. It's absolutely everywhere on the map.
Yeah, I know. Again, everyone from G2 stepping up. That is what you want to see from a team that have stars all around. Really, everyone can play the role players, but then have the pop-off moments. Almost the ace that we saw at the end until Valen stole that one away. And on the opposite side, in terms of the groups, Gentlemates was the one that took out XLG. And so...
EMEA!
I mean, EMEA doing pretty well.
According to Athena, we're the worst region. We'll have some words.
Well, we'll see how it all shakes up for the non-EMEA regions, as G2 and Nongshim RedForce will battle it out on that map 3 after this short break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026 Valorant.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out,
it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Paris for EWC 2026 Valorant, and we are going to map number 3 between the champions of Americas and the earlier kickoff champions of Pacific. It's G2 versus Nongshim RedForce 1-1. Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And as we said to it, let's set the stakes here. We know that G2 is going to take a little bit of time to set up on stage. Nongshim are now just coming on out. What do you want to see out of these squads?
I mean, I want to see Nongshim get explosive again. That's what I feel like they got tampered here a little bit. They felt a lot slower. I mean, I feel like G2 were able to work the map around them far too easily. Nongshim are at their best when they're in your face. Dambi needs to go forward with the support of the team. I don't want to see any big, deep rotates round spawn. No, forward, boys. I want to see that double duelist that we saw from them in the qualifier. It was very effective there, so I just think they got to lean back into their strengths for me for Nongshim.
And if you are a G2 fan, you want quite the opposite, right? The same way that Nongshim runs that double duelist, we're going to full control for the side of G2. Astra, Viper, Vice, like literally everything to stop them. We always, when we talk about the meta, we talk about being one step ahead. And if you really think that it's tilted in that direction, if you can find a very strong counter to it, you should be, in theory, favored. It looked very good when they were playing with the double sentinel here on Sunset, and that is something that they have to find a way to translate onto Split. Watch out, because obviously the chokes are much smaller, and many things can go wrong.
Baby Bay on Neon. Yes, no?
No, that's one of the things that
like,
wrong.
Let's like not. Let's not.
No, I think I want to see Jorgamo stick with that duelist. I think he can play the Neon. We also know he can play that Raze really well.
Raze, very much
that's a really
so here on
natural
Split,
fit.
yeah.
But I think on the side of G2, I totally agree with you. I want to see control. I want to see Leaf take over that Viper. I want to see maybe a Vice with that. You know, there's... The whole objective for this is G2 need to slow down Nongshim. Nongshim need to not allow themselves to be slowed down.
The best thing that could happen for them is trying to isolate those kills, right? When we're speaking about slowing them down, it's more so of like, one by one, you know? One by one, get onto the side. And if you can shut down Dambi, probably one of the reasons why he swapped from the Neon in the first place, the fact that he was not the one being isolated. They also have Ivy playing absolutely brilliant, so it's definitely not going to be easy for the side of G2. The resurgence, though, of Jogemo. In the first match, Dambi diffed on him, like, made absolutely no sense. But if he's on a duelist, he does have a lot more freedom. And also with the compositions playing more around him instead of him helping the rest of the team, it just works better.
I think it's one of those selfless things, right? You've got such a star, and he wants to try and lift the rest of the team on up, but really, the team needs you. You be the guy. It's okay that you're the guy. That's like a whole thing in Korea here, and in the Pacific as well.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think this is a meta that's centered around those duelists, right? They're probably the strongest that they've ever been right now. So it's all about enabling them. That's one thing Nongshim historically have been able to do brilliantly, and that's why they could lift that trophy over in Santiago. So I want to see both teams be able to emulate that.
And let's speak a little bit about the repetitions. Yes, you were saying that in the qualifier, they were playing with that double duelist with the Neon and the Race for the side of Nongshim. But when we talk about reps, G2 is on the lead by a lot, especially I think that they played it at least 3 weeks during the regular season, a couple of times in playoffs, and of course, they're in Masters London. There is a lot of showing, there is a lot of tape, and this is the only match that you know for sure your opponent before coming into the tournament. So if any preparation has been done, it has to be for this match.
Yeah, very much so. We got the agent select coming in now. Baby Bay back on that duelist. He's on the waylay. This is not what I expected to see from them, but I can see where they're coming from. On the side of Nongshim, it's not that Raze. They're going back to the Phoenix from XROS that we saw back on Breeze. We know that there's a 1-2 pairing that's effective.
So here's the thing, right? Bar the trend being on the sky would literally worked very well on Sunset, so why not?
Yeah.
They played something similar like this before with Baby Bay on the waylay. But Jogama was playing on the Neon. Maybe he feels more comfortable in the race, and after the nerf and everything, I think the Jogama is a brilliant race. So I'm not worried about that.
Yeah, I think for both of these teams, there isn't a ton of stopping power here. It's only really going to be that Viper, maybe a Paranoia. So I think it's going to get explosive here on Split.
Yeah, whether it goes slow or fast, it's going to be loud, as we've got the two squads battling it out for that victory and the right to play gentle mates later on in the group stage. G2 and Nongshim RedForce 1-1 into our final map, number 3. Let's send it on over to Achilles and Paper Thin.
It all comes down to this, a split to decide it between these two teams yet again. Will this map be a repeat of Masters Santiago? Will it go to overtime? Will it go Nongshim's way? These are the questions that we are asking that can only be answered by these squads once they get into the lobby itself. Baby Bay back onto that duelist duty with the waylay coming through, a bit more comfortable for him. So I'm expecting to see some hefty impact from him.
Yeah, no, you need him to kind of come alive. He was one of the ones, along with Jogamo, on those double duelists that struggled against Nongshim on Split last time. -4 respectively in the KD column for both of them at Master Santiago. Meanwhile, Domby and Francis were getting the better of them overall. It is a very different setup for both squads in a lot of ways. I mean, you got XROS on the duelist now, Francis over on the Fade. So they're going to swap roles. It'll be Ivy on that Viper again. RB maintains the Omen. Valen will not be piloting the Astro at this comp. He's going to move over to the Omen. Trent switches off of Fade, goes into Sky. Again, I'm comparing this to the last time these two teams faced off. So yes, it went to OT, but here feels like it just comes down to skill, firepower, one of those things, and there you go.
Jogamo with that Sheriff at hand, able to take off RB's head very swiftly as Baby Bay goes diving into the back of sight. No one home though. Nongshim were heavily stacking more towards the A side of the map. Curveball going to be set, but Domby eating the full brunt of that one. Now we'll try to go for the peak, but Leaf has him dead. Just banged through the box. Extral's gone as well, and that leaves just Ivy and Francis to try to peel back anything they can get in a 2v5, but it feels like G2 gonna have a third pistol win in a row from Sunset now in a split. America squad very much waking up after getting beat on Breeze. Swing in, Ivy. Good for the one, but nothing more. Not much of a dent put into G2 here as they take the opening pistol.
Yeah, again, a lot of sparse fights that, you know, normally you're not even really trying to take fights in some of these positions necessarily, but because you get one-tapped off the rip, and then you kind of screw up a Phoenix curveball that leaves Domby not able to scale the space and maybe get in a little bit quicker and deeper like you'd hope. Things just aren't going so good. For Nongshim there, that one looked a little bit not so well rehearsed in some ways, whereas G2 looking very, very sharp again. finding themselves their third pistol in a row. And it's a couple Spectres, Bulldog, BabyBay with just a Bandit, Leaf with just a Ghost. So this is a round where you're very content to lose 2 players, assuming you can get all 3 guns carried over. Now, so far, Nongshim had gamble stacked more or less on the other side of the map, or at least willingly gave up the long B space. Do have a late lurk here from Leaf to try to deny any attempt to just die to the spike or thwart this retake, and here they go.
Paranoia not going to be connecting on anyone there. Swing out over the Raptors, curveball forward into the smoke. XLG eventually going to be able to find that kill on a Balin. Trent going to be taken down as well as Nongshim already on for the defuse. Downbeat just bouncing back into the zone, completely ignoring these players here in Garage. BabyBay will be able to find one. Defuse going to be interrupted, but Ivy having to kill Leaf, having to reload. And Nongshim RedForce right back into it, tie it up 1-1.
Not the fan.
Okay. Take it all back. That looked really well rehearsed. That was some crazy good thought going into that. That curveball from XROS, the big opener into the can that was G2's post plant. And then it's just Domby doing what he does best, running at you. Just a classic. And he's getting the job done. Doesn't matter, seemingly, how much you nerf the agent, you nerf the shotguns. Domby is still really, really good.
Oh, yeah. G2 now looking to try to replicate some of that magic we just saw. They do have a Vandal and a Sheriff behind this. Saturate going to be connecting on the Domby, but no real way to try to push off of that one, nor is there anyone behind it. It's an attempt at a bit of a fake here, if not just for a pick. BabyBay comes away empty-handed. Meanwhile, push up into Mail. XROS going to be able to find the 2 kills here. The Paranoia just far too late from Balin to escort these players in safely. Leaf dead. Vandal can be collected in IV. Okay, does register that, but still is going to be taken down. Valen, full HP now with a shout. BabyBay with this Bandit.
Now you got to be
working his way through vents.
Real careful as Nongshim. This is potentially scary, especially with so much time left on the clock. BabyBay all the way in spawn.
There's a world where this can get away from them. Spot out. XROS looking to hold his own, and he shall. Kill found, and it looks like RB with the right read, staring exactly where he needs to, but not quite hitting the shots that he needs to. So this still ends up being very costly for Nongshim, but as the swing comes in, Downbeat will be able to find the kill, gets the weapon upgrade off the Spectre, and Nongshim will establish a 1-round lead.
It gets a little too uncomfortable for Nongshim after just a really great hold from XROS. Just going to stand there. Gets the first cleanly, second to follow up, but that dropped gun in mid causes a whole bunch of problems because they really don't want to fork that over, don't want to give them any opportunities in a post plant to dig in. Even though those are good read from RB, he's not really able to be sharp with the shots where BabyBay was. Dive in. Nobody home from Nongshim.
Oh, counter spam though. Look at BabyBay's health. Trent can get some healing through. Tag to 16, so frankly, he's going to be lucky to be alive. Boombot with no scout. This gives them some pause. Domby, ooh, elbow showing. It's going to be Jogamo, the one to eat some damage, though.
I think Domby's a little lucky that he didn't take a lot more damage there. He gave Jog a pretty good opportunity on that angle, but...
Oh
no.
Look at this. Speaking of opportunity, but no, it's absolutely squandered. Some damage found, yes, and Ivy will be able to find Jaw on the back end. The real fortunate part about that for Nongshim at the end is that Trent can't heal himself back up. He should have had him absolutely dead. Ramp now going to be taken. They haven't firm control here for G2. 40 seconds remaining, can still go for a pivot as well if they want.
Well, they've conceded some of this space over towards top A, and...
Oh, hello.
Leaf in trouble. Oh, gets around the corner, but getting spammed through.
Pushed out a little bit more into the open. Run it back now, going to be popped. XROS looking for that moment to strike, and he has been able to find it. BabyBay going to be taken down. Francis out from Alley. Intercepting Trent, putting the spike down on the floor. Tries to go for the wide swing with the 2 players on the opposite side. As Valen will fall, it is now down to Leaf. Blazewall does allow for him to recollect this spike. Reads the rewrap from Ivy, has the headshot, but Leaf is running out of time. He has to commit to this, and it's going to be in the open. I think he's got it by about 0.05. He'll be able to get that one in play. The way that XLG pulls back from that angle, I think he thought that the time was gone, but now he has to try to play this out in a 1v1.
This is not going to be easy. Still one curveball in the mix.
But it's going to be XLG able to find that third. Spare their blushes. But damn, how close was that? Leaf put him through the ringer, but it's still going to be Nongshim maintaining and now stretching that lead.
Well, we've been talking a lot today about Ivy, but here on Split, it's been XLG who's been instrumental for Nongshim. Able to hold the line in a couple different important moments after some mechanical whoopsies. Don't like that wide swing from Francis after he gets that first kill. Ivy just not even considering that Leaf could have peeled back there. I think they thought when they heard that tap that he's already on the other side of that box going for the default plant, but was not the case at all. Leaf almost works a miracle. Trent quick clear the haunt. The flash out just to make sure nobody's trying to scale through mid. Seen this a couple times from Nongshim, so have to be pretty cautious about that. Paranoia not going to be used just yet. Oh boy.
P again on Struggle Street, and Baby on the dive forward will be able to catch him. That's going to be a weapon likely able to be recovered, but XLG will be able to shut down Juggernaut. Leaf now going to be found in mid. XLG with the reposition, but Valen with the read. Spams out the Stinger, able to connect. As the smoke will fall, Baby Bay here out in front, but Francis hits the transfer.
Wow.
Barely scraping by with any health. And Valen at that range. The Stinger got in his own right, still not going to be able to find that kill, so will end up falling. As Nongshim continuing to rack up these wins.
Still, again, some individual mistakes that are almost costing Nongshim big time, and G2 able to find some good timings to at least do damage, but they can't convert enough because somebody steps up in the back line of Nongshim. And again, it's what makes this team so fearsome, is you have a lot of really, really talented players behind those duelists. Francis and Ivy, incredible when they're on. There's been a little bit of shakiness here and there, but right there, Francis able to bounce back after a rough previous round. Trent gets lit the heck up. Ivy dead. Look at Leaf. He's all the way over on A.
He's lit up. It's just the decay. So it sees grabbing him in position. And now right as rain, like you said. Good kill from Leaf as Dombey trying to isolate. Reads Valen's reposition, but can't do anything about it. And even if he had, Leaf would have been right there. Get that trade back into their favor. Flash sent. Side plant now. Going for safety. Smoke on a main, but Valen still able to play in front of that one. XLG strafing forward. Leaf looking for the immediate challenge. Molly just going to be lobbed into the corner. That can be avoided. It's all a quick consideration on that pit, but it looks like Leaf is going to be opting to try to hold that one for now. As yes, they will be able to overwhelm them and whittle this down to just Francis remaining. Swing out. Francis good for one, but nothing more. G2 now able to rally back. Get themselves a second round win.
Yeah, this is great work again by Leaf. Just has some great reads at times. I mean, I was so impressed with his Sage play on Sunset here on the Viper. Gets that opening kill and then immediately starts scaling forward and just goes, guys, it's open. They're not going to be able to get here in time. We have a huge advantage, and the best part about that, you only have to invest one of the ults. Leaf held on to that pit, so he's going to have it available potentially for this round. They can get there. Just use those Seekers to really confirm. G2, whoa, okay.
Break up that, the conversion path's going to be sent. Ivy to be caught, trying to tuck back behind this box, and Baby Bay eventually will find him. Hyper dead, but fast on their heels is all of Nongshim. This is all four players. Corralled around into garage as the pit goes out towards Alley. Baby Bay going to be taking that first contact as RP will be able to take him down. XLG with the ult in play, wins the fight versus Valen. Nongshim now get ready to storm their way forward onto the site, and Trent and Alley is going to be caught. Leaf now zoned a world away. having to rescale, but the C's will connect. The spam able to find him. Dambi shuts it down, drops the pit. The XLG will drop Jogamo. Nongshim now up 5-2. Similar scenes on both of these maps where the team comes out swinging. They allow for their opponents to take that one step forward, and then they shove them back by 3.
Well, this is just an unbelievably
या ऋतिक रोशन भाई क्या हालचाल है? अरे वेलो में भी आ जाओ, वेलो तो चल रही है.
Of his ult from X-Ross, the fact that he's able to get that opening duel allows him to keep creating
अभी
space.
बाद में करेंगे, इसके बाद करेंगे, इसके बाद वो.
That pit that should be a safety net for you becomes a prison, and they just get absolutely bullied out of it. That was electric coordination.
Presence confirmed here in the mid. Val unable to backpedal. Dodging any punish. But now Nongshim quickly.
A side पूरी खाली पड़ी है.
Try to pivot across towards this A
आ
side.
गए.
Watch confirms that no one's home. Pain shell up to heaven as well. G2 able to get themselves into fairly entrenched positions. And they hold it with the weaker buy. Jogamo going to be forced having to drop back. But both of these players, Jogamo comes on the top. Leaf is found too. Baby gets one as well. And now suddenly in the blink of an eye, it's just Ivy. Finds the first, but needs so much more. Re-clear into heaven, and he will just abandon the hope of a clutch. Will back away, and G2 will find a massive, monstrous round win to get up to 3.
Yeah, they're able to just punch right back. I mean, this time, Nongshim tries to go for a more spread retake, trying to clear some space over at the bottom of the ramp, and Leaf is tucked in, having none of it. He got 2 kills there, and it's just a great coordination with the utility. The flash was in there, the saturate, everything you needed from G2 was perfectly placed.
It's
absolutely lights out.
All 3 players carrying weapons in.
भाई रेस पे जो बफ किया उसने.
Doing wonders for Jogamo to win out that fight, to stay alive.
You got to be
कहाँ
a
होते
little
हैं?
bit more thoughtful on those retakes on A if you're Nongshim, but G2 just give them enough time. So quick. Get into those well-disciplined post plants where they know what they need to do. Their protocols, you know, are going to be very well drilled. Francis goes for the C's there. Does catch on to Baby Bay, but no punish available.
Hey, not running a raise. Molly's already been expended. Just some pot shots attempted through this Viper wall in mid, but otherwise nothing to be found. No one taking a lick of damage on either side.
See how hungry Nongshim is to try to put the pressure onto G2, but G2 gonna match. Actually overstack here. Francis has to start backpedaling.
Baby Bay can push this issue because he has that refract available, but now we'll just let that one expire. G2 gets a very aggressive push up in towards this B heaven. Once again, so much util, so many bullets expended from both sides, and no one has taken any damage. Just painting pictures around each other, and finally we'll have our first little bit there as Francis. Let's just end up eating 1 bullet. Meanwhile, the spike's starting to get ushered up into A main.
His Jog's already down to his last clip.
DP check, but Jogamo with a backstab, just continuing to scale. Intercepts XLG, finds that elimination. Dambi here, though, to try to hold this line, has the overdrive, and the time has gone away from them. This has just been such a heavy investment. As maybe they up and over the top, eventually be able to find damage.
Blind हो गया था वो, blind हो गया था.
Jogamo finds Ivy, and they can stick this. Very much limit testing here, RG2, but they're getting away with it as RB finding Jogamo.
Do
now he's got to do it all. Swing out of the smoke!
Ooh!
And that is unbelievable!
भाई ये क्या हो गया?
Whole series through, but what a time to
him. Saw from Ivy earlier this
क्या
time.
मारा
It's
बे?
RB's turn. I thought this was curtains. I mean, you get the backstab, you get the sight, you get the clear, you get the pit out of Ivy, you take him down. This looked like it could be a backbreaker for Nongshim. A complete change of momentum, but RB, that is one of his best. And we've seen a lot of good ones from him over the years.
Absolutely insane. That's one of those ones that if you're G2 again, you're going to be kicking yourself so much over. More so than Ivy's clutches on Sunset. Can they recover from here? Nongshim now up to 6. The entry again. Attempted from Baby Bay has to take the refract out instantly. RB just ushered forward by the pain shell. Otherwise, no worse for wear.
I love here for RB that he's like, I'm going to make sure that I have the paranoia in hand on this B execute this time. Because last time I got caught trying to swap and Baby Bay did me in. This time he plays it much more disciplined. Again, you clear that dog, but G2 is just sending that more to keep attention onto that side and to see if they can get an isolated fight. XROS is going to slide over. Ooh, that got dangerous.
Yeah, it really did, but RB still going to be good for one. Looks for a little bit more, cannot find it. It looks like, again, that buy from G2 might just be bearing fruit. Weapons now going to be recovered. The heals pushed out. Jogamo back up towards full, but now taking down Ivy from
Dumb भी बचा है. Dumb भी निकालेगा. Yeah.
We'll get it done. Barrel stuck for the
भाई
transfer.
पता ही था Dumb भी निकाल लेगा.
Narrowly scrapes by, but Nongshim now securing a lead and looking to balloon it up.
Yeah, God, again, another frustrating one. It looked like G2 might have been able to shrug off that previous clutch from RB. A really well-coordinated execute.
घुस के मारा Dambi ने.
Good crossfires available, but this time it's Dambi. Slides in, gets the 2K. Tread's trying to figure out where the hell he went. Can't lock on in time.
Just back-to-back rounds like that. Sure, this one a little less egregious compared to the previous, but you absolutely need to call this timeout now.
Yeah, you need to settle it down.
This has been slipping. You have to stop it.
I mean, at the very least, you got to find a way to take that confidence away from Nongshim and get in there as Josh and reinvigorate your team. Because those are two heartbreakers in a row where you had real shots to win a round, put yourself in real good positions, made some nice adjustments there, you know, compared to previously for G2. They kind of outplayed RB again. I mean, they've been doing a great job on whoever it is, RB or Ivy or whoever's trying to hold that B main execute entrance. They have completely knocked it out of the park by smothering them out of rounds. You know, at least at the very worst, getting trades. But even thinking back all the way to the pistol where they just took RB out in the very first bullet. The haunt, not going to be cleared this time. G2 just opts to hide. Trying to obscure Numbers' presence.
Yeah, we'll be making a decent amount of noise as sees again, connecting here onto Baby Babe. Takes the refract back to Ramen.
Of course, you want to get that showstopper some value. Maybe could just lead with the Seekers.
There.
Then Jogamo's in a position where you can double blast pack up and punish right behind the cabbages. There we go.
There it is. 1-2, Prowler will be able to get the blind out though, and that showstopper not going to be doing a damn thing. Francis going to have to just drop away on the rope, fully blinded up. Meanwhile, XROS scaling forward is going to be good for one. Shrimp will get taken down, but Baby Bay is there for the trade. Valen out from Garage, able to find one. It's Francis completely saturated up, and Baby Bay is dropping off the box to his demise. Francis, however, will fall as Jogamo looks to spare their blushes. Just Dambi left in a 1v3. G2 should have this one wrapped up.
Would think this would be even more heartbreaking.
If it could happen 3 times in a row, I think that you'd just be mentally checked out, but G2 will be able to stabilize. 3 players surviving, going to be key this last round to carry over these weapons. Looking to make this a 7-5 half.
Did have to invest a lot of ults here, but I mean, I think that's exactly why Josh RT wanted to call that timeout, to make sure that this is a guaranteed round.
Yeah.
Knew how important it was, knew what they had in their investment. Wanted to get the most out of the portfolio.
It's going
to be a lot of stingers here for Nongshim. So on top of getting that round, you also find Nongshim with no economy to speak of. XROS, the only one with a rifle, does have his ult as well. So run it back in play. No, G2 very much worried that maybe there might be a set idea off the initial start of the round here to maybe try to get that run it back to find some value, but instead, Nongshim going to keep it close to the vest.
NS नहीं NS का नहीं निकलेगा G2 का NS तो काफी ज़्यादा eco round है.
High-low setup and ramp, but will be abandoned. Ivy just going to be left on his lonesome. Leaf scaling in that direction, but X-Ross with that Phantom able to find Jogamo. There's a big punish as Leaf as well. Just caught going on a walkabout. Valen now trying to TP in the back of sight, but here's RB, shuts that down. The up and over, the plant to the feet, the flash is going to be good, and Baby Bay will be able to find it. Run it back immediately, eliminated. Trent snapping X-Ross back. Is the Molly going to be invested, disrupting the plant for now. It's over behind the box, the spike now in play. A player advantage here for Nongshim. With another gun recovered, now passed over into the hands of Dambi.
Just need Francis to maintain heaven control here. And
miss कर दिया.
That's out. Back pedal. Here from Valen, trying to get to a safer spot. It's going to be good for the one, but Ivy now.
Damn big gया.
Baby He's looking for that transfer of his own, but X-Ross will deny. The diffuser come in, and Nongshim set themselves up with a 4-round lead at the half.
It was a wild half, to say the least, and if not for the heroics of a couple players, once again, I find myself saying and believing that G2 should have a few more rounds, just like on Sunset.
They took the pistol, but then they dropped that anti-eco.
Right.
And it really starts to unravel from there.
I mean, the fact that you get 4 almost feels
अरे whiff किया सबने भी.
good in some ways and bad in others is G2 because, yeah, like you're talking about, you lose that eco, you lose a couple of those clutches, but despite all that, you're still very much in this map. And you would think that, you know, G2 should be pretty damn solid on their defender's side, but you never know. Nongshim, that's a team that if their executes are on point, if their coordination is on point, sometimes if you don't have the perfect answers, it can be really tough. Now, I do like a few of the moments I saw with the Waylay and the Sky to really slow down some of those retakes. So you're going to need a lot more of that here on this defender side as G2.
This is one of those moments where a team that normally is so very unflappable that is able to recover starts to have those doubts.
यार वो साइफर वाला देखो, साइफर वाला
देखो. Granted,
1v3 वाला.
You know, a very tense moment, an opportunity to qualify into a grand final. The last time they played against Nongshim RedForce, but you got to this split, and it got away from you. Having those thoughts seep back in, it could absolutely be their undoing.
The what ifs, absolutely.
G2 Faithful going to be looking and hoping, praying that they can get this pistol to open up their attacker side.
Well, and considering how well it's gone for America's, yeah, I know what you mean. But how well so far EWC has gone for America's against Pacific. I mean, you don't want to be the one left out of the party.
Well, for sure. All needs to start from here. See if they can get right back into this. Another pistol, not dropping the anti-eco. G2 will be off to the races. Exactly what the G2 fans want to be seeing. Shanks, if you haven't taken the jersey off yet, you better do so.
Yeah, just...
They need everything they can get.
Burn that thing, bro. And Nongshim is just going to sneak underneath their noses here. I mean, they have a good read there, but the saturate.
ये नहीं पता लग रहा. गया. Oh yeah, Dambi gया.
Jogamo able to find X-Ross with 2 for 2. Is it else looks to settle, but Jogamo's looking for a little bit more, and he absolutely oversteps.
कर रही थी ना? हाँ तो.
That's tough. Oh,
damage suffered as well as Valen down to 15.
With a bandit.
But he's got to do everything, it feels like.
3v2.
Maybe if he causes enough of a distraction,
3v2.
kills a couple players. Valen
ये नहीं हो पाएगा, ये रीटेक नहीं हो पाएगा. गया वाइपर गया लीव गया. Oh man.
The hopes start to fade even further.
Oh man. Oh man.
Nongshim get themselves their first pistol here on split, move up 9-4.
I'm already feeling a buy up here for G2. Sure. I think this is a great spot to grab some of those stingers and do what G2 does best. Put those to good use and catch your opponent maybe a little off guard. If they're not anticipating it, I guess they're not going to go for it. I would have loved to have seen it here.
From the defender side, it's always all the more risky. But I'm right there with you. I think that a curveball like that might just be enough to try to catch Nongshim off guard. Opt to go for the safer route.
Already Nongshim, it's a pretty good read on what's going on the map. And even though Ivy might drop this Marshall, but his whole plan here is to just
देख लिया.
Okay, well, Ivy not going to be able to steady that hip fire, so Jogamo, it's a weapon back, and with their teammate falling, all of Nongshim are going to look to cluster on this side of the map. G2, though, want to try to re-explore mid, so they will be backpedaling a bit, but they are still very clustered on A.
Timing of this.
Oh.
I thought for a second G2 was just going to hold the line on A, and Nongshim was going to walk into
सब mid क्यों कर रहे हैं?
The beehive, but gonna get stung just yet. Over towards A.
Empty site, the players now splitting, looking to re-clear through garage and B. The bad news about to be registered. Meanwhile, RB setting up a smoke, keeping eyes trained.
दोनों गए.
Swing out. They will be able to
दोनों गए बोला था.
Ethan Baby Bay now eliminated. I believe one of the bandits as well going to be lost. Valen with a slow walk forward. Dombi just jiggling on the corner, gets the spot. Takes the fight.
एक और है. ये भी गया. रेस गया.
How accurate can he be with this Marshall? Needs to be clean. Bandit instead. We'll be able to take him down, but both have suffered damage. The time is starting to get away from them. This is really just a matter of can they find anything else. Jogamo needing to try to find something, but it's going to be RB with a 4K. This map is his.
NS for the win. NS for the win. Let's go.
Nongshim 3 rounds away from winning their opening series here at EWC.
I get a bit worried in the middle of this round for Nongshim, where off of losing Ivy, they might make the wrong read, but they actually take just long enough to pivot over to the A side that G2 instead thinks that they're going B for sure. Turns out to not be the case, but RB there, lucky to not take more damage, only down to 86 health in that 2K, even though it looked a little unsturdy. And it's Dombi, maybe off to the races. Valen trying to deny. Thought about the paranoia. They're just going to use the Prowler, and Nongshim didn't get the look that they liked. Ivy going to be identified. Baby Bay.
Able to get out of there. The saturate is in. Ivy will still get one. But meanwhile, Leaf back over in the mid, able to get rid of Dombi. One of the big thorns in their side eliminated. RB still alive and well, though.
I even think Nongshim heard that.
Yeah, maybe not.
They weren't looking on their flanks, so convinced that they can just keep their eyes forward and X-Ross. My goodness.
Swooping forward.
Yep, Deepak Nair, भाई legendary bro, legendary. क्या हालचाल है भाई? क्या हालचाल? बहुत लेट यार, इतना लेट कैसे आज?
He goes pushing. Valen should absolutely have him dead.
अभी तुम्हें दिखाता हूँ नियॉन.
Hasn't quite gotten that spot.
वर्ल्ड का बेस्ट नियॉन प्लेयर है डाम्बी. एनएस में देखो डाम्बी है. डाम्बी भाई क्या नियॉन खेलता है वो.
Swing around this flank, but RB is already giving it some credence. He situates another smoke, but now turns off the angle. Now I'm going to be able to find the one. Jogamo now backstabbing, cleans up the enemy omen.
RB there tried to sell a fake rotate. Little did he know.
All down to Francis here. Swing in. Francis just locks on.
1v1.
He's managed to isolate this down. A haunt available again here in a second. Swing out. from the Raptor.
मिस कर दिया
Will be
उसने.
able to win this round, but good lord.
अभी आया घर कितनी देर में?
What
बस
a
ये खत्म होने
conversion
वाला
attempt
है.
here from Nongshim.
लास्ट है ये,
It's so
लास्ट
very close,
राउंड,
but it will be
लास्ट मैच
G2
चल रहा है.
persevering for another round.
Yeah, this
करो इतने डिनर करो. स्ट्रीम चलने दो.
very tricky round to navigate for G2, and they do a pretty good job of it overall. Nongshim's trying to throw a lot of unusual ideas, and you have some, I guess I'll call them unfortunate moments where Ivy's able to get the kill onto
ये
the
अच्छा
Baby
मारा
Bay
था
after
भाई,
being
ये अच्छा मारा था,
saturated.
बहुत अच्छा.
That right there,
यहाँ
freaking
मिस किया.
nasty. But Trent's there with a steady pair of hands to make sure that no more damage is done. And the other thing I was going to point out earlier is the good news is a lot of those early kills for Nongshim went into RB's hands. So you don't have that run it back yet. You don't have one of those bigger ults that could be a real problem, whereas you have a showstopper.
Need half an hour. हाँ हाँ चलेगा, बिल्कुल चलेगा, कोई दिक्कत
So
नहीं
you've
है.
got a real chance as G2 to all of a sudden start gaining some momentum. Start turning the tables onto Nongshim. See if they
मतलब
can
भाई
get
11
it
के
to
आसपास
go.
ना, 11 के आसपास मिलते हैं, कोई नहीं, लॉबी में मिलूंगा.
Some confirmation on that Prowler, and that means Nongshim, especially with that Boombot there, no way you're going into mid now.
Yeah, Saturate can be held as well. No contact off the Boombot, so Baby Bay can retain that for the future.
एक G2 में रेज के पास अल्ट है और
Honestly,
उसमें ओमन के पास अल्ट है. ठीक है.
Yeah, love to see him run at A here.
Yeah, it's just going to be an exec and RB, likely to TP into the back of sight.
Exactly.
Okay, but no, a bit of a pump fake because they're going to rescale into mid.
And they didn't like the reaction. The delay there from the Viper felt a little too quick.
Paranoia going to be baited out for that Prowler. Francis is jumping all of the kit, but Baby Bay going to be dead. Francis able to find him, leap now with the peek.
देख लिया, सबको देख लिया.
Everyone from Nongshim is right here at home on the second lead. Forcibly evacuated as Ivy gets the headshot. Jogging now, all the more pressure on that showstopper to be able to deliver.
Oh, 3v3.
Comes away with a second, gets it back into a 3v3, and suddenly G2 stocks looking a hell of a lot healthier.
I mean, this showstopper, you would think is good for at least one.
सीवर से आ रहा है, सीवर
Needs
से
to
आ रहा
find
है.
him.
मार.
The spot out. Showstopper going to be lobbed in, but no.
वो गया उसके पास से. अरे भाई.
Drives the knife into Valen.
कैसे बे?
Nongshim now.
उसके रिजल्ट में मरा नहीं कोई.
G2 trailing by 6.
उसके रिजल्ट में मरा नहीं कोई.
It took a while to get there, but eventually Nongshim's able to find that A execute that they were fishing for towards the beginning part of the round. Ivy again really clean, but then Trent answers back and you think there's hope, but there's that extra layer on the backside. The showstopper from Jog can't find success even though he's got an opportunity. Xros gives him the chance. Xros challenges him. Still can't quite get it done. Now, another timeout has to be taken. D2 on the ropes. Bloodied and bruised. The KO punch seemingly in the windup for Nongshim. I don't know. It just seems like there's some good ideas from G2, but when it comes down to some of these late round micro executions, that's where they're getting beat. Like the individual kind of step up moments lean Nongshim's way more often than not.
And people call them hero plays, but the hero plays have to be allowed. You're not getting that shutdown if you're not denying it away from them. Nongshim, they're going to make those moments happen for themselves. Able to just have them materialize. That's exactly what G2 needs to do for themselves. A Thrifty here. Deny Nongshim from getting up to match point.
It's such a scary round. As G2 obviously winning the Thrifty be amazing, but if you could get the Nightfall out here, or if you could get the run it back out from Xros, that's kind of a win too, because if they could keep both of those ults going into the decider, into the match point round, that sucks, just to be completely honest.
Yeah.
So that's...
Sometimes blunt is better.
That's exactly it. I mean, I'm not the type to beat around the bush. Tell it to you straight. That's the paper-thin guarantee.
Things very quiet. Playing this very close to the vest are Nongshim, not wanting to get caught off guard. They've already been thriftied a couple times, I believe, so far in this series. We don't want to allow for it again. But what a punish from Dambi. Practice with those snipers paying dividends as Valen will get taken down. Jogamo going to be tagged. The Cade down around the corner. Swings out, is able to find the one, but nothing more. The rephase for Dambi, overstepping a bit, but the team is there to back him up. As the dust will settle, and it's just Baby Bay allowed to recover some weapons here in mid. He has to be the one to get this over the line, to clutch up, to bail them out and deny this match point from going into Nongshim's hands.
The full kit to work with. There's an opportunity.
They are just scattered to the winds. Easy to isolate, but hard to read where they're going to be coming from. First fight, first challenge will be RB. Now noting them saturate. Going to be chucked in. It's a quick exit, backpedaling over towards the sewer. Baby Bay able to find the one, but that costs him life. That costs him time. He just doesn't have enough of it. Tries to find the exits. Refract around the corner. Nothing more to be done. Has the money for the buy, so will just go down. Could have just held on to it. But that is now the 12th round found for Nongshim.
Man, it's scary. Nice shot.
Oh,
from
match
Nambi.
point.
Jog able to at least get some value here. He hit. Nice little shot with that Sheriff. Baby Bay, I think going to be one away from the convergent paths. Yeah, Trent does have his ult. Xross does have his. I mean, Nongshim didn't even consider saving their Nightfall. They just went for it, Baby Bay. Oh, that's a seize.
It is, but it's going to be Valen with covering fire. Able to find it. Tommy in the back, but Baby Bay rather is still going to fall as Francis. Makes it a 1-for-1. That convergent pass now out of the equation.
Oh, but that's kind of a weird angle to have that flash hit you. They're not going to be ready for him to be underneath.
XLG now storming his way forward with that ult. Paint Shell will be able to snap him back. The exec denied. Meanwhile, Ivy marked all the way forward. Trent will be able to win out the fight. Tagged down to 5, but still alive, still fighting here for G2.
Unbelievable awareness from Trent. That is heads-up play.
Meanwhile, Leaf ready to intercept these footsteps, going to be heard. Not sure if there's going to be a second layer on the approach from Sewers, but he's going to play this patiently. He is going to look to single-handedly bring this round to an end. Strikes out as Xross will fall. RB to just tuck into the corner. The spike, however, in his hands, needs to be rerouted. Goes for the elbow side plant. Seekers now. The play spoiler to reveal their locations. The tuck back, the paranoia to fly. Jogamo fully blinded up. Leaf, however, has his vision and has RB in his sights. G2 able to win out another round, getting up to 6, but 6 is how many more they will need if they want to push this into overtime like they did at Master Santiago.
For sure, going all the way over to get the op. Gonna make sure that they have enough time to scoop that back up for Baby Bay, the only gun that was even dropped in this round. Okay, I mean, I think you can get a couple more here as G2. The ult cycle gonna be in your favor. You're getting close to another showstopper. You've already got a convergent paths. There's a chance here. You can set Nongshim back onto an eco, get a few more, and then get a reset and give yourself a hope at those next 4. Just this time, Nongshim kind of getting lost in the sauce. A lot of big contact fights won. A good trade at least when Baby Bay went down by Valen, and they're able to hold the line and take Dambi down. Then this time you have the pit available. Oh my god.
They also have an overdrive and a very fast attempt at this hit from Nongshim, but they're going to be rerouted. Opting to not overstep here, but that overdrive will be expiring.
It's actually pretty painful for Nongshim. I think, again, a little bit too eager to use these powerful ults early in the rounds that don't really find enough value.
Dambi again continuing to try to sprint forward. The paranoia to try to hold them at bay, but no. Valen gonna be caught, but Jogamo and Leaf one apiece. Get them back into an advantageous position as Leaf finds a second, but Ivy will be able to take him down. Jogamo, oh, it ends up being rough, but Ivy able to find him with that molly on the floor. immediately brings this now into a 1v1. Drop down, the drift across, the spike still the opposite side of the pillar.
So uncomfortable for Ivy. No idea. He has no idea where Baby Bay is. But he has the pit.
Sends this one immediately. Drifts out of it. Hit by that saturate. The classic shots not connecting. The tap of the plant. Baby Bay. Wrapping back through. Trying to commit for it.
Oh!
Snaps on for another clutch. And another victory over G2.
GG.
That was wild. I mean, I guess it's fitting in a way that it ends like that for Nongshim, because that was kind of the story of that split. Just some incredible individual efforts to win some of those big rounds, those very important swing rounds. Somehow, some way, they've done it.
Let's go,
and this time, split for Nongshim is very clean.
Nongshim looking to be the guiding light for Pacific here at the event, where the rest of the teams have been on struggle street. They once again managed to come out on top this time. Significantly cleaner fashion with that split as a finisher. What a series from Ivy. MVP absolutely in my eyes. But everyone had their moments. The transfers from RB, from Dambi, from Extros. The op shots from Francis when he took it in hand. A group effort at the end of the day. As Nongshim RedForce will stay afloat. No losses quite just yet, and G2 now have a rematch with XLG, but we'll leave that for the analyst test to break down.
Thank you very much, guys, as it is Nongshim RedForce continuing the woes internationally for G2 with a 2-1 victory, closing out split with an exclamation point. A fantastic victory here for the Pacific squad, because Pacific had been 0-3 up to that point. PaperX not get the job done. RRQ not get the job done. Global not looking good at all, but it is Nongshim RedForce getting it over the line here for the Pacific teams, as Digon here alongside Kakuka in big time, and Nongshim RedForce. Ivy is the one leading that line.
Don't let them say I ever doubted. I always believed. I was always believing in Nongshim, even after they lost the map too. It's okay, but they get the job done on split. I thought they looked very, very comfortable here. Very dominant throughout for me. I think for G2, I like that they're trying to do the double duelist. It's definitely in keeping with the meta, but is it in keeping with their own style? That's the question here. Nongshim, I think they did exactly what they did best. They were able to be aggressive. Dambi, X-Ross to back him up, and then support players had big days today. Ivy was unbelievable. RB in that map 3 really had his moments as well. So a really great opener here for Nongshim.
So as the casters were saying, this is the map that was also the last map in the last time that these two teams played against each other there in Chile. And at the end of the day, it was an overtime win, you know, like a 14-12. So you're always in the back of your mind thinking that could have literally changed and altered the outcome and the entirety of the tournament if it was that close. How much of a margin there was. And now that we see in that progression and we see how dominant Nongshim was right now, finally got our answer.
Yeah, again, a fantastic run here by Nongshim, not leaving any doubt. So there isn't like, oh, I wonder if that one would have gone either way. And for more insight on that, we will have an interview in just a little bit with Ginny and Ivy.
Oh,
of
we have to.
Good choice. Who had himself a great, great day.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Ivy is a true backbone member of this team. I think he's always consistently able to perform when he needs to at the best. I think when you talk about those supportive agents on those Sentinels, things like that, he truly excels. He's a sort of unsung hero here. I think almost everyone on Nongshim is. Dambi gets that spotlight a lot. He's the guy. He's that fast, high-powered Neon, but he can only do that because he's so well enabled.
All right. Now we're ready to send it on over to Ginny with translations by Maddox with Nongshim's Ivy.
Thank you for that full-length intro, Digon. Ivy, you had an amazing game individually today. In general, you guys really put forward a great performance. I would love to ask about if you noticed anything different with G2, considering some of the changes that they have made with the roles in the game that you played today.
아이비 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 오늘 정말 멋진 경기 보여주셨는데 일단 첫 번째 질문으로는 일단 G2를 산티아고에서 한번 상대해 보셨잖아요. 그래서 산티아고에서 상대했을 때보다 좀 G2가 달라진 게 있다면 좀 어떤 것들이 좀 많이 달라졌는지 좀 궁금합니다. 달라졌다고 생각하는지 궁금합니다.
일단 첫 번째로 그 조그모가 KO를 하고 베이비베이가 네온을 하는 거에서 좀 놀랐고요. 근데 이제 그럼에도 불구하고 G2의 그 전형적인 플레이 스타일이나 이런 거는 그대로 가는 것 같아가지고 이번에도 저희가 좀 그거를 파괴해서 이길 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I was surprised by the Breeze comp, obviously, like Jogama playing the KO and Baby Bay playing the Neon. But obviously, besides that, I think the overall play style of G2 stayed the same. So I think that's the reason why we could just counter it and get the win.
And the win you got indeed, which is great. Last time there was the rematch between you guys and Santiago. But in general, when it comes to preparing for an international event, which also that was your last one, what went into this one specifically?
이제 산티아고가 아무래도 좀 마지막 국제전이었다 보니까 그래도 좀 텀이 좀 길었는데 어느 정도. 그래서 이제 다음 국제전을 준비하시기에 앞서서 좀 어떻게 준비 과정이 있으셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단 항상 준비하던 대로 똑같이 준비를 했던 것 같고 딱히 막 저희가 국제전이랑 그 뭐 지역 리그랑 이런 거에 대해서 준비하는 거에 대해서 차별을 딱히 하고 있지 않기 때문에 그냥 평소랑 똑같이 준비하고 연습하고 했던 것 같아요.
Our preparations has been the same as usual. It's just like we don't discriminate the prep process between the international LAN or the regionals. So yeah, I think overall our mindset and overall preparations just stay the same.
And tomorrow, your next opponent is going to be Gentlemates because they won. They are on home soil in Paris. They want to make it to play in front of the Paris fans. You have a chance to potentially knock them into the lower bracket. How does that feel?
이제 다음 상대로 이제 젠틀메이트를 만나게 되셨는데 아무래도 이 프랑스 연고 팀이다 보니까 또 홈 팬들의 또 엄청난 또 지지를 또 받는 팀이다 보니까 좀 상대하기가 조금 벅찰 수도 있으실 것 같은데 좀 다음 상대에 대해서 좀 어떻게 생각하시고 어떻게 준비를 하실지 궁금합니다.
일단 젠틀메이트가 프랑스 팀이어가지고 여기 팬이 되게 많잖아요. 약간 이제 근데 저희는 그 팬들을 저희가 다 뺏는다는 마인드로 게임을 하고 있기 때문에 그냥 그대로 갈 것 같고 그냥 젠틀메이트 상대로 준비 딱히 그냥 하던 대로 할 것 같아요. 그냥 산티아고 기억 다시 나게 해줘야죠.
Well, our overall preparations will remain the same. I mean, we've been having a great run, and we beat them Santiago, so we'll make them remind of that loss. So, and overall, their crowd is actually very energetic, and we know about that. But that being said, we're ready to turn their crowd into ours.
Oh, I like that, Ivy, the dream crusher coming through. But one final thing, Maddox, you highlighted earlier today that it was the birthday of their coach. Do you want to say happy birthday?
이제 제가 이제 말씀드렸을 때 실카논 감독님이 오늘 생일이라고 하셔가지고 제가 말씀드렸거든요. 그래서 실카논 감독님께 생일 축하한다고 한번 말씀해 주시죠.
생일 축하드립니다. 선물은 제 캐리입니다.
Yeah, happy birthday. The birthday present is my performance.
Oh, okay. Well, birthday buff came through for you guys. We're going to be heading back over to the desk. Thank you so much for your time. And Digon, take it away.
That's right. 생일 축하합니다. Happy birthday, Coach Nongshim, getting the job done, getting the victory here over the Americas champions as Nongshim RedForce will face Gentlemates after a grueling split here that went a little bit back and forth later on, but ultimately the way of Nongshim.
Yeah, I definitely feel like they were the stronger team the whole way through that. I mean, you know, yes, that map 2 didn't quite go their way, but I think when you look across the series, I think Nongshim's performance was more than consistent enough to deserve to be in that qualification game, and them against Gentlemates will be a real banger.
It was just a hiatus, you know, that they just left some time there so people, other people could catch up to the level of play that this team can bring onto the stage. The good thing is that, as they were saying, you know, it is a rematch and it's something that we already saw at the beginning of the year. And it's something that had us very excited because it was Martin versus Dambi. And I think that that is still the story to be told because their match was just like every single other mate's loss. Martin going positive over everything. Actually, the head-to-head ended up being positive for Martin. I think that he was in his head being like, oh, I have a #1 opponent is Dambi, and then the rest of Nongshim, and the story has completely shifted from that.
Yeah, I think this match now between Nongshim and Gentlemates will be so defining because it's actually quite different from their match in Santiago. That was prime Yoru meta. Both of these were teams that really used that Yoru a lot. You know, Nongshim lifting that trophy, Francis played it every single map. Martin was doing exactly the same thing on the other side. So it's a different landscape when they match up again. And not only that, it's here in Paris. So I think Gentlemates will be feeling good.
I think on the opposite side, it feels like it was written in fate to have XLG and G2 once put into the same group, meet again in the group.
Oh.
But also, it's an elimination match. There is no leeway here for either one of these squads who I think their fan bases would imagine underperformed to expectation, given the fact that both these squads were just over at London.
Yeah, the crazy thing is also that, if I'm not mistaken, I've worked at a couple events, so I'm just going to throw this one. We do have the elimination matches before the ones that have gone 1-0. So not only they get a day to rest and be like, okay, this is the approach that we are going to get, the couple next days are going to be incredibly exciting here.
Yeah, so it will be the eliminations on Sunday. In 2 days, we'll have those matches there for you. Again, a big victory for Nongshim RedForce over G2 here in our final match, opening match of the group stages. Now, everyone has played one so far, which leads us to our Crunchyroll story moment. What is the biggest story of the group stage so far? We've got our matches in the books.
I have one.
Kuka, you
EMEA
can
on
go
top.
first.
We won everything.
EMEA. Of course, that's what you'll say.
EMEA. Oh, it has to sting when it's not you.
You know
it doesn't happen often. It doesn't happen often.
That's
but there is
true.
something about EWC that it's us, you know?
I have to agree with you. I think EMEA have come out swinging here. Only KC losing there, but they really didn't have a choice. They lost to Vitality, which was also EMEA, so they won everything they could here. They were in a fantastic position to be sending potentially all 5 of their teams still, but I think you can for sure bank on a majority even at this point.
All I'm going to say is that last year, I asked for no EMEA versus EMEA once we made it out of groups, and I got it twice. So if that happens, please, can we have some leeway? Come on, we're here in Paris. It is time to have the EMEA teams.
You must
I'm talking
cannibalize
to fate
yourself.
right now. I'm talking to fate right now.
I mean, it's pretty difficult given how successful the EMEA groups have been, or the EMEA teams have been. So with 5 of them there, 8 slots available, a team kill, region kill might happen here.
I'm going to be serious now, all jokes aside, because, you know, love having fun with you guys. But for EMEA, it's been a couple very rough years. We haven't won anything in a very long time. Our stonks are going down. Even Athena has put us last for some reason. I guess like results don't matter. But in all seriousness, I feel like our teams have been one step back for far too long. And at some point, we have to catch up or, you know, our team would die, basically.
Yeah, what's been your Crunchyroll story so far here, big time?
I mean, I think for me, if I cast my mind back, I still think that BBL versus EDG game was really fantastic. There's a lot of story there between both of those teams, and I think BBL being able to pull off that upset and looking so comfortable and confident, I think they've made me very, very excited about that. EDG now looking like they're moving down towards that lowest. That gets scary for them there.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing up BBL because that leads us to tomorrow's matches here on the A stream. It kicks off with 100 Thieves versus BBL for the qualification match. You win that, you're a 1 seed moving on into the bracket stage, and then it is a huge one in our second series of the day tomorrow on the A stream. It is Paper Rex and Carmine Corp. Again, just crazy that Paper Rex finds themselves in the elimination match so early on. Loser will go home after that one. You won't want to miss it. It all starts at 1 p.m. tomorrow. On behalf of everyone here at EWC, thank you so much for watching, and we'll be back with Day 3's actions of Group A and Group B matches. See you later.
ओके गाइस, बाय 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 बाय। थैंक यू सो मच स्ट्रीम पे आने के लिए, इतना सारा प्यार दिखाने के लिए। जो भी स्ट्रीम पे नए हैं चैनल को सब्सक्राइब जरूर कर देना और वीडियो को लाइक जरूर करना। मिलते हैं कल के लाइव स्ट्रीम में, कल के मैचेस में एंजॉय करेंगे, बहुत सारा फन करेंगे। मिलते हैं कल, बाय बाय, सी यू ऑल।